Welcome to anyone joining us online. Best of the new year to everyone. We have a full agenda today with 4 items. We'll be going probably right till 5 o'clock with the usual lunch breaks. So the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Someone move the minutes and a seconder, Eric and Jenna. Okay, thanks.
Just before, just
I had a quick comment. I wasn't able to attend this meeting and I found the minutes really helpful. They were extremely, they always are, but in particular, I was able to follow discussion.
That's great. That's a real test, Leon.
Yes.
You passed big
Like
time.
that.
Okay, great, thanks. Review of the day's agenda and 4 items, as I said, King Queen Triangle, schematic, Quayside master plan, Basin Media Hub schematic, and Waterfront East LRT schematic. Any declarations of conflict of interest? Eric?
Yes, I will not be sitting during the Quayside. I'm not involved personally, but my firm is.
Okay, and Emily? Okay. Any others?
So I think Matthew Hickey's also,
Oh, yeah, sorry, online.
conflict
Is there any
Quayside.
conflict?
but he's
there?
not, I'm not sure if he's gonna be joining us today, actually.
I think it's got it.
He's out
Yeah.
of, okay.
All right, so noted. Okay, I guess Leon, do you want to do the updates?
Yep, yes. So, well, Paul already ran through the agenda for today, so I don't think I need to go over it again. But we have, 4 items, and we hope we can end today at around 5:15. So report back on last month's projects. Last meeting we had was actually in November 2022, because we didn't have a meeting in December. So we saw Destination Playground for schematic design. This project received full support from the panel. The consensus comments have been shared with the proponent and also the city. The team is continuing to advance the design of the playground with a focus on the contemplation garden and the integration of the indigenous design. We're also making a 1:75 model of the entire destination playground, and that will be completed in March or April. And the project is tentatively scheduled to come back with detailed design in September later this year. Also, within the destination playground, we reviewed the pavilion and dining terrace, also for schematic design. Comments have also been circulated back to the team. They are working with PFR on programming needs of the PFR room and also, overall maintenance of the building. There's a workshop scheduled in February with MBVA and LGA with Waterfront Toronto staff to continue to address panel comments and advance the design. Also, this will come back later this year, tentatively looking at September. We also reviewed Reese Street Park schematic design. So this project received a non-support from the panel. We have also a workshop scheduled, a full day workshop scheduled with the team to really look at addressing the panel comments. And they are expected to return for schematic design number 2 in April this year. And then 2 slides on York Street Park construction updates.
Sure. So we continue to advance the construction of Love Park. We are aiming for an opening this spring, probably around June. The opening will be dependent on the commissioning of the water feature, which is probably the last thing that's gonna happen, mainly because we need some warmer weather to get the water feature commissioned. You can see here in the photo, the trellis is almost complete. It took, I think, a little longer than expected, but the outcome is just amazing. Couldn't be happier with how it looks out on site. The granite install is well underway, under tents right now. A lot of the concrete has been poured at this point. Also looks fantastic. Planting is largely complete. We'll just be doing ground cover planting in the spring. before the opening. So the building, this is the building that houses the system, the pond system. We have finished the framing. I think we're starting to move out of the ground on the building. It took a while to get there, but we're starting to get out of the ground. And once that's done, we can start to connect the pond feature and get the base of the pond poured and the river rocks installed. The edge of the heart is all complete. It's really just waiting to get the plumbing in the pond so that we can start to do the finishing inside the pond. That's it.
Yep.
It's going great.
And a quick update on the first Waterfront Design Review Panel biennial report. So this report was released at the end of last year, and this is our first report. So it encompasses projects reviewed in the past 3 years between 2019 to 2021. We covered many areas of the Waterfront Toronto area. In total, we had 33 meetings and we reviewed 69 project reviews. There's a very handy map that tracks all of the different types of projects and their locations. It also summarizes all of the proponent teams, developers, architects, landscape architects, any sort of engineering, planning consultants. So it's a great sort of document that summarizes the design, the kind of value add of the panel. We also have an area of the report that summarizes the inaugural 2022 DRP panel awards that took place last year. So there's a section that just summarizes all of the nominated projects, the winners, including the Jerry statement that was, drafted by the panel members. We also have a section for panel membership, just, summarizing all of the updates and new appointments that took place in the last 3 years. A little bit on the administration. We went from really in-person meetings, and then through COVID, we went to remote and then came back to hybrid meetings, all within the span of the last 3 years. And at the end, we just have a great sort of appendix of all of the team members that appeared in front of the panel. We look forward to circulate this document with staff and all of the partners that we work with, and of course continue to use this document with proponents that are looking to come to the panel, and this serves as a great guide as to what they can expect when they bring their project out. And I think that is it for the general business updates, Paul.
Okay, so anything else, Pena?
No.
No?
No, that's great.
Okay, so we got 10 after 9, a little bit behind. So we want to open the doors and we'll bring in our guests for the first item. For King Queen Triangle. And one of you, please.
I think they're already
I
on.
think they're already here.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought there were others waiting outside. I'm sorry. Okay,
So,
all right. Emily, I know you have to excuse yourself. Okay, do you want to come up then?
Paul, actually, I think Chloe's going to be making the introduction,
Yeah.
and then the team are all remote.
I wasn't sure who was doing this. Okay,
Yeah.
my apologies, Chloe.
Don't worry. Hi, everyone. I will share my screen so you can see the slides. Here we go. So yeah, welcome everyone, and thanks for being here today. My name is Chloe Gatan, and I'm the Public Art Program Manager for Waterfront Toronto, and I'll be introducing this project, which is at Schematic Design. There we go. So just a quick recap from our last meeting. Waterfront Toronto issued an open call to Indigenous artists for artwork that would contribute towards celebrating and acknowledging historical and contemporary Indigenous visual culture as city placemaking. So the DRP panel will focus on ensuring that the landscape design supports and reinforces the artistic conception of the project and creates a strong public space. And the sculptural artworks will not be reviewed by the panel. The landscape design is subject to full PF&R, that's Parks review and approval, as well as TRCA and urban forestry approval and permitting process. And the sculptural works are subject to full review and approval by EDC, that's the culture division in the city. Just a reminder, an aerial view of the site and its context with the triangle in pink between the King, Queen, and River streets. And of course, a very unique site at the original mouth of the Don River. So the vision of this of the public art opportunity is to transform this undefined transitory area wedged between high traffic transportation corridors into a welcoming gathering space for nearby communities and the public at large. And again, just another reminder, we went through this last time, but you know, the major constraint is the flood protection landform on the site, and under no circumstances can the landform be penetrated. So everything to the right of the crest of that dark green line is the wet side, and that lies within the floodplain regulated by the TRCA. Everything to the left is the dry side, where most of the artwork can be anchored, particularly in the orange areas. The site basically has the same constraints as the wet side of Corktown Common. And again, lastly, just again, another reminder that the landscape budget for this project is really quite small. So, I think that we just all have to be mindful of, there are many things that could be done that just can't, we can't do just because of the scope. So here we are in the timeline. We're at stage 2, the DRP process at schematic design. And just to quickly address some of the comments from Issues ID last time, as Leon mentioned before, the great news is that we actually did talk to the transportation services, the Street Art, which is the team who within transportation services who commission all the murals on their sites, and they are very excited about this project. They would like to collaborate with the artist team and put out a call for muralists to do some work on those walls. So put out the call in spring, and we'll work closely with the artist team to do that. The artist team has also, since we last met with you, has done a lot of community consultation, which they will talk about in their presentation. They've thought about, perhaps slowing down the cyclists through the site, and also, thought about solutions to maximizing plant intensity and also marking the moment where you can see the dawn. So they will be addressing all those with their slides. Lastly, the areas for everyone here to consider as we move through the presentations. Some questions for you to think of. Does the landscape design successfully reinforce the overall artistic vision of the project? And is there a strong integration between the landscape and the sculptures? How does the landscape create a successful destination experience with moments of discovery and a gathering space for the public? Does the landscape design make this site more inviting and user-friendly for communities and passers-by? Does the updated design successfully address the existing site conditions and integrate the existing trees and vegetation? Does the panel support the proposing planting plan and species? And finally, does the panel support the updated path material, bench concept, and other details? And with that, I will let the artist team share their screen for their slides.
Thanks, Chloe. Ben here, if you wouldn't mind allowing me to share from my side, that'd be great.
Yeah, let me do that.
No worries. So I'm Ben Matthews. I'm the landscape designer on this project, and I'm going to kick it off to Jordan to start our presentation here. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Great.
Thanks, Ben. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. Nice to see everyone again, and thank you so much for your input in the last DRP. It was really great to see your questions and gave us some clarity of where we need to move with the overall concept and how everything's going to tie together. So just to recap, this project is led by the artist team, myself and my partner in art and life, Amy Raboff. She can't be with us on this call right now, but I'm taking it for us as a collective. So when we were developing this idea, our question was as follows. A few of our questions or research questions was, what is the history of the Don River? Who gathered here in the past? Who presently gathers here? And will gather here into the future? How do we convey a sense of community through the triangle design? When we were thinking about this, we wanted to convey that the site will speak to contemporary indigenous realities, resilience of our communities, have facing colonization and constantly changing realities that we face as humans in this time of climate, political, cultural, and social economic change. Our project is rooted in our own experience within territory in our home territories and as visitors to the territory of Toronto. We wanted to reflect on our experiences on land and water and how natural and human forces can really change and alter a landscape. So as you all know, the FPL is very highly engineered and a way to protect the city and neighboring communities from a possible future flood. And we thought about how can we tell a story as if the flood did happen and it did go above the flood protection landform, what would be left there, and how would we tell about the past, present, and future of the Indigenous people and the communities that gathered in this area. So using our experience and thinking about what can tell stories through our communities and our cultures, what could be left behind. So we used humor, we used our sense of ceremony, our sense of gathering, our sense of visiting within our own practices to create this beautiful and inviting space that can be a destination for visitors to come see this beautiful part of town, as well as think about our presence within the city of Toronto and within this territory that we live today. Next image, Ben. So when we were trying to tell this narrative, and Ben will jump in as well with this, we started thinking about how landforms and landscapes have changed over time and how the natural environment can tell a story in its own way, and how can we lean on that natural storytelling, such as storm racks and debris, of talking about time, passing of time, of location, of history, and not only in natural histories, but manufactured histories, like you see here, as many people are probably familiar with the Leslie Street Spit and how that manufactured history kind of comes into play. The wooden trash that gets accumulated along the Don River, as you can see when you go by every single day, and what kind of narratives those tell. So we looked at all these different aspects and how they shape and form the land around the people that visit, and how over time the Don River has changed. And Ben will jump in here and explain a little bit more about this history that I'm sure you're all familiar with, but we'll recap.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. So yeah, just these were sort of themes that we touched on last time. So we just wanted to remind you that we are still keeping these in mind as we progress the design. You're looking at, again, the sort of straightening of the Don and sort of the impacts to the city that came through that, and we've sort of started to undo these channelizations. So thinking about sort of sedimentation, natural flows, storm rack, the telling of histories through the shapes of the site. Just to remind us where we are, pulling back out, seeing the lake, of course, and us on the Don River. So quite close to the river itself, in fact, on the upper banks, to just east of us. However, on site today, fairly unrecognizable that you are a part of this riverine system. So this is these are some views of where we were last time we all met together. And since then, and Alexis can speak to this, we've done a few things. So Alexis, do you want to give us a quick update?
Yeah, great. So we had a very dense visit to Toronto to engage with the community and also get some work done in real life with our supportive design team, the engineering team. So we did community consultation, West Doglands Committee, which, if some of you are familiar, include a plethora of invested community and neighbor representatives. And we had a very informative session with Anishinaabe Health Toronto, who are relocating to a campus very close to our site. And they shed light on the fact that our site is connected to a larger art walk out kind of the Corktown area, and also Indigenous storytelling connection that's through that art walk. We built back end resources that we got from that. And comment, Ben, I don't know if you'd like to just touch on kind of what was covered in the Meenacomic meeting.
Yeah, sure. We met with Shelley from Meenacomic and discussed the site at large, and we'll speak to this a little bit in this presentation, but sort of bringing a deeper reading to the plantings and thinking about sort of species selection in a really intelligent way that speaks to not only kind of resilience in ecologies, but also about telling a story, a cultural story.
And if I can add to, as we came out of that meeting, just meeting with Shelley, it really informed how we were going to visually tie together the natural landscape, the landscaping with the artwork. So that was really informative and a beautiful way to speak with Shelley.
And then, so overall, as I mentioned, we also met with our design collaborators, our full engineering team on site, and then our primary design team got to spend time together on site and really establish some problem solving and some contextual learning. And then we also got to visit with our fabricator within their workshop and get a sense of the space and time and materiality of our work. Overall, the reception from the community members was so great. And truly the West Donlands Committee even came up with some really interesting ideas and feedback for us that we're excited to share. And they also really joined in the spirit of ownership over the site and sharing the responsibility for the site, and very much enthusiastically sharing our ideas for the site. So we couldn't have asked for a better trip.
Thanks, Alexis.
Yeah.
So just quickly, and we'll come back to this in more detail, but this is the site plan as of today. Again, the Don River's on the east side, the greater downtown to the west. We're at River at the junction of Queen and King, and then you'll see the sort of lighter dashed line sort of halfway through the site, which denotes the FPL crest, so the crest of that flood protection landform. Just a view without the trees, and we'll get more into the layout and planting here in a second. I think a lot of what we'll talk about today relates to these prompts from the last DRP, and we discussed these quickly already, but really kind of focusing on maximizing the planting intensity, particularly at that western portion of the site. Of course, referencing the local riparian palette, connecting to the river. And then, starting to really allow the artwork and planting to gel, looking at the shapes of landform, of topography, of the sort of density and wildness of vegetation, and then really marking that crest line in a way to help to broadcast the greater the river valley. So, I mean, firstly, of course, we were thinking about color as it relates to the sculpture and Jordan and Amy's work as well. And the first thing, of course, is to look at the sort of blooming of wildflowers. We were inspired by the sort of process of Burle Marx, and although he was sort of the painter and landscape architect, we sort of taken on this back and forth between us three, where thinking about things sort of in detail, but then the macro and kind of coming at the site as a painting canvas, which we can speak to a bit more later in the presentation. Of course, as we spoke about those sort of initial conversations with Shelley, and then hoping to have further conversations with other stakeholders, starting to really think about plants not just as their ecological value or their aesthetic value, but starting to tell a story through these plantings that is more cultural. Thinking about plants and how they can really kind of reveal a history in the same way that landform or sort of the sedimentation can reveal a history. And we were taken by, you're probably all familiar, this sort of ancient seeds that were found in the Portlands project, which were these bulrush and cattails that have now been planted, and you're kind of connecting to this history a century ago and sort of remaking the sort of marsh areas through this replanting. So these plants are connecting you to a past. Also looking at, again, like the sort of the cultural value of plants. This is a planting plan from Minokamek of the Portlands area and the sort of naturalization of the dawn. Thinking about tree species in this case and how you know, these would be native to this area in particular, but also, of course, would have these sort of second and third readings culturally, ceremonially, spiritually, and so on. So starting to talk about that. If you look at the site today, this is an arborist report done by the TRCA. The trees are largely non-native, columnar white oak. There is a single silver maple, and then these black locusts as well, which are naturalized in Ontario. So not a particularly Ontario landscape. So, you know, thinking like, what would this want to be? Of course, it's part of the Carolinian forest. And how can we start to think about bringing back, not the forest, but the forest patch, the sort of upper crest of the river? How can this really start to feel natural, even though it is unnatural? With those conversations we had with the Don River associations, we also started to speak about pollinators and, of course, thinking about plants that would not only perhaps feed us in terms of picked species, but also the native fauna. Imagining thinking about that sort of canvas as if these sculptures were sort of the seed to a coloration of the landscape. Thinking about hitting this site at a certain time of year and being swept away by pinks, not only in perhaps one of the sculptures, but that it lands in a carpet of color, perhaps coneflower, or coreopsis, or lupin, that there's these colors of red in the shoulder seasons of sumac. Trying to extend the sculpture beyond what is sort of generally thought of as sculpture, the steel, the lighting, into the landscape itself, that they start to sort of blur the lines between each other. So these were some first kind of sketch illustrations of that. In this case, looking at the flamingo sculpture, perhaps sitting in this bed of wildflowers and hitting it in the right season, you might kind of squint your eyes and just see this carpet of pink as three-dimensional shape extending from it. We've started to think about too, and this kind of looking back to this sort of larger gesture seen from the air at sort of beadwork and iconography that you might find in footwear of this region and Canada at large. Jordan, perhaps you could speak to this quickly.
Sure. Yeah. So Amy and I looked at local communities and the commonality of footwear, like Ben said, across nations, across Turtle Island, and it's always came down to the moccasin in this forum. A lot of times in the territory that we're going to be creating, very triangular. So working with our own understanding of beadwork, and Amy is a beadwork artist herself, looking at creating this landscape, these landforms with color blocks to really reference and pull from the history of moccasins from our respective nations. So using that as the aerial as a way to tell stories, and like Ben said, having the sculpture as the seeds to really extend out with these beautiful blocks, colors, and patterns.
Thanks, Jordan. We aren't going to be able to have this sort of pop of color, this investment in planting throughout the site because of, as Chloe mentioned, the limited budget. And so we are targeting our primary investment to above that FPL crest. We are, in any case, limited to our interventions below the FPL crest because of the strict regulations. And so we're thinking about ways in which we can still extend this sort of feeling of the river to those lower reaches. And we talked a little bit about last time we all met, but thinking about just sort of micro reliefs in the topography that could allow for the natural pooling of water and a seeding program. Not unlike what was done previously here. There was seeding that was done in this area to create the sort of dry meadow. However, the maintenance of the area meant that the plants didn't go to seed. And so we have today this sort of single species or few species mix, and it's largely lawn. But given the right circumstances, the right seeding and the maintenance, this could become something much fuller and much more natural. So starting to think about the planting strategy, this is still conceptual, but that you see these sort of in text on the left-hand side, the sculpture locations, who are colored in these very sort of bold colors. And again, imagining that certain times of year, there's actually these carpets that extend beyond them. We were just talking this week too about sort of how this planting plan would change, how the experience of the site would change throughout the season, coming from the spring seasons right until the fall, and that the sort of shapes that we are starting to trace across the planting areas would also change in relation to the sort of bloom schedule. Looking at this is a very sort of preliminary draft of the species mixes, and we can speak a little bit more about this, but it's largely sort of pioneering species in those planted areas, and thinking about how this can almost act as a successional forest over time, phasing out the existing non-native trees and really starting to build this sort of multi-tiered forest condition in this small but bountiful area. Looking at the tree additions and removals, those lighter green circles with a sort of strike through them are the existing trees. We're trying to keep as many as we can because although they are non-native, they're providing some nice sort of cover to the area, and we want this to feel quite full and exciting as you meet this crest. Then we'll be augmenting it with those sort of natural species that will over time sort of overtake. The greens, the red circles are the trees we are removing at this point. This will all be reviewed, of course, by the TRCA as well. And there are trees that are closer to the FPL crest that may need to be removed in addition to the ones we're showing here. There is a sort of a 2.5 meter offset from that crest line that is more highly engineered, and you'll see today there are actually trees within that zone. So, we're thinking about how we can really start to have a successful forest patch, and looking at sort of ways in which we can amend the soil, either by removal and replacement, but also through sort of natural processes, we might begin to get some better soil in sight. Today, the soil is kind of inorganic and needs a lot of help. So, looking through decomposition and sort of these successional patterns to create better soil, looking at these multi-tiered forests that you would be familiar with, the Miyawaki method and other sort of mixed forest approaches we've been considering as well. Another thing is like really, and we talked about this last time, but just getting more into it is like how to feel the river here. This is on the left-hand side, an image of the Don River mouth as it would have been centuries ago. This is that sort of marshy condition of cattails and bulrush. And of course, we're on an upper bank. There isn't a tremendous amount of water, but we still want to sort of reference and make that connection to this condition. Looking on the left-hand side here, we see sort of farther up the Don River, you start to see these rocky shoals and shores, which folks used to enjoy for swimming. It's starting to make its way back south and become more naturalized. There's been sort of more kind of architectural interpretations of this elsewhere in the neighborhood, but we're trying to think about how we can bring sort of this natural feel to the area that sort of is a counterpoint to the artwork. Looking at dry ponds in particular and stone as a way to sort of display a feeling of water without the presence of water. Of course, a dry pond in a larger storm event would accumulate a bit of water, but most of the time it's really just sort of feeling like that dry stream bed or riverbed. Just some initial images of what that might feel like. In this case, the canoe for most of the days would be on our left-hand side in this sort of bed with a small depression of gravel and stone. And then in these larger events, you would have this sort of couple inches of water that would begin to accumulate. This speaks to also this continuing idea of like the sort of blurring of edges. And so using water as a reflective mechanism to sort of extend these sort of pops of color into the ground and connecting to the sky as well. And how that might feel really amazing through the seasons. In terms of like sort of feeling that riverine system as well, we've started to look at the paving again. We talked about resin bound last time. We're now, because of some budget constraints, considering chip seal, which is essentially an asphaltic system that has this sort of granular on top of it. It's been used in this case at Brooklyn Bridge Park for a bike trail. It is, it's an accessible surface, but it does have a texture to it, which would sort of cause you to slow down if you're on a bike. It sort of, as it says in this sort of top quote, it isn't deep or loose, but it'll definitely add a new element to your ride. So thinking about this texture, not only for its aesthetic connection to the river, but also as a way to sort of slow folks down as they come through the triangle. Quickly, just looking at the grading, drainage, and stormwater, we're relatively kind of tied in here because of the edges of the site and the FBL crest itself. So the crest is at, it has a high point of 82.19. And then of course, River Street and King Street are what they are at 80.5. And so we're actually sloping down quite quickly at 5% to the street from that high point. And you'll see on the east side of that high point, even more quickly at 12%. To that 78.5 at the far right corner. So unfortunately, that eastern side of the site is not technically accessible today. The sort of crosshatch areas you'll see there in this site plan are the absorptive areas, so those dry ponding areas. The largest of which is this low point sort of near River Street, which would be the most significant dry pond zone. It would also be the location of the flamingo sculpture, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And then there's sort of these swale conditions on either side of the planting systems from which the mounds start to drain to. And also there are some cross slopes on these walkways that would bring water to these zones. And those would have those sort of rocky feeling to their edges as well. Just looking quickly at two sections. The topmost section is looking basically cut east to west through the site down the pathway. And so you'll see on the right hand side, there's that sort of area of those dry meadow plantings, the potential mural on that bridge abutment. And then as you sort of come over the FPL crest, you get this crescendo of sort of forest condition, the native plantings, the sort of more kind of mineral feeling of the ground, these depressions of stone and sometimes water, and then sort of these timber seats as you approach River Street. The the bottom section is cutting sort of north-south through those larger mounds and the sort of paved walkway surface in between. You'll notice that the sculptures are founded with helical piers. This is looking like the sort of the most viable solution rather than sort of a more traditional footing, given the soil types in the area. This will allow us to really sort of pin these in well over time. So working with Blackwell on this sort of conceptual approach at the moment. And you'll see too on the bottom-most section, and we'll talk to this in a few slides, but there's an idea of, you know, walking around these planting areas for the most part, but then hopefully getting into one. On this southeast mound, we're talking about a stone scramble that would bring you up to its peak, where you would find one of the sculptures and be able to sort of circumambulate it and sort of sit within the plantings and have this sort of more contemplative experience away from the rest of the park. Again, just sort of overlaying those areas of accessibility. So the existing asphalt path is the blue coloration below the FPL crest. We're looking at creating some sort of explorer paths, given some conversations we need to have with TRCA below that FPL crest. So these might be sort of stepstone paths that lead you into this meadow-like condition. And then above the FPL crest, that reddy pink coloration is that chip seal paving, which would be completely accessible. And then its center, that sort of dry pond area, all at 5% or less. And then you see this dashed line on in the sort of south eastern mound, which denotes this idea of this stone scramble and clearing at the top of this mound. And really the feeling of the clearing, you know, on the left-hand side, we see these step stones. The feeling of this, of course, we're not going to get this experience that you would get within a forest, but that there might be sort of a thinning of trees and planting here that allows you to have this sort of inner world condition. Again, it's kind of thinking about how to blur the edges between the sculpture and the ground and also provide lighting throughout the park. We've been talking about perforations in the steel and how they might, of course, provide like a glow of lighting, but also how they might become overtaken by planting over time and how sort of green might start to find its way through the crevices and come and start to grow up the sculptures in an interesting way. And also thinking about how those perforations actually become perhaps hosts to other beings in the park. So depending on the size, whether they're birds or insects, that the sculptures might really start to be overtaken by the natural world. The lighting is largely aesthetic. As we discussed last time, there is enough security lighting provided by the streets themselves. And so thinking about sort of soft light within the plantings and the sculptures to provide that sort of really warm feeling at night. And thinking about how that starts to emanate from the sculptures themselves, not unlike the planting sort of seated at these points and drifting outwards. How can the light start to spread outwards from the sculptures? The benches which sit around the dry pond, we're thinking how these start to feel like sort of the snags of wood or the driftwood that you would find in the river itself. We're particularly drawn to these top two right images and the sort of roughness and sort of massiveness of these pieces of furniture. Thinking about, you know, really just taking a piece of timber and a chainsaw and really making something kind of simple but beautiful, comfortable, but sort of backdrop still to the beautiful sculptures that will be. But also we've been thinking about how these objects themselves can become seating. And so thinking of the ergonomics of these shapes, that they might allow someone to approach and touch them and climb them and sit on them. So these are all sort of things we've been discussing recently. Jordan's going to give you a quick update on the sculptures, and then we will open it up to discussion.
Thanks, Ben. So as of right now, we've selected our sculptures. To this point, we're going to be working with our fabricator to see the possibility and of the production, but as well some examples of the scale, colors that we're going to be looking at, and working with the planting and available plants. We're actually going to be possibly pulling some Pantone, some colors from the physical attributes of the plants themselves. So, for example, the yellow that's here right now, P14U for the match, might actually be closer to an actual plant that we would be using to mask the area. Here's also some lighting solutions that we're working with our lighting engineers, and it's some actual examples that have been rendered up by one of our renderers to show examples of what the sculptures will look like at night, as well as how they might look throughout the space itself. So at this point, we're working through scale, we're working through conversations, and we're really excited to see how these sculptures fit within the landscape and how they will extend from the landscape and be seeds, as Ben mentioned before, to really be a spot to gather, sit on, visit with, and be part of conversations within the city and for the communities around. So thank you very much.
Okay, is that the conclusion of the presentation?
It is, yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much for that. So let's go into our usual format of questions first from panel. Let's start off with Nina Marie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have one question. The pit and mound strategy, which is an interesting and contemporary, as well as very old idea, is a good one. Just wondering if you could confirm whether you're talking about using existing pits from fallen trees, a dead snag, for example, or whether that's a carving suggestion, or is it inspirational?
It's, yeah, the snags would be inspirational. It's more so that we would need to kind of literally take a shovel and kind of texturize the surface and allow for that sort of microtopography.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Fatty.
Thank you. Just one quick question. So you've got a different material, like the crush, I think it's like a kind of crushed stone on one edge, and then it transitions from the other edge of the FPL crust to paving. Is there anything that could hold it back from eroding down the hill when it rains, or is it like glued in place, or is it loose? How are you thinking about that material transition?
Yeah, thanks, Fadi. The chip seal is quite stable. The areas of swailing dry pond would be a looser stone, but those occur in depressions, so shouldn't track across significantly. And then the FBL crest itself would be that sort of unnatural barrier, given it's a high point. So wouldn't expect water to flow that direction.
David?
No questions for me.
No questions, okay. Pat?
No questions.
No? Bridget?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, I understand the crest and the inability to do a lot in that zone, but the shift from asphalt to your paving, are there other opportunities that you have to blur those boundaries and to make them more one space? I mean, the line is there, but I would say you're kind of reinforcing the line. Are there other solutions that you explored?
I think that's a great comment, and it's something that we've admittedly been struggling with, and I think there does need to be a better sort of switch between the two conditions. Right now it is quite blunt, so would love any suggestions from the panel.
Okay, I'm sure there probably might be. Okay, Eric.
I wasn't quite clear because one of the question is about the bench, and I wasn't quite clear what the bench design was. I know there was some aspiration idea, but was there any more specific at this point?
Yeah, we don't have a specific detail at the moment, but I speak to it quickly. It's quite simple, I think. It's sort of massive timbers that are then carved in a manner to soften them. We've talked about bringing on a local artist to help build these, and then they would be secured in place with a shallow foundation or the same system of the helical piers. So yeah, details to follow, but trying to keep it quite simple and sort of we've got a lot going on with the planting and the sculpture, and so they want to be backdrop and not too sculptural.
And if I can add, Ben, we
yeah, of course.
discussed quickly about having that when I spoke about the shape of the beadwork and whatnot, for those to be part of that as well. The shape of the benches will actually blend in a little bit smoother with the shape of the possible beadwork patterns that we're planning. So they would be very natural in terms of how they're placed and wouldn't quite stand out. But as Ben said, they would kind of sit back in the background.
There was thank you. There was on the previous time you came, there was some illustration showing that, you know, the reserve areas for maintenance vehicle, like right on the plaza. And has that, I haven't seen any, you know, just trying to understand the relationship between when people come do maintenance, how do they take the space or not, or has the thinking evolved there, or is it still what it was previously?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of, there's not any place that they could be other than, I think, where we proposed previously, which is those zones near River Street at the opening of those two pathways. You'd need to pull over there if you needed your truck on site. Otherwise, there's not really the space for it without blocking flows through. It would be our preference that they parked on the street at King or Queen, but we realize that may not be possible given the streetcar and otherwise.
And does the materials for the ground then chosen, like, you know, how do they perform with, you know,
Yeah, the chip seal is great to drive on. You would have, we can give examples of that. The Brooklyn Bridge Park, for example, they have, you know, larger trucks, maintenance trucks that would be driving over that with no damage to the system. It's an asphalt system, really, and so it's quite hardy.
And your last question, your lighting strategy, so you have some, I'm not quite clear about what it is exactly, but it looks like there is some illumination of some of the object, maybe some lighting that are within the highlighting landscape zone. Is the rest otherwise like part of this, maybe can you just elaborate a little bit about the thinking? Because like it wasn't quite clear to me.
Yeah, the lighting is either interior to the sculptures and emanating outwards through perforations, or we're also exploring resin in the case of the match. And then several of the sculptures would have washes, so those would be from LED strips sort of embedded within recesses of the sculptures. But in terms of the path lighting, the lighting levels are such that it's not required to have additional poles or LEDs within this area. So it's really about creating those sort of moments of interest in the landscape rather than any kind of security needs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jana?
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question. It's about the consultation you had with respect to the medicinal gardens and plantings. Has there been any discussion to deepen that relationship between the site and the local Indigenous communities with respect to gathering the medicinal plants and using that as a place to cure them or other things to do with those plants?
Yeah, I can't speak too specifically about it because it's not, we haven't settled it yet, but we are speaking with someone who has done sort of workshops with Indigenous youths to actually plant sort of these respiratory landscapes, and he's done a lot of work sort of bringing back sort of native species, both as for their ecological value, but like you're saying, the medicinal sort of reading. So hoping that we can get somewhere with that and really start to involve folks in this project, not just at this initial stage of outreach, but that we kind of have an ongoing program for outreach that starts here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Okay, we'll go to our guests that are remote. Jeff, are you there? No?
Hey, Paul.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Yeah,
Any
my
questions, Jeff?
only real question is we talk about maintenance service area and what's going on under that the overpass, and is there opportunity to sort of build off Bayview more of a maintenance service area down at that end instead of off River and King? Has that been considered at all? Thanks.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of space under there at the moment. It's a little underused space there. I guess it's quite a walk up to the upper side. So I think I'm not sure somebody would bring a wheelbarrow up and down that hill. But that would be optimal because there is the space for it down there. So particularly for that lower reach, I think definitely that could be a location. And then perhaps if there's sort of like what we were just talking about, an ongoing program of planting, like seasonal planting, perhaps there is sort of areas in that zone that could support that. So you could have tools or whatnot stored in that lower area that could support those sort of youth programs ongoing.
Okay, thanks. Kevin?
No questions, thank you.
Hey, Betsy?
No questions, thank you.
Oh, okay, great. I think we've got everyone covered. So let's move to comments. I'll start off again with Nina Marie.
Thank you. Very detailed. I respect the small site and budget, but it's a very important and significant site that you've noted. I really appreciate the Indigenous informed design, but I would echo one of the questions of another panel colleague that for what you're proposing, I think the connection materially to local Indigenous seed supply will really anchor and ground this project, also in a way that is not only culturally meaningful, but also cost effective. A partnership where you're growing out seed and connecting it materially over time, I think is quite meaningful given your intentions. The winter views are important. I appreciate there was one image that I saw with a winter view. This small site can be pretty windswept, and it'll be nice to see it develop. And one of the ways to do so will be, as you've suggested, or at least inferred, with standing dead material over the winter, particularly from the perennial gardens for the sake of pollination, overwintering habitat, the kinds of values that you've articulated. But that will need, I think, careful maintenance agreements, both with Parks and Forestry, as well as the TRCA. It would be really nice to see a small, agile project like this carry on some real cultural meaning as well as ecological benefit. I think that's entirely possible given the Indigenous centered design. Overwintering the dead materials will allow you, of course, to achieve many of your soil replenishment goals, as well as providing structure and habitat. It's cost effective. It's not difficult to do, but it will be, from a maintenance point of view, let's just say a prototype maybe, or another level of evolution. We'll also need interpretation, of course, because these areas tend to look a little messy according to public perception. Thank you very much. I appreciate the work.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm supportive of the updated design. I think it's maybe slightly ambitious for the budget, but because of its size, I would be maybe a little bit careful about which features need to be pronounced and central and which ones don't. So for example, the dry pond, because of its size, if it does not seem more pronounced, more intentional, it might end up looking like a puddle, right? Due to the budget. So start to really think about which pieces and which features are kind of critical and which ones are mostly supportive of the sculptures. I think the most successful part of the design is the relationship of the landscape to the sculptures in this iteration versus the previous one. So I'm really excited to see this improvement. I think it's a lot stronger because of that integration. Also, not to mention the sculptures are really interesting and very cool, and I really like how they're going to be placed on the site. So that coordination is really critical. And then just one really quick last piece about the planting. I'm thinking also, this is literally a traffic triangle in some ways, and wild urban plants are gonna, we like to call them weeds, but all other kinds of plants that are hardy and successful in an urban environment are going to take over, whether we like it or not. So I think one other thing to think about is, even though we're trying to cultivate, just like Nina Marie was saying, some more intentionality with the Indigenous seeds and all other kinds of things, it's the reality of a super urban place, wild plants, as Peter Del Tredici likes to call cosmopolitan species, will take over. So absent a huge budget of constant maintenance, spontaneous urban vegetation will take over, especially if there's places for seeds to gather, as you have proposed. So just to keep that in mind, that the succession and management of the planting will take time and will have a life of its own. And I would think about that as part of the design. Can goldenrods be the yellow versus some other plant that you have to manage? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patty. David.
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation. I like Fadi and Nina Marie, I support this design vision as presented today. And I guess what I'm envisioning that the landscape here is really very much part of the installation. So I'm seeing the landscape as an installation in itself to support the artwork. And I'm imagining, as Jordan described, that it's a condition where the river has somehow overflowed the flood protection landform and deposited all of this material here. And I think, which is really a beautiful vision in my mind. I know this part of the valley very well, and it is a kind of messy condition when the river overflows its banks. Things turn up that weren't there before from further upriver, as you've said, man-made or natural. But in my mind as well, despite that kind of messiness, I do think that that the details of the installation, of landscape installation, are going to be really critical, so that, for example, the edges are very deliberate. It's not a kind of unchoreographed installation. I think it really needs to be very carefully detailed and designed to be successful, especially with such a small area. I also think that it's a very important site as a gateway, not only to the Don River, but to Corktown Common. Initially, this site was designed as a gateway to the park itself. It ties into the flood protection landform on the north side of, on the west side of Bayview. And so it really is a gateway to the park. And I think some of the cues for planting and material distribution should reference the park, because it is a kind of moment, Corktown Common, at Queen and King here. I appreciate the addition of the small paths and seating on the dry side, and some of the thoughts in terms of the micro grading and whatnot. So thank you for that, and also the reference to Roberto Brady Marks. While he was a very obviously contemporary, very choreographed landscape architect, there wasn't very much messiness as I see his work at all. But the reference to his spectacular planting strategies, I appreciate integrated with the art. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Pat? Comments?
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. A little bit similar to my comments from the last time. Could you go to slide 36? I can see that there's sort of more thinking about the art pieces and what that means in terms of coloration and all of that, but I still feel like I'm missing. This shows the position of the work, but it doesn't really show the scale of it. So I'd be really interested to know how large that canoe is along that path, what the size of the smudge ball is. I think this is schematic design, so the actual, really how the plant material sits up against the work is super important. Like it would answer questions like, can you walk up to the smudge bowl, or do you have to walk through plantings to view the smudge bowl? Can you touch these sculptures, or are you kept away from them because you don't want to mess with the planting? That's something I'd really like to see. And then, I mean, it's great that you've started to talk about how these pieces are founded. I'm assuming they're metal. I guess they're probably galvanized and then powder coated, right? So they're pretty impervious to moisture. Every time you make a perforation, though, that just to keep it in mind, you're going to allow for an opportunity for rust to come in if you're thinking about how you might illuminate the bottoms of these. But if the sculptures are absolutely kind of impervious to water and moisture, and I'm kind of like that ridge beam, I either sort of want it to be more blurred or I want it to be more extreme. I'm wondering, and I'm also wondering whether all of the pieces are sort of crowded on the sort of that end of the site. So is there a way of thinking about taking one or two of those pieces and flipping them to the other side, because they could be flood tolerant? And it would be a way of sort of extending the kind of, I mean, I think these pieces are amazing, and it would be nice to be able to sort of see them and walk up to them. I think that's comments.
Great, thank you. Bridget.
So this is a really important site. I walk by here every day to and from work, and I know exactly what goes on in this park day and night, and it is a really challenging location in the city, but so important because there really is not the presence of the dawn. I had a lot of trouble with your presentation because there was, for me, a really big disconnect between the aspirational images you showed and the reality of what you're actually doing in the project. Didn't have the benefit of the previous presentation, and I had a really hard time trying to understand what you were actually doing, because I see pictures of the High Line, I see pictures from all over the world, and yet I know this is like a postage stamp size piece with a very limited budget and a super set of challenging issues all around it. So I think you need to really be more clear, and I know this is a kind of early stage, but as you move forward, there's really a sifting out of what you're actually doing versus what you hope to be doing. And I think that that's really important in terms of future presentations to this committee. I was a bit shocked that given this site, topography is everything, and there was actually not one section. Going from the river to the river street to the river, the Bayview extension, to understand that journey from the bottom up, from the top down, is kind of part of your job. And so I don't actually really think you should present this without showing sections. You should also be showing sections along River Street, because the massing on the Humane Society side is really different than the River City side. It's a big scale shift between the condos on the south side and, you know, Humane Society is like a one and a half story building. So you're kind of wedged in between that. And I think that your plant material really has to think about that urban site and context that it is situated in. And I feel like it's very focused on the territory of your site, but you really need to think about the urban situation that it's located in. Topography is key because Queen and King are rising upward to the peak of the triangle, and then you have the streetcars going in different directions. So I feel like that would really help you to think about the choices of plant material, the location of artwork. Seems to me like it is a really small space. I don't know if you've ever sat and had lunch there or spent any time there, but it feels to me like there are way too many art pieces for what is a very tiny space. And I think Pat's comment is really well seen, because they could be teeny and a lot of them are okay, or they could be big and they don't quite fit in scale. So I'm just really struggling to understand scale in this project, because I kind of know how my physical experience being there, and then I can't quite reconcile that with the presentation. Then there are things like garbage cans, seating, maintenance, which I think was a really great point that Thady brought up, because it's so neglected right now. And so any landscape will be so welcome. It'll make such a difference. But I also know, you know, in this neighborhood that the parks are not looked after right now by the city. And you have this kind of really weird dotted line between TRCA lands versus, you know, City of Toronto lands. I really think that you have to work harder on the wedge that is on the lower side and find ways, even in a flood, to make it feel like a bigger triangle. And I know it's tricky. I know there are all kinds of technical limitations, but when you were describing like the kind of the flow of color of the kind of plant material, a kind of a field of pink, I feel like if you don't consider that other part of the triangle, you ain't going to do it with the little piece that is actually next between River, King, and Queen. You really need to find ways to extend visually the kind of impact of the site by actually having it read like it goes down to meet the dawn, within all the constraints that you have to deal with. And the issue of flood perviousness is for sure a criteria, but I think you guys are creative and you can find ways to kind of blur those boundaries. Like when I see asphalt on one side and your really nice paving material on the other, I feel like that for me really accentuates the disconnect between municipal jurisdictions. And when you're a citizen walking around, that doesn't really matter to you. Like it is irrelevant who TRCA is and who City of Parks Department is. You're reading it as a complete triangle, regardless of all of these restrictions that we're very aware of. So I think you have to work harder at kind of making that really read like a triangle that comes down to meet the dawn. And I really don't know how you can do that without doing sections. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thanks very much, Bridget. Let's see, Janet?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting, and I'm big fans of the artists and the rest of the team. So I have great faith that it's going to work out. I would support Pat and Bridget's comments specifically, so I won't reiterate those. It strikes me that one of the really interesting potential ideas here is to really lean into the Indigenous knowledge framework with respect to the planting, and that this is not just a formal exercise of color blocking, but rather that this is a productive landscape that requires tending, maintenance, curing, gathering, processing, and that other part of the site that is really, right now it's bifurcated between what you can work on and what you can't work on. And perhaps the way to liberate yourself from that is to think about the site as a whole, and that there are areas, I don't know what's involved in gathering, but maybe there's laying of tarps, maybe there's ceremonies. I don't know, but I think that there's a really great opportunity in thinking about this site as a whole from an Indigenous framework and see what that can provide for you to work within the constraints of the flooding, but still make a coherent triangular park that has a whole variety of amenity. Thanks.
Thank you. Go to our guests online. Jeff, any comments? Are you there?
I think, listen, I think it's a really interesting project, and I'm not actually that worried about the scale. I think there's definitely a lot of stuff in here, but I kind of like the fact that then it becomes sculpturally dominant. You know, it's a really small parquet, and it's not something where you're going to go in and get lost necessarily and stumble across an art piece. It's like the art is going to be right there the minute you walk in. But, you know, I think there's a lot of unfortunate challenges around the separation of the two sides, and that's a reality. You know, maybe tactically, you know, some of the path transition ideas, you know, something simple. You showed the scene, the path example precedent from Brooklyn, where you had this sort of granite speed bumps in the path. Maybe continuing those granite speed bumps, if you could insert those into the asphalt portion of the pathway, maybe that sort of carries that that look and feel through and continues to provide, you know, speed control, maybe even where it's more necessary on the paved part of the path lower down. But you know, that needs a little bit of work. But otherwise, I think, you know, I'm pretty excited about the project overall. The only, maintenance is going to be an issue with city. Security is going to be an issue, you know, with, you know, some of the, just some of the visibility through the site. But, you know, I'm kind of more inclined to push the design as good design and push the city to do a better job taking care of it than to subtract from the quality of the design because of, you know, deficiencies on the maintenance side. That's just my opinion. I think it's a pretty good site. Maybe through some of the community relationships you've developed through your consultation, there's opportunities to take more active, volunteer participation in the maintenance of the space. Some of the planning programs. I mean, some of that more animation, more engagement in the community. Maybe it doesn't just fall on sort of city staff to maintain the aesthetic and the quality of the space, and that there's community groups who can get involved a little bit more actively as well, and we can be creative that way. But you know, I like the design overall and the complexity. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but I encourage you to keep going down that path. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks very much. You know, I just want to express my empathy to the design team. This is such a challenging project. But I guess what I would like to comment upon is I was very touched by the image of the family and the child overlooking one of the sculptures, and there's a soft light emanating from the sculpture itself. And I guess what I would like to encourage is that as kind of caring and moving as that image was, I think Bridget mentioned it also, that there was a kind of a, you know, again, I loved it and I love the sensitivity of it, but probably the context around that image in reality would perhaps change a bit of that, of the softness and the gentleness of that of that lighting. And you mentioned earlier that we have all the kind of security lighting and required illumination from external sources or city lighting. So I guess what I'm saying is that in order to really kind of reach or deliver that level of kind of attention at night, I think maybe there could be just a bit more consideration of that external light that might kind of sort of diminish that amazing moment. So having said that, if there's some experimentation with the type of lighting for that sculpture at night, I know you've said it's really about contrast and mood. It'd be very low intensity, and I would encourage that. But if there is any kind of spotlighting, I would also encourage you to sort of just make sure that even if it is low intensity, we're not beaming it anywhere around to the neighbors. So making sure that we occlude the sources of light, making sure it's indirect, making sure that it's soft. I would just sort of encourage those two things. So understanding that if there is a lot of ambient light, are we really getting the type of experience that you're suggesting? And maybe there's a little bit of a mock-up at night, understanding the illumination that's there. And then when you're doing it, I'm encouraging you just to make sure that even though it might be soft, if there's any point lights or direct lights, that they could be, they could be a nuisance for neighbors if we're not careful where we point it. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Betsy.
Hi, thank you. I strongly support the comments made by the panel, and I really strongly support the project. It's going to allow this park to essentially be seen for the first time by so many people. One small thing would be to ensure that in your budget, you have fencing that can go in around all the plantings for kind of quite a long time, let's say, as they get established. It's a process that's been happening throughout a lot of the parks in the waterfront, and it really helps a lot of the delicate plant material strengthen before the general public and animals and things are allowed to kind of romp over them. So that would just be my only additional comment. It's been a good set of comments and a really great presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's everyone. I'm gonna...
Bedford?
Oh, you forgot me? I thought, how could I ever forget Eric? I'm sorry. I think you're the last.
I'm the last one. That's okay. Well, thank you for that presentation. I think there's, I won't repeat some of the comments from my colleague, but there's thing with the presentation shows that there's a lot of ideas, and I think that, and I think it can probably, there is and I don't quite get a sense yet of how the whole thing comes together. And I think it's because I think we need to see, we talked about scales, we talked about how the placement of things, but, I think the presentation over the pages, we see a few plan views and very little detail. So I think when you come back, we need to see, a lot more details, the placement of objects, some three-dimensional, some little sketches, because frankly, it's hard to imagine how all the pieces are all coming together, and to be able to understand, from a seasonal perspective, the color, the background. I mean, like I said, there's lots of ideas. I think it's like, how does it all come together? The one part that we talked about at the last session was how do you imagine the place as what's the sense of place? You mentioned about sense of gathering, and it does still feels of a place of transition, of travel through. And I would, I think that for me is the dry pond area, which I think has a lot of opportunity in terms of opening up the views, opening up the sight lines, thinking that the area along river, that area there could be, I think they can go a little bit further in how to think about that space. Right now, it just feels about 2 corridor, but I'm thinking that the area should be thought about as space, that, it's and reimagining. I'm a little bit nervous that, that also creates some impediment to sight line looking in different direction. I think the neighborhoods has sometimes some challenges with the maintenance, with the at night. So I think thinking about how you treat that area to the west is quite critical. And I, as opposed to a series of travel path, that maybe there is a bit more about thinking about what's the area there? What's the place where the community can come together? It's a small space, but how can it come together and maybe be more than what it is today? The benches, I think, I do agree with you, looking at the bench as a more of a back, because, you've got a lot of sculpture, lots of object, lots of things. I think the bench, yeah, you don't want to overdo it. I think it's something that is that needs to contribute to the sense of coherence across the entire triangle. The pieces, yeah, I think I think the way the maintenance is going to occur here and where the vehicles are parking, I think that needs to continue to be explored further. And I don't know what's the timing of that, but I'm glad that I heard that the treatments of the walls are going to be something that will be included as part of, maybe not as part of this scope, but it's something in the future. I think it's a critical piece because the thinking about the treatment of the wall and as well as the horizontal plane, to me, will be, needs to come together as a coherent whole and not just as two separate pieces. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that, Eric. Okay, I think that's everyone now. Online, so I'll do my best to summarize all the comments, and then we'll give you an opportunity to respond, and then we'll take a vote. I'm going to start by just saying, first of all, I think the panel appreciates the presentation and all the work that's gone into it so far. We all acknowledge it's very urban. It's a very tough site. It's very small, but it has enormous potential to actually be unique and astonish, given its location. Series of comments around different themes were made. I think that I'll try and run through here. First, with respect to community, I think we all appreciate the work that you've done so far to consult with the West Islands Committee, the Indigenous community, and various other stakeholders. We encourage that to continue, especially as you get to the connection to the local Indigenous seed supply. That's going to be really critical to make this successful. And an ongoing role, perhaps, of the local community and the Indigenous community in the maintenance aspect of it, given the track record, fortunately, that the Parks Department is confronted with. I think in terms of the protection of those unique plant materials, suggestions have been made that perhaps in the early stages they should be protected through a fence or what have you to give them an opportunity to mature. There's several comments made about which features were critical, perhaps more important than others. What was their relationship to the sculptures? Comments perhaps related to that about it would be helpful to see the actual scale of the sculptures in relationship to the planting. Their comment was made about the ability to touch and experience the sculptures. Would it be possible to walk right up to them, or would the plant material be in front, etc.? So that relationship perhaps could be expanded upon for us. Concern over the actual location of it, as many people have said, it's a real small, tough urban environment surrounded by roads and streetcars. And one other thing that wasn't mentioned, I think I mentioned it the last time, it's across the street from a Toronto Humane Society. And this is the only piece of vegetation, I think, anywhere near the Toronto Humane Society. So I would like to see how you handle the possible, let's walk the dog, the new dog, and experience this local piece of grass. I think that's a strategy that needs to be thought of, as well as related to ongoing maintenance, garbage cans, etc., because it's going to be intensively utilized and visited. Some other comments here related to the possibility of extending a sculpture into the dry meadow, and this whole notion of the hard transition between the upper and lower areas of the park. Suggestions made about how can that transition be addressed in a different way that in fact allows people to experience the journey from River Street through the upper portion as the topography changes and down towards the river in Bayview. I think that's an important observation, and perhaps it's related to one of the other comments that perhaps one of the sculptures could be moved into the lower portion of the park. The full understanding of the unique conditions of wet and dry there. I don't know, but since a canoe belongs in the water, maybe that might be one of the sculptures that could, you know, be considered to be moved into the lower portion of the park. With a suggestion and a request made for sections so we can understand all the pieces together, more detailed drawings, how the pieces come together. And the general overall comment, I think that notwithstanding that's a very small site, the challenge is to make it feel larger. And these suggestions, I think, would help, in fact, perhaps eliminate the feeling of crowding right now of all the sculptures in the upper portion of the park closer to River Street. So I think we want you to do some more work on that. Think of the site as a whole within the Indigenous framework and the community framework. And very finally, I think we would all support the treatment of the walls that the city, I believe, is supportive of to have Indigenous murals, and I don't know what that process would be, but I'd like to see that somehow folded into this and with some sense of timing as to when all that might come together. So those are, I think, are the major comments that the panel's made, and I hope they're helpful. I think it's a very difficult assignment you have done a lot of great work today, and I hope these suggestions can further advance that. I will give you an opportunity to respond, and then we'll take a vote. Who would like, Jordan or Ben?
Sure, I can quickly say, I appreciate all the comments, and thank you very much. It sounds like everyone is picking up on the same things we are, and so everything you've mentioned is very helpful, and we're making an effort to continue to kind of extend the feeling of the park and also thoughtfully edit what we have on site to really bring it to the sort of the meat of this thing and really make it powerful in that way. So appreciate everyone's comments, and we'll take them into consideration as we move forward.
Thank you very much. So we look forward to coming back for detailed design, and we now need to. Oh, I'm sorry. Chloe, did you want to make a comment?
You're muted.
Muted, Chloe.
Sorry. Thanks everyone for your comments. I guess I just wanted to remind everyone, I mean, I think that we need to really discard the idea of, sculptures, unfortunately, sculptures on the wet side, unless TRCA changes their mind. We've spent months talking to them, and they really, are not letting us do much on that side. So that's kind of the reason why the sculptures are on the dry side, because they're adamant. Not even the tiniest piece can be anchored onto the wet side. So we're having a pre-consultation with meeting. Well, we've got a meeting with them next week, and we'll go over this again. But we just have to work with their rules in order to get approval from them. So just a sort of reminder, that they do not let us anchor anything on that side. And in fact, they're being very, very stringent on the planting and stuff on that side. So, again, I mean, there's a reason why we're kind of having to kind of do everything on one side. But absolutely, I think that focusing on perhaps blurring the line as much as possible, I think is really important. And we'll see how we can do it. And then, of course, the murals that we've just heard back from Transportation Services. I think that part of that idea was the idea to do those murals on the other side was kind of trying to kind of, bring in that other side. So yeah, we'll keep on working at it. I just wanted to sort of remind everyone that really the reason why there's nothing on that side is because the TRC is just really, we're working with their rules. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chloe. I sense that the panel would still like you to maybe go back and ask again. especially my own simple reference of, my God, a canoe should be in the water or on the way to the water, it's portage, et cetera. So, you know, maybe take the TRCA people out in a canoe in the summer. I don't know,
Oh,
but
I know. We'll
but
try again. We
I feel
will.
strong about it. Yeah.
I know. I know. We're trying our best.
So do we.
But
So
yeah.
do we.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'm sure Waterfront Toronto would help with that agenda to weigh in. And I would certainly be most willing to be part of any discussion. Okay, so we need to take a vote of the panel. Given the nature of the comments here, my suggestion is conditional support at this point in time with these suggestions to go forward, and then they will come back to us for a detailed design. Sure. We are dealing with Quayside Master Plan, Urban Design, and the Western Curve here only for issues ID. There will not be a vote at this meeting. That will come in future sessions, but we're certainly excited to see all this and dying to get into it. And I'm sure we'll have lots of helpful comments. So I believe Michael is going to do the introduction.
Yes. Co-do. Hi, everyone. I'm Michael Wolf. I'm with Waterfront Toronto. I'm on our development team. I'm going to give a quick introduction to this project, along with James Brack from the city and Pina Malazzi, our Senior VP of Design. We'll then hand it over to the Quayside Impact team to walk through their issues ID presentation for the Quayside Master Plan, the conceptual guidelines, and the first 3 buildings on the site, the Western Curve, the Overstory, and the Timber House. I also want to take a minute up front just to restate our aspirations for this project and also to stress how excited we are as a team at Waterfront Toronto to finally have Quayside Impact here today to present to the panel. Dream and Great Gulf both have an incredible track record in the city and on the waterfront, and they've assembled some of the world's leading architects, designers, and problem solvers to help deliver this project along with us. So we're very excited. All right, so I think as many of you know, Quayside is a 12-acre parcel at the foot of Parliament and Lakeshore Boulevard. The objectives for this project were really shaped by years of experience in building new waterfront communities and by extensive public input. We wanted Quayside to be dynamic, inclusive, and a resilient community where people of all ages, abilities, could live, work, and play. We wanted to set the bar and be a best practice for sustainable community building in North America. It will deliver significant affordable housing throughout the project, and we want it to be a well-animated and activated site at all times of the year. So with that, I'm going to speak a little bit to kind of the background and context of the project. So, here you can see the existing site condition. Quayside is highlighted in red, and you're probably aware of the site. Here's a better image where you can really see surrounding buildings with Moaned the west, Bayside to the south, and the silos and the silo site abutting to the east. And you can also see, how much work will be required to prepare the site and really create the final development blocks of the site, with kind of realigning Parliament and filling part of the slip, and then continuing Queens Quay East to the east, which Pina will speak to in more detail, I think, in a few minutes. Here's an image that we had put into the RFQ for Quayside, which was sort of an early interpretation of what we thought the site might look like at full build out. Again, I think we've spoken to this in different contexts quite a bit over the past couple of months, but we've had a lengthy and highly competitive procurement process to select Quayside Impact. We started with 10 really high quality submissions, and then in February of last year, we announced Quayside Impact as the winning proponent, and we signed a project agreement with them in December. They're now our development partner, which again, we're very excited about. And then to go into just a bit more detail on the objectives for the project, as I mentioned, we want it to be dynamic, inclusive, and resilient. But what that means in a little bit more detail is that we, of course, want it to be a complete community. We want there to be meaningful Indigenous engagement in the project. Again, it will deliver significant affordable housing throughout the site. We want there to be a really thoughtful approach to the publicly accessible spaces, both through the animation and design of those spaces. Similarly, we want to see the ground floor animated and designed in a very thoughtful way. We're hoping to create a landmark cultural destination as part of the site. And then, of course, we want to see world-class design throughout the project. As I mentioned, we want it to be, low carbon development and really push sustainable innovation. And finally, we want it to be, bring some innovative solutions for aging in place, and also to build on our Waterfront Toronto Employment Initiative, which provides opportunities to equity deserving groups. And we'll be speaking, that was very quick overview of all the elements that we want to see in the project. And we'll be speaking to, the non-design elements that are here in much more detail in the coming weeks and months. And then just to go into a bit more detail on world-class design, what we were looking for there. We wanted to see cohesive diversity throughout the project. We wanted it to maximize the relationship to the water, really represent waterfront character. We wanted to see, again, iconic architecture throughout the site, and finally, sustainability as a design expression. And then, again, I think everyone's probably familiar with Freeman Great Gulf, but a couple of the projects that they've delivered, the Distillery District, City Project in Ottawa, Monde, which is just next to Quayside, and One Bloor East. And then finally, I'm not going to speak to the image on the right, Quayside Impact will do that during their presentation, but just again, they really have assembled a fantastic team. Henning Larson is leading the urban design guidelines. SLA is the lead landscape architect. The lead architects for the first 3 buildings, which you'll hear about today, are Ajay Associates, Allison Brooks Architects, Henning Larson. Turo is the Indigenous design architect for the project. And the local design partners are Architects Alliance, KPMG, and PMA. And with that, we'll hand it over to
So I'll just run through some of the context. Many of these projects I know the panel has been familiar with as they've come to panel before, but to the west is Monde Condominiums, and then west of that is the Lakeshore. To the east is 351 Lakeshore. To the south is the number of Aqualina buildings that I know the panel is familiar with. There is a project which I highlighted, 307 Lakeshore East, which is actually on this site. It's actually an application that city staff have right now. To the north, of course, is St. Lawrence, which will be unchanged, at least for the foreseeable future. So one of the questions that staff had is about the basic disposition of buildings on the skyline. So we thought we'd run through some basic simple massing studies that we did just to understand the views of how the project will be visible. You can see its frontage on the lake. So the buildings shown here is in the sort of salmon color. And the yellow buildings, of course, are all either approved or under construction. But certainly you can see the skyline image, a view from Polson's Quay, and then what the project would appear like from that. And I know the architects are going to talk about their rationale as well. There's the 307 Lakeshore proposal that I mentioned. This is perhaps we can call this the Porter Airlines view as we're landing on Billy Bishop Airport. And then another view as well. So this is a view up Parliament Street. If you look view down Parliament Street, one of the things that you'll observe is that east of Parliament, there is already a fabric of tall buildings and west of Jarvis Street. So it is that stretch between Parliament and Jarvis that the buildings will actually be very visible from the north. So it's interesting to think about how these buildings are visible from the round as well. There's again that 307 Lakeshore proposal. So some eye-level views from the north, looking just east of Jarvis Street. You can see Monde is the built project, just somewhat visible above the street wall on the south side. There's the context with all the approved and with the proposal in it. From Sherbourne Street, again, the existing context, and then with the proposal as proposed today. And then lastly, from Parliament Street, and again, east of here, there is going to be a fabric of tall buildings already approved. And you can see in this view how the proposal will be visible from the north. So we'd be interested in your comments. And again, just to reiterate, very excited to be here today. So with that, I'll pass it to Pina.
So picking up on James's introduction to the planning context, just reminding the panel that the Quayside site, the 12 acres that we see in dark outline here, is actually governed by 2 precinct plans. It sort of broaches over both the East Bayfront precinct plan, which was approved in 2005, and the Keating Channel precinct plan, which was approved in 2010. And of course, that the Central Waterfront secondary plan covers the entire geography of the Quayside site. We go to the next slide. Those 2 precinct plans reinforce the big moves of the Central Waterfront secondary plan, including removing barriers and making connections, building a network of spectacular waterfront parks and public spaces, promoting a clean and green environment, transit-oriented development and active transportation opportunities, creating dynamic and diverse new communities. Just a refresher from when we presented the Quayside public realm a few months ago. This project is really a collaboration between the Waterfront Toronto team, who will be leading the delivery of the public realm components associated with the project, and our development partners, who you'll see more from today. Everything highlighted in orange on this map is defined as the Quayside public realm and infrastructure project. Everything in the light blue, that's the Queen's Quay project. That includes filling in the north end of the Parliament Slip and the extension of Queen's Quay, which ends at about Small Street today, to the east, to allow for the creation of block 3, 4, and 5. In dark blue, the Parliament Slip activation project, and in green, the Silo Park project. All are being led by the Waterfront Toronto team from a design and delivery perspective. But as I said, that needs to be done in collaboration with the Quayside impact development team, who will lead the delivery of each of the development parcels, as well as the area defined in purple on the map, area 13 and 14, which constitute the Pedway or community forests we're going to learn about today. Just highlighting in terms of the teams, the Quayside Public Realm and Infrastructure is being led by West 8 and DTH design team together with WSP. The Queen's Quay and Transit Waterfront East LRT projects are being led by West 8 DTH and the Parliament Slip project as well. And the Pedway and POPs component is being led by the SLA PMA team of Quayside Impact. A bit of context, as I mentioned, the Waterfront East LRT Queen's Quay project is sort of critical. It's the spine that runs through the L shape of the Quayside parcel, and the extension of Queen's Quay to the east defines the 3 blocks, block 3, 4, and 5. The scope of this project was brought to the panel already at the 30% design milestone, and we're just kicking off the 60% design for the Quayside portion of this project, and that will come back to the panel later this year. We go to the next slide, just a refresher on the design. It really picks up on the design from the west that we've already implemented, and continues that language further east as it transitions from Bay, where it stops today, all the way to Cherry in the east end. I think we've heard a couple times today that we're seeing 2 presentations. We'll first see a summary of the master plan and conceptual design guidelines. That will be presented by Michael Sorensen, a partner and design director at Henning Larsen, Rasmus Astrup, who's the landscape architect and partner and design principal at SLA Landscape Architects, and Brian Porter, principal of Two Row Architects. Following that, we will see the Western Curve and Western Curve Overstory Timber House, which are block 1A, 1B portions of the project. That'll be presented by Allison Brooks, principal and creative director of Allison Brooks Architect, Michael Sorensen, partner, mentioned it, Eddie Larson, and Mark McQuaid, associate principal of Adagio Associates. We are not, because we're in Issues ID, it'll be for Issues ID today. We won't be taking a vote at the end of the process. Very quickly, some areas for panel consideration, adding on to some that James already presented at the master plan design guideline scale, the relationship between the built form and the open space, integration of the POPs with the greater public realm network, edge conditions and thresholds of the site, the landscape design, planting approach, biodiversity, microclimates, retail strategy along Queen's Quay and the Pedway. From a architectural perspective, the massing and general disposition of programs within the Western Curve Overstory and Timber House projects. Ground floor animation opportunities, pedestrian, vehicular, and service circulation throughout the site, and building articulation and materiality. Next slide. James has already walked through these, but as he noted, looking at the basic disposition of the buildings and their arrangement in the skyline. Just go to the next, I think that's actually the last slide. I think first up, Tony Medeiros, who's representing the Dream Great Golf team, is going to kick us off and then transition.
Yeah, can just do it here. With the arrow keys, okay. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tony Medeiros, development lead at Dream. I'm here on behalf of Dream and Great Golf today. We're incredibly excited to be here. I think you might hear that from us a few times during the presentation. I think it's been a bit of a theme in terms of us just getting ramped up for the project and starting this phase of work. Together, our two companies have almost 20 years of experience on the waterfront. The Great Golf group of companies developed MON that you heard about earlier, as well as worked on the original vision for East Harbor. Dream and Great Golf are partners on the Silo site and a little bit further afield on the Frank Gehry River site as well. So we know how to work together and are working on some ambitious projects together. Dream itself is an owner and co-developer for a number of other projects in the area, including the Distillery District, the West Don Lands PAMAT, Fleets Village, and most recently the West Don Lands Provincial Affordable Housing Program that's delivering about 700 affordable units right around the corner. Our thinking for the master plan really started with Waterfront Toronto's vision that really encoded years of planning and consultation for how to revitalize our city's waterfront. In the RFP, there were, three clear themes that grouped a number of different objectives, as was stated earlier, in terms of making it dynamic, inclusive, and resilient. We embraced Waterfront Toronto's vision and built on it as we assembled our team and put together our thoughts and ideas. First and foremost, to make it a people-centered place that would improve their lives, an opportunity to connect city, nature, and taking inspiration from Indigenous ways of thinking and doing, and making sure that we not only met the design excellence mandate, but also provided equally robust impact program. On this slide, you can see some of the key commitments that we've made to support the vision. Mixed income community, including over 800 affordable units, buildings that support people as they age, significant public space that brings nature into the city, opportunities and benefits for equity deserving groups, and working closely with the MCFN on these opportunities and others. Zero carbon neighborhood, and one of my favorites, a large urban farm that will become a resource for local businesses, education, and destination. To deliver on the vision for the waterfront, we reached out to a diverse set of talented voices that we felt would embrace the challenge and deliver on a human-scaled neighborhood and meet the cohesive diversity mandate that was set out in the RFP. Also like to thank Bruce Kuwabara, who really helped us think about how to curate a great team based on his experience, and that really led us to putting together the team that you see here today. We were also intentional in selecting not only a talented team, but one that we felt would work well with stakeholders and experts such as yourselves to come up with a made in Toronto solution. That's very important. We look forward to hearing your ideas, your comments, your feedback, so we can leverage the wealth of experience that's in the room that's been built over so many years. At the end of the day, we want to create a true mixed use, mixed income neighborhood that is going to add to the richness of life to its residents, employees, and visitors, and become one of the mosaics as part of our neighborhoods in Toronto. So on behalf of Dream and Great Golf, we thank you and are very excited to be here and look forward to hearing the discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian. Do we advance here? Or? Okay.
Thanks for that, Tony. You can hear me okay? So I'm Brian Porter. I'm the principal of Touro Architect. We're based out of Six Nations of the Grand River and pleased to be acting as the Indigenous architect on the team. With that image, from the very outset of the project, this image has remained very important to the entire design team. Through it, we came to understand and appreciate the very unique location of the Quayside site. The fact that the word Toronto translates to where there are trees standing in the water really resonated with us all. And as you will see, truly inspired the design direction that we took. This image also reminds us of the treaties that govern over the GTA, such as Treaty 13 between the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and Canada. These treaties are in part formed by the Niagara Escarpment and the headwaters of the 13 rivers that flow into and include Lake Ontario. To foreshadow what you are about to see, flow became a very important driver for the design team. The treaties remind us that we are all on similar life journeys. We must share resources in an equitable manner and take only what we need. When we do, the land, the rivers, and the lakes will continue to sustain us. I think through COVID and the impacts of global warming, we are beginning to heed this Indigenous worldview more and more. The ongoing redevelopment at the base of the Don River is one such project that demonstrates that restorative works that realign more closely with natural forces are indeed possible, if not essential. Next slide, please. Historical layers. We are all fascinated by the rich history of Toronto's waterfront. This collage is intended to represent the many layers of the past that have impacted our dynamic site and transformed it over time. This includes the geological forces of the Ice Age that shaped the shoreline of Lake Iroquois as it existed some 13,000 years ago. It celebrates the significance of the Port of Toronto as a nexus of international Indigenous trade routes. They extended from South America up the Mississippi River into the Great Lakes and beyond through James Bay and Hudson Bay to the far north. It also references the extension of the water's edge from what is now Front Street to the current shoreline through decades of industrial activity. It acknowledges the scale of the warehouses, the grain elevators, and the merchant ships that continue to serve Great Lakes trades. I think it revels in the status that Toronto has established as a worldwide center for ecology, tourism, entertainment, commerce, diversity, and culture. It was important to us that our design both respectfully reflect these layers of the past while setting a new precedent for reconciliation, excuse me, going forward. Next, please. We talk about fully integrated indigeneity. Many federal and provincial buildings aim to mark Indigenous heritage and modern day presence through paintings hung on a wall or through the placement of select sculptures. You know, while art and sculptures will always be important, we are more so looking for ways to weave Indigenous values throughout the very fabric of the design. Planning for the 7th generation. This is an Indigenous doctrine that informs the life cycle of our project. If we reproduce every 20 years or so, this means that we are planning for 140 years out. We are planning for the health and wellness of children that we can never meet. It influences all the decisions that we make today that relate to envelope performance, HVAC systems, the ease in which replacements can take place, and the overall cost effectiveness of building operations and maintenance. Directionality and microclimate. You know, like so much traditional Indigenous architecture, we want to be cognizant of where the sun rises, where the sun sets, and the direction of prevailing winds. We want to be aware of the changing low path of the sun in the winter to a higher path in the summer. Through this, we want to promote an architecture that accepts Mother Earth's gifts and creates microclimates that can support diverse plant and animal life that does not just prioritize human activity. We speak a lot about the presence of craft. This project will not be comprised of corporate, masculine, and anonymous iconic buildings, like those that continue to dominate the Toronto skyline. They will be someplace architecture that celebrates the assemblage of carefully selected materials and human craftsmanship. Details will be expressed and become part of the educational curriculum of experiencing Quayside. Support for Indigenous development, as previously stated, since time immemorial, Toronto has been a center of economic development for Indigenous peoples. Going forward, our team pledges to establish equitable partnerships with the Indigenous community in all phases of the project, including its design, its construction, and ongoing operations. It is important that every sector of society benefits from the economic development opportunities that Quayside represents. Next slide, please. So with this background and understanding in hand, it did not take our design team long to reach a consensus on what should be the core guiding principles of the project. At this point, I want to stress that they have never felt to me like they were being imposed on the project. Rather, it felt more like they were being embraced by the design team. One of those principles is living with nature. We talk about all our relations. It's an Indigenous teaching that places wind, rain, rocks, trees, plants, animals, birds, insects, and humans all on equal ground. We are considering this teaching in all aspects of our work by creating a resilient, low carbon community that supports biodiversity. We think about the project as a connector. This project acts as a connector in many ways. It connects the past to the present. It connects the earth to the sky. It connects neighborhoods, and it connects Indigenous people to mainstream society. It's inclusive by design. One of our main goals from the outset of the project was to create a generous, transparent, and vibrant public realm. By further partnering with interest groups, institutions, and the Indigenous community, we look forward to accommodating a multitude of active programs that appropriately serve all sectors of society. A neighborhood and a destination. Quayside will be home and a garden to its residents. Through thoughtful planning, it will be a playground and a respite area for all its visitors. Along with other well-known city destinations, it will join the must-see list for international travelers. Cohesive design. The design team assembled for this project is both diverse and world-class. I think we're also very respectful of each other. In many ways, I liken the composition to a family portrait where each individual brings their own unique personality to the camera. If it's anything like my family, some of the characters are a little bit strange, but they all kind of get accommodated. But there are also common traits that tie them together so that they can be read as a unified whole. And I think at Quayside, we are becoming a family. As stated, these are the core guiding principles that have been endorsed by the design team, and we're looking forward to expanding and detailing them further through direct working sessions with the Indigenous community. Thank you. I'll pass it to.
Thanks, Brian. That's the next member of the family taking over now. And I'll run through the precincts plan and start by saying that thank you. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be here, and we really look forward to the process. It's been a long process already, and this is the first meeting, so looking forward to input and feedback. And this, what we'll be showing today, is also the response to an RFP. So just keep that in mind. There's a level of detail here that might not be necessary at this point, but looking forward to that to it. Just picking up on some of the comments that James had with regards to the development of the city. This is the precinct plan, and if we jump forward to an image today of the proposed development on the site, but also in context with the proposed developments in and around the site, we see, you know, the way this proposal blends itself, both were in regards to the developments directly south of the site and to the developments that are east and west of the site. So really creating, and I'll get more into this, a southern border that relates in height and scale to the buildings to the south, and a northern development parcel that relates to the buildings that are on either side, east and west. And just zooming out, as James did, with the overall skyline of Toronto, for me, this, of course, on the one hand, it speaks of all the development going on and in Toronto, but it also, for me, speaks a little bit about the name of Toronto and where that came from, and the trees standing in the water. And when you see this, you almost have the notion of trees standing in the water on the lake shore, and the kind of generosity that implies. We're very cognizant in our proposal, and have been through our discussions, of tapping into the energy that is ongoing and the developments that are ongoing, not just along the waterfront, but in a broader Toronto as well. And been very important to us to create both a neighborhood where people live, work, and play, but also a destination. And you'll see that through this development, tapping into pictures like this where people come and hang out on the weekends. But of course, it has to work on an everyday scale for pedestrians, cyclists, and so on. But also just a nod back to and respect back to the history of the site and of the surroundings. St. Lawrence Market, the distillery district directly north of the site. And then, of course, what will happen in the future with the realignment of the Keating Channel and the jump to Villiers Island in the future, making sure that the development that we create now also serves the purpose of being a platform for developments in the future as well. So just to zoom in a bit about some of the pressure points that are on site and kind of informed our approach to the master plan. Of course, this is part of a broader development along the bayfront, stretching east and west. There are some important opportunities of connecting the site back to the city from Sherbourne and onto Parliament Slip as well. And then important mid-block connections running east-west in the site. And we saw huge potentials in connecting this. And then, of course, importantly, making sure that we don't become a cork, but make sure that what we develop now also expands so that we can connect from the future what is going on north of our site in the distillery district and around Parliament site, and then into the future in Villiers Island as well. And just zooming in a bit then on what some of the initial ideas are for this. The idea was to really look at the mid-block connection and play that up. And we saw an opportunity here to create not just a connection, but a real sense of place. So we wanted to create, and I think Rasmus will speak a bit more to this, but really create something that becomes the heart of this development, something that is rich for the neighborhood, rich for the people that live there, but in itself could also become an attraction for people visiting. And then you'll see as we start to place the buildings on site, a lot of attention is being paid to the connections north-south and east-west as well. And zooming a little bit in on our site, which looks a little bit like a hockey stick, a very easy way to kind of understand that for us as a starting point was taking the eastern portion of the site and thinking about this as a destination, because this links to Parliament Street, this links to the silos, this links to the distillery district. We saw an opportunity here to place programs and functions that would serve that opportunity. This is also a place next to Parliament Slip, which will be developed into a true recreational area. So this really, in our mind, became sort of a magnet, a driver for people coming from the outside, but at the same time supported by a neighborhood, which is the eastern part of the site. And it's not to say that there's a strict divide between the two. They will naturally blend into the two. But this was for us used to start to think about the placement of programs and buildings on the site. The buildings, or sorry, the site, you know, has some very clear defining edges. Towards the south, there's the Queen's Quay. Towards the north, there's Lakeshore Boulevard, and we don't want to turn our back on any of them, or we don't want to build up a hierarchy that supports one as opposed to another. So for us, it was trying to blend as much as possible these areas together and respect the opportunities in creating important east-west connections and north-south as well. The Green Heart became important for us because of its value in connecting the site in every direction. But you'll also see that we are trying to take the Green Heart and not make it internal to itself, but trying to bleed that onto Queen's Quay as well, so that there becomes a recognition and a way of these two having a synergy between each other, but also accepting that Lakeshore Boulevard in the future might take on another, and we're talking down the line, but making sure that we're setting ourselves up for what can happen in the future is part of this project. And then by going vertical in this community, we are creating as much urban space and generosity as possible and giving that back to the community. So therefore, these towers, we call them the trees that are standing on the site as trunks that rise into the air. And by twisting and positioning those, we can see that we're actually creating access to daylight, to direct sunlight. And in some of these, you will also see that they are actually protecting us from the winds, especially in the winter, from the north and the west. The site, zooming a bit in, you can see it's bookended on either side by two buildings that we call the frames. The one, and Alison Brooks will talk a bit more about that on the western side. The western border kind of embraces the park, embraces the area, but also allows the area to connect and flow to the east. And the other building on the eastern side, together with, and I'll point to the orange building here, creates a gateway opportunity, a hinge, if you will, that leads from Parliament to north up to the Distillery District, but also pulls down the energy from the Distillery District through the site and into Parliament Slip in the future. And then we have these tree trunks that are standing at the heart of the site, which I will get a bit more into later. And then, of course, the timber building that stretches along the entire site, east to west, and faces onto Queen's Quay, but it has a built-in porosity in that as well. And then the anchor point, which is a block 5, which is the yellow, which is designed to be or thought to be a cultural destination. And the interplay of this, together with Silos Park, together with Parliament Slips, together with the silos, and the potential of connecting to Villiers will really create a true destination in the area. And zooming out a bit and seeing this from a bird's eye perspective, you can see here the way we've thought about the layout of the building, especially on the skyline of Toronto, where the two buildings to the east, the two towers to the east, really create a gateway. So you can really identify from a far distance along Parliament. You can see kind of this gateway and the leap that will be to the future, to Villiers Island. But you see as well the most eastern building together with the most western building, almost rising as a crescendo and announcing the whole neighborhood on the skyline of Toronto. The community forest was an important part for us from the very beginning, but we also saw an opportunity in bringing the notion of green spaces up into the building, and you'll hear more about that, but trying to layer that in as many aspects into our built form as possible. So from the community garden to an urban farm to shared terraces as we go up and as we move forward, talking about possibilities of openings and balconies and so on, but making fresh air, making green spaces accessible for as many people as possible has been very important from the get-go. Zooming a little bit in on how we've looked at the programming of the site, I talked about the neighborhood on the one hand towards the west and the destination cluster towards the east. And this became a defining for how we would place a program on the site. Of course, the yellow annotates the silos, annotates the cultural anchor. This we believe will be a true destination. But then moving up to the north, between these two hinge towers on Parliament that are flanking Parliament Street, we see a huge potential here in creating another kind of destination, a food halls, a wellness center, something that drives people, that brings people to the site, that can start to interplay with people that are hanging out possibly at the Parliament Slip, that are visiting the cultural center. So this becomes a real true destination and attraction to itself. And then as we move in to the towers that are to the north, into the community itself, these are supported by workplace, certain workplace areas. This tower, a community care hub, which I'll touch on in the tower, and then moving furthest west to a building that has institutional use at its base. And of course, the retail frontage along Queen's Quay is intentionally placed so that it supports the programming in the towers, but also supports a programming that can benefit people on Quayside, but also benefit people in the community forest as well. Sorry. I have 10 minutes left. I have 10 minutes left, or oh, okay, great. I'll get there. So just zooming in on the again on the plan, you see here. I'll move from left to right. Block 1A. This is thought of as an institutional use with access from Queen's Quay. So you can see, and you'll see this as the building opens up in cantilevers, an opportunity to enter the site, the community forest, but also access the institutional and the residential tower. As we move to the next site, Block B, this is thought of as both a community care hub, a potential mobility hub, and the access to the residential tower. Block 2 as a kind of a workplace hub or a co-working. And as we get to these two hinge points for the future of the towers on either side of Parliament, looking at opportunities in wellness and food that can support this area as a destination. And then the retail on in the timber house, you can see here, is both fronting on to Queen's Quay, but and also opening up, and you'll see this in design with big apertures that allows daylight into the area, allows people access, and really starts to merge both Queen's Quay and the community forest together, but importantly also starts to create opportunities both for retail but also active program to live together and support both areas. And as Brian mentioned, some of these guidelines became very clear to us very early on. The ambition is to really create a true sustainable development. We are committed to creating a low carbon, energy efficient, sorry, I'm just blanking right now. All electric environment, sorry. Through our team, we have come together as a cohort to master plan, to design this area. We are all different, so we are members of a different family, but we'll come together to create a cohesive design, but it will be diverse and it will be different. The connections of the site, as I've mentioned, have been driving us from day one, making sure that we are creating something that supports pedestrian flow, people flow through the site, both east, west, north, and south. A design that is inclusive, that is barrier-free, and that is important that that's also multi-generational, and making sure that the places we create through scale, through landscape, through a commitment to materiality and spaces supports that, and then creating a destination that really supports this area from an everyday perspective, and also as a broader amenity or broader offering to Toronto. And moving forward, we will be looking at low carbon materials, something that has a very low impact, and we'll be doing life cycle assessments as we go on, but also looking at materials that create a richness in the design and support the overall intent from the master plan itself, whether it be podiums, cutbacks, setbacks, and bridges, but just create an environment that is rich in spatial experience, but also rich in material experiences as well. This is an image standing on Queen's Quay on the western border of the site, looking down Queen's Quay. You see here the timber building, but what's important here is, for me, the access and the generosity that this implies to the area that is behind here. We are trying to create this barrier-free flow from Queen's Quay to the community forest. This could be an institutional program behind in the building. So making this a very generous flow has been an important driver. And as you move along Queen's Quay here, you see some of these cuts in the building that again opens up the area behind the development and brings that into Queen's Quay, allows the retail to freely flow, creates these corner conditions that can be programmed and that can be, to generate a lot of activity and really bring these places together, so you don't have a front side and a back side. And as you move through that aperture there, you will see you come in to a different destination, a community forest. Here you're looking at potentially the community care hub. This will have another activity. It's still people driven. It's very green, and it's part of that kind of that same space. And finally, as you move to the eastern border of the site, this is the Parliament slip in front. We believe this will be a huge amenity. We know from Copenhagen how important the waterfront access to water, what a driver that is during the summer months, together with the cultural destination, together with the silos, together with the link to Villiers. This really will become a vibrant hub, and it's important that we allow these elements, program elements, to feed and support each other. And I believe I will be giving it over to Rasmus now.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Should I?
Yeah, please. As I said, I'm Rasmus Astra, partner and principal in SLA. So this project was about cohesive diversity. I don't think I ever worked with such a strong built-in architectural team. And I would also acknowledge the familiarity, because this result that you see today didn't just popped up. It was actually a long process of debates and discussions. But I would say one of the things that unifies things is also the nature and the landscape, and it connects the family with a big both with the root system and the leaves and the roots. So I mean, this is really something about growing a community. It's also a picture here that shows that we go in our thinking. We go beyond the site boundary. We always debated that we were part of something bigger, not just the waterfront. I would also say Toronto. What is our role? There's also a history of this place. There's a big history, like you could hear Brian talk about, but there's also a political history. So we really took it serious. If you go to the next one, please. We then had to look into, because when I honestly first started working on this project, I thought we were having the waterfront location, but we didn't. So what does that mean? How can we contribute, not compete, but actually create synergy? So these lines that you see here, the culture link, the waterfront, is our approach of not trying to compete, but actually adding something new, an asset that is not there currently in the waterfront, because you need to choose between walking along the water on the water promenade, or you can walk in the community forest, or you can get a busy stroll down the Queen's Quay Boulevard. So suddenly there's choices, there's different destination and different experiences, and we don't feel that they are competing to each other. We are just feeling that they make the place even richer. Next, please. So here you see them, and some of these, the reason why this is a section is quite essential, because they are not all in the same level. of course, I'm especially referring to the urban farm, but you can also see that we are trying here to also consider the extension of the green effort on the other side of Lakeshore Boulevard. We know a lot of the great ongoing initiatives right now about greenifying that corridor. So we really always try to tap in to a greater perspective, thinking beyond the site boundary. Next, please. And this is really a unique place. I don't want to talk too much about it. I feel that Michael already mentioned it, but we do see ourselves lucky to be working on this amazing project. And of course, we also studied Michael van Valkenburg's amazing river project. So there's a lot of amazing things to tap into, and we just feel that we can contribute and hopefully support what's already going on. Next, please. And then Brian, I mean, I wish I could make such an introduction, and you could hear how he so naturally talks about flow and rain, and actually I consider us leading in stormwater management. And I remember one of the first meetings we had, I started to talk about our stormwater management projects in Copenhagen and so on, and Tuvo interrupted me and asked why don't you just call it rain, because that's what it is, and why do you say you want to only block the wind? It's not a problem. It's also an energy, and that whole flow was one of the big inspirations for us and a starting point, and still is. I use it all the time, and of course there's also in the end a flow of people. So this is about life, all life, and I think that's really been something that has been helping us, always framing and in securing values, but also again thinking beyond the site boundary. It's a bigger generosity. It's about remembering what the place was like before, and also what it is that we can contribute with for the future. Next, please. So here you can see some examples of how we literally took water, wind, and temperature, light, and the vegetation, and then you see the renders underneath, and they really came in that order that we started to debate flow, the different elements of flow, and then finally implemented them in the actual design scheme. Next, please. And the master plan has these core elements. We would of course like to connect everything also beyond the current 3 buildings and the linear one in timber, but actually all of it with what we normally call city nature. We think it's a place, if we now zoom out on a master plan level, that of course have different areas and characters, and of course the ongoing projects from the Waterfront Toronto are quite amazing. So again, we're seeing ourselves supporting that and contributing with a new element of destination. But you can see here, when you see from above, it is fairly green, and we really believe that the buildings are also somehow performing like a landscape, besides being great architecture. The roof plan indicates that. I will dive a little bit more into the linear one, which of course is the most unique one. It's a fairly big site. When we looked at the roof plan, and I will again explain it in some later slides, it was maybe one of the biggest areas, the biggest urban area. So the whole debate with the Ajay studio was just amazing, and certainly considering this as a piece of urban realm instead of a roof have just been a very cool journey. And the same goes for all the other buildings, how the podiums are really popping out as pieces of landscape, and yeah, so that's going to be quite exciting. Next, please. So as Michael said, you've seen it now. We have reacted to this. Was a competition. We have tried with the best capacity and with the limited time available to consider microclimates. And we know that the buildings will influence not just in sun and shading, but also wind catching and so on. So for the next phases, we will dive even deeper into the microclimate that is essential. Of course, the experience, the scale, understand the human scale when you're standing in the courtyard or the community forest, as we call it. And then, of course, we would like to add topography, because in that community forest, in between the building, we think the topography can help us deal with stormwater, but also spatially create different niches. So it feels like one big space, but there is a lot of different experiences in there. Next, please. So this is also an important diagram, and I think we will use that for many years, and it kind of dives into the next level of the flow, that there's the social flow, the people that will meander into the community forest, and they will do that for different purposes, for the recreational one, for the active mobility. There's also people who just want to go home after school, or meet a friend or something. So this is really essential. Of course, the nature flow of flora and fauna, the ecosystems, and then the food. The food is such an essential thing, and something that we often tend to forget and think is something that is wrapped in plastic and then you buy it in the supermarket. It's really essential that we understand our connection to the production of food. We are aware that we cannot produce all of the food inside of cities, but the awareness of it, like the awareness of biodiversity, is essential for human beings, and something that when you do an urban farm in a city, you are not occupying space outside of the city and you're not transporting it. There's a sustainability, a social, and a lot of other aspects of having food production inside of cities. Paris is one of the leading cities in that matter, and there are also good references in Toronto and Copenhagen. And then, of course, weather is the climate, the water, the wind. They are not just challenges, they are energies. They are the ones that actually make all of the crops grow in the urban farm. We can harvest the stormwater and irrigate plants, irrigate the nursery, the urban farm. So again, they are energies. They are something that is an asset. Next, please.
Rasmus, we need to start wrapping up.
And then I will speed it up. Thank you for saying that. Here you see the community forest. You can kind of sense the flow. It's areas that, of course, will be very much linked to the active ground floor. The flow is not just in the courtyard. It's also in and out between of the buildings. Next, please. The waterfront farm, I mentioned it before. If you go to the next one, I think there is an even more picture of it. So this is a render we asked kindly for Tony to add to the competition. That was not original, and it's so nice. I love this render. It shows a three-dimensional city that performs differently, where you can explore and enjoy it in all sorts of levels. Next, please. The urban farm is a picture of the activities that can be there. We think it's logic to combine it with some commercial assets, so you can go up there, you can see an active farm, you can have a drink after work, you can learn and engage with people who are working there. So we see it as a great destination for the future of Waterfront Toronto. We will also work with the seasons. We have done projects before. Again, we also work in Norway and Denmark, so we are not so, it's kind of normal for us to work with 4 seasons. Here you have an image, and yes, you can do green facades in Toronto. We've been asked that. It is possible. Next one. Or is it the last one? No, this one is the last one, I think, which is again showing that, of course, the connection to waterfront, the connection to the surrounding buildings is so essential for us. So we both have a flow, but also invite people in and out of the community forest.
They're not in. We just jump into the next or.
Yeah, so, okay, we're open for questions from the panel now, and then comments, and then we'll go to the western curve, do the same routine again. So who would like to start with questions? Any hands? Otherwise, I will just name people. Bridget.
Thank you for a great presentation. It's really exciting and inspiring to hear the kind of process you already have in place and a really great foundation to move forward. I was really interested in the aspect of food production, especially on the roof of the kind of linear building that you showed. And I guess, you know, moving forward, it would be really great to see some much more specific examples at, like, we're at 43 degrees latitude, pretty specific climatic zone, really impacted by being on the north shore of one of the Great Lakes. So it's a climate moderator. But to kind of understand how that would work, you know, the kind of, in a way, it's a kind of new territory for this project that, and the renderings are spectacular, amazing. You know, here we are, there's about to be a big snowstorm that's happening. It's gonna, all the flights are canceled. So I would really love to understand the kind of season, really like digging deep into the seasonal dimension, because it's a key component of the success of this project, but also the unique quality and the gift that this project is bringing to this part of the waterfront. So I feel like we all want it to succeed in the best way possible, and to kind of understand both the images and how they tie to a kind of pretty technical understanding of what is required to make it work through the seasons. I just think for me is important. And so in future meetings, you know, I think that would be really helpful to people to better understand.
Great. I'll just go down the table here. Fadi?
Nothing. Thank you so much.
No questions?
These are questions.
Anybody?
No questions.
No questions?
I've got, I do have a question.
What you do?
Yeah.
Go.
All right.
I'm not funny, but he was with me.
I don't know.
Hit me
Sorry.
after.
Yeah, I do want to, you know, just jump back again. You know, the lushness of these renders are just making me want to be in them looking outside the window. So, and you had mentioned that you have obviously worked in the Scandinavian climate. So I'm wondering if you could just say a little bit more about your experience with this lushness at this scale, and kind of like how literally should we be taking these renders? Are they the competition evocative drawings, or should we be reacting to these as aspirational or as literal? Because that will really drive a lot of the conversation. So maybe just a little bit more about this experience and a bit more about the framing of these images vis-a-vis what you think will come next.
Are we supposed to answer now, or how does it work?
No, what we'll do is we'll go get all the questions down, and then, you know, we'll go through and make our comments, and then we'll give you a chance to respond at the end. So.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
Do you want to answer now?
Rasmus, you're supposed to answer.
Rasmus.
Okay. Okay. I can answer now.
You can answer that question. You answer the questions as we go. We'll give you, all of you, a chance to respond at the end after you hear all our comments.
You can answer the question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I will answer quickly. I think the urban farm references is such a good question, and something that we did spend time on and have been asking ourselves. We have been in contact with urban farmers in Toronto already. We have a famous urban farm in Denmark that is also had snow last week. So we will get back to that. It is relevant. It's relevant for the actual production. How much can we produce there, and so on. So a very good point. Regarding the lushness, when our studio started working in Oslo 10 years ago on the waterfront, where in 15 years it is actually, for 15, we were only allowed to plant one type of tree because that was the general rule. And now it's pretty lush. So I feel that the journey now is that even in cold countries in Norway, you will see a fairly lush and very different approach, because it is possible. We can, of course, select things that are native and thereby having something that will grow and be resilient. But we will also dive into that. We have 5 biologists in our studio in Copenhagen that thinks your biodiversity strategy and the marine strategies are some of the best stuff ever. So we really take that serious and looking forward to dive into species and the further of this debate.
Okay, thank you. Nina Marie?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to follow up my colleague's question with a little bit more detail. The question was asked about the extent to which we should see these renders as aspirational. And we understand that they are competition-like in nature. But if we wanted to focus more deeply on, for this issues ID session, on the amount of green infrastructure that is attached to the architecture, so supported by the architecture, are you giving primacy at this point? Are you considering prioritizing, for example, terraces or ground level, or are we really meant to be considering the essentially private balcony window side of each building as part of a green fabric that is expected? So just to differentiate, we understand green roof technology very well here. We understand intensive small forest native planting, diverse planting strategies, but in the climate and at the heights you're proposing, how realistic are we expected to be judging the balconies or balustrades or private parts of the building that are showing almost entirely deciduous plant material at above 38 meters?
So of course, in terms of privacy and ownership, and that is not my field, I can say in Denmark, we recently did a project, a ski slope that is 80 meters tall, completely wind challenged. That is fairly lush, but the whole ownership and all of that is I would let someone else answer.
I think some of the discussions we've been having with regards to build to form right now has been access to daylight and fresh air. And of course, I think moving down the line, we will have to continue to have those discussions about balconies and how we can implement them, if possible, at that height. Yes, the renders are aspirational, but it is an aspiration that we will try to build on.
Thank you. It will just help us focus our comments to have those answers provided.
Thank you very much. Pat, sorry.
No question.
While you're out, okay. David?
Yeah, along the same lines, just so I'm clear in terms of the direction. And I was thinking about Brian Porter's statement. This is kind of a 140-year long proposition, the seventh generation, idea. Maybe that's a little exaggerated for my question, but is the parking garage, and I understand that the site is in the lake virtually, but is there a parking garage under the entire site, or are we looking at a site that's kind of connected to the land/water with parking garages throughout? And in addition to that, are we to expect that that this community forest on a parking garage would be replaced every 50 or 60 years? Like, is that the lens we should be viewing it through, or are we viewing it through a lens that this is a permanent 140-year long kind of landscape idea? That kind of, anyway, that's the basis for my question, if you can sort through that.
Do we have Adam to answer on the parking strategy? Or Tony, can you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, well, yeah, I seem to be becoming a parking specialist, which is what I've always aspired to be. Yes, the short answer is yes. The parking right now is designed, basically extends under the entire site.
Okay, so it's a landscape on top of a garage. Is necessity, yes, roof garden. Okay, thank you.
And what about his second question, replacement of the community forest? Is that anticipated over a long period of time, or is this permanent? Who would answer that?
That's good.
That's good. That's good.
Can you answer, Rasmus?
Rasmus, can you hear us?
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat?
Second
Apologies.
question was is it anticipated the replacement of the community forest over a long period of time, or is this meant to be permanent?
Is it because you are assuming that a planting made on top of a deck, because that needs to be renovated, it has to be replanted after 60 years?
There could be many reasons. If you want to elaborate, David.
That's the basis. I mean, we're going through an exercise right now as a city, replacing garage roofs and gardens over many projects. City Hall is a good example. Mature trees are being removed and replaced because they have a certain lifespan, obviously.
Mm.
So are we looking at it?
So I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I think that the oldest one we have in Denmark that also went under renovation was 100 years. That was the oldest rooftop we had. And why wouldn't you plant big trees that 100 years of people can enjoy and you know, share together? So I wish we couldn't, we shouldn't, but I don't know how to replace the parking lot. So I think the answer is if it's 60 or 70, 40, I think it's still valuable having nature represented as rich as possible for this building. I believe in the future we can hopefully make smarter membranes and constructions. We can hopefully also place some of the trees more valuable. But yes, unfortunately, it probably will happen. I wish it didn't. And again, I mean, just try planting trees along a street. They go down all the time because of utilities for internet or cables or other stuff. So, I mean, that is unfortunately a challenge we have to deal with. But I personally don't think it should hold us back. I think we should have the biggest trees as possible. That is, remember the scale again of human beings standing next to the buildings and the density. So I would recommend as big as possible when it comes to trees.
Okay, thank you. Emily?
I was going to say, I think there's also kind of an aspect about stewardship that we're trying to convey, right? Like certain species of trees have an expected life. I think mechanical equipment has an expected life, and we want to make sure that those pieces, when they reach the end of their active or their anticipated life cycle, that they can be changed out cost effectively, you know, without shutting down the day-to-day operations of the place, whether that's a living thing like a tree or whether it's a rooftop mechanical unit, an air handler. That's the kind of attitude that we want to bring, and that's how we're responding to the challenge of planning for the 7th generation.
Okay, let's keep going. Emily?
I was just wondering about, as you were talking about stormwater management and rain and that kind of lovely way of thinking about it more as rain, is there an overall broad strategy that you can describe about water on the site that I wasn't really able to get from the presentation? I mean, don't get into tech. I know that you guys are at a certain level, not asking you to tell me exactly where the water goes, more just what's the larger concept of working with water.
I think the larger concept is to retain water and see harvest if possible, for instance, to irrigate both the community forest and the urban farm. The logic is, I mean, but to really consider it and plan with the stormwater when we start to do all the levels. That is the level we are at now, and then we will add further details very soon.
Okay, Jenna?
No questions.
No questions? Okay. All right, let's go to our guests online. Betsy? Any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a couple of quick questions. As you can tell, we're all trying to figure out how to approach some direction here. Have studies been done, such as loading and servicing, light and shadow, wind, etc.? Particularly concerned about the loading and servicing studies, because on the big master plan, it only shows the one kind of one building that has some kind of servicing aspect to it. So where are you in that process, and has that been considered at this stage, or is this something we should direct you to look at for schematic design?
Who's best to answer that?
Is that it's Adam again here? I I get all the fun stuff. Yes, so we have started considering it. You know, it's early days still, but Betsy, the idea with blocks 1 and 2 is to try and have all the loading below grade. So have a centralized access point. think off Lakeshore Boulevard to the north under Allison's building, and then access each building below grade under P1 or P2.
Okay, Betsy? Yeah, okay. Kevin? You still
Thanks very
there?
much.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, very enthused and excited about, the whole master plan strategy being a zero carbon development. Just as similar to Emily's question, can we just have a high level strategy? What are you thinking in terms of, operational carbon, the systems, renewable energy? From an embodied carbon perspective, I'm extremely excited to hear about structural timber. Are we considering structural timber for the super high rise projects as well? Could somebody just give me like an overall carbon strategy?
So I can maybe try and answer what I forgot, sorry, in my presentation, that we are committed to making an all-electric community. So that'll be an area-wide. We have the timber building, so hence the name, that is mass timber, and we'll be looking at strategies that we down the line of how to approach carbon in the other buildings. We'll be doing life cycle assessments of materials and choice of materials throughout as well. So still early days, but I think something that we will as a team work vigorously towards and definitely bring back to the table at some point.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Jeff?
No, my questions have been asked. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, great. I have actually a couple of quick questions. On the very long building fronting on the north side of Queens Quay, where I'm going with this is, first of all, what's the retail strategy for this? It's very, very long building. And secondly, north-south view corridors. You have some very extensive openings, I think 4 or 5 stories in height, in a couple of places. I'm wondering if you consider additional openings in that long facade.
From a master plan, and I think Mark will touch a bit, so it's kind of an overlap. So I think some of it will be addressed in the presentation of the building itself. From a master plan perspective, we really try to focus on creating that connection I mentioned between Queens Quay and the community forest behind that, and very much looking at those openings and the height of those openings and creating a generosity in those. And by doing that, also, of course, getting daylight and sun into the areas behind. As for the retail strategy, again, this was the response to the RFP. I think working towards that, we recognize that it's a long building, and I think some of the opportunities that arise in that is actually those apertures and those openings. They break the length of that up through retailing and programming. We can support that in many ways, and I think it has to be a mix as well between retail and active program on that site as well.
Okay, so I think covered all the questions. Let's go to comments from the panel. Let's start off again, Bridget.
I think that for me in future, so it was a great presentation. I would say in future presentations, it would be really helpful to see some really sections that go from the distillery all the way through to the water in the north-south direction. Really understand scale and context, especially in relation to the elevated Gardner and some of the key pieces of existing infrastructure. I just think that would really make a difference. I think Betsy's point about the issue of servicing, the challenge of all of these sites on the waterfront is they actually have no backside. Every side is a kind of really key elevation, and to understand points of access for parking, servicing, loading, all of those things are kind of critical, especially when you have kind of the scale of development that is the opportunity to make sure that not every building has its own dedicated access, but that can be shared as a piece of communal infrastructure and really operate maybe in a different way than some of the other parcels further west, where given their scale, they have no choice but to kind of have, you know, my parking garage entrance and my loading bay entrance. And in a way, I feel like that there's a great opportunity to sort of have all those things work, but to kind of reimagine them in a different way. It's a bit mundane, but actually kind of key to making this precinct really work in a special way, given the intensity of landscape. So for me, some of those very specific things would be helpful. And then I guess just a lot more detail on the kind of food production, which is one of the cornerstones, and really existing examples, understanding everything through the seasons, and really thinking about how, in effect, an area of production can really be a place of that has cultural value to bring people together. So it has a kind of opportunity that I think I would really, feel you sort of touched on, but it would be great to really understand in a better way how that actually works. But looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Great.
Yeah, I really admire the proposal, master planning and the architecture. So I'm really excited to see it be developed. Have to say it looks like a rainforest. So, might want to, and I'm just looking at the window right now. If you can achieve it, fantastic. But lots of due diligence there, I think. And then just lastly, I like the idea, forest seems to be a very popular word in landscape these days. But it's sort of, in a way, it's sort of the tower in the park from, many, many decades ago. And that actually poses certain issues at the ground plane, for lack of a better term, of, who owns what, where the eyes are, how is it safe? You have places where you've got planting coming right up to the building. What is the really, and I think this all will sort itself out once this is developed further, but where are the eyes on the sort of kind of greening forest areas of the ground floor? Would be something that I'd be looking for some clarity on in the future. But anyway, it looks amazing. Thank you so much.
Anybody?
Yeah, thank you so much. This team is really a dream team, or a dream family, as you're calling yourself. So we're really excited for the work you're bringing to Toronto. Supportive of the intense massing and density and overall site plan. I know it seems like a lot, but I think it's appropriate. The linear community forest, again, I use air quote forest because I think it probably needs a little bit of a rebranding, is especially incredible because it really blurs between what seems like a park and a street and an urban space or an urban block. And that's what makes it unique, but also brings with it a lot of challenges. So please don't lose sight of the importance of its kind of continuity, especially as the reality of things like servicing and service roads and access roads and infrastructure begins to crisscross it. So everything that Pat mentioned, but also all the other realities that are going to come and fragment it. So I think that's something to be thinking about in advance. I'm also going to quote horticulturalist Peter Del Tredici again today, because he said the truth is no native plants will grow. Native plants will not grow without native soils. So just kind of keep in mind that this is completely unmanufactured site. And so the microclimates, the wind, the water, all of those things on site are all kind of, be honing down on it. So maybe there's other ways to think about how the more resilient and hardy wild urban vegetation that you already find on the site and on the waterfront, like milkweeds, blue asters, and goldenrods, all of those things are propagating intensely and intentionally on the site. So is there a way for you to begin to bring it into the scheme? Can the balusters capture seeds that are flying in the air? Is there a way to make this urban wilderness manufactured and unapologetic about it? So there's ways to design with those things in mind without having to make it feel or reference a context that is so foreign in its shape and its identity. But it's really exciting, and looking forward to seeing it come back.
Great. Dana Marie?
Thank you. I really appreciate the ambition and direction. Aspiration is a good thing to have, and it's a great place to start. We want to start high. I would commend, first of all, Two Row for giving you a really beautiful and important center for this project. And my comment, the overarching comment would be to cleave to those principles because they will help deliver a project that is feasible and respectful. This is a project about all our relations, is what I'm hearing. And so I would bring you back to those principles when we start talking about some of the details every time. They're really strong, but it also requires you to dig deep, I think. I would comment that place keeping is more important than place making. We have a place. This is not denuded of place, and that's an important part of the narrative. You know, I think we all want to be a cultural destination, but sometimes we lose sight of the fact that we have a rich and diverse culture. We don't need it imported. We need it kept and enhanced and projected. So reflected and projected in the work. And that doesn't mean we need to reinvent or bring images of Malaysia or Singapore here, but rather to see what does it look like out the window. The climate and seasonal extremes that we're facing, just like you are in Copenhagen and elsewhere in the world, mean that it challenges our idea of how to keep these places. So your renders, I think, moving on from the competition really could show us that in a way that are very aspirational and that are at the same time realistic. And it's not just about seeing winter as an opportunity, but the 4 seasons, as some of my colleagues have already mentioned. This also means that, you know, we want to look to the complete mix of diverse species that are possible, including novel and hybrid species that are emerging here, that are reflective adaptation in the face of these extremes we are seeing outside the window and otherwise. The microclimates then will also be, as you've mentioned, critically important, but recognizing that the suite of native species may not be the ones for the 140-year time horizon, that we have these new possibilities that Fadi's just mentioned, a couple working with species that are here. When we talk about rain as a resource, we're also talking about sleet, mud, you know, salty detritus, that if we're really going to hold and slow the water, the rain as a resource, and nourish our biodiversity, we have to think about it across all 4 seasons. And I really appreciated the call for a strategy that goes beyond flow, because sometimes it starts and stops and clogs and silts up. So realistically, what might that look like when we're slowing and holding water? The last thing just to say quickly is I'm also really supportive of the massing and the density in principle, as long as it's tied back to your principles. And if the urban agriculture, the food provision is really critical, again, remembering we have 155 heat degree growing days here. We've got new species that are possible to work with. Maybe that helps to center the priorities around terraces, around the ground plane, and less around private balconies that would require some kind of maintenance regime that is also totally aspirational and at least not in my immediate view shed, knowing how hard it is to maintain these types of facade. The last thing is that your time horizon is a really good, again, going back to your principles that Two Row has helped you work out. If you're going to see 140, 157-year generational perspective, then the landscape's a living entity, it's not an object. Maybe plant shorter lifespan species that have a naturally shorter lifespan, cluster them, work with organic soils that you can help to create through that intense, almost farming of these rooftops. I don't actually agree with you. Long trees, long-lived trees are not objects. They're all our relations. We don't grow them to kill them. Let's think about this maybe in a more intensive way that allows you to study adaptation and seasonality and change. So shorter growth at the ground plane, even a meadow metaphor might help you, as Fadi has suggested. Thank you very much. I'm very excited about this. It has great potential.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I want to echo that. This is a really exciting proposition. I think it's very, obviously very ambitious. We haven't seen a proposal, kind of greening proposal like this in Toronto to date in terms of a development of this intensity. And I do think that the foundation for this ambition is going to be all of the infrastructure that's going to support it. Is going to be the depth of the soil. In a sense, I feel like everything is going to be on life support because it's part of a building, like it's a landscape that's part of a building. Even the community forest is going to be part of a parking deck. And so the depth of soil, the amount of soil, how it's engineered to live above a parking garage, the soil on balconies, never mind the operational issues with all of that. So, how water is harnessed, where it's capped, how it's directed to the landscape, ultimately are all going to be really important technical questions to answer as you develop the design. I have an idea that if it's a 50 or 60 year proposition, as opposed to the 140 necessarily because of architectural issues, that the soil volume for that might be something, the tree species chosen for that might be something, whereas in a natural park setting, they might be something else. So I think all those questions are going to be important to answer as you move forward. I do as well strongly support the idea of this urban farm. It would be helpful to eventually understand more about it in terms of how it's integrated into the operations of the building and how the community's got to get access to it and that kind of thing. I think one very important social question in my mind, and it seems like such a minor thing, is the issue of dogs in Toronto, where we have new tower communities with literally hundreds and hundreds of dogs. It's a unbelievable scenario where landscapes are being completely decimated. Beautiful landscapes are being decimated by what seems like a kind of benign use, an important use because these people are in parks and open spaces a lot, but it's becoming a real issue. So I think it really has to be considered at the kind of foundational stages of design. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
I have to echo my colleagues' comments in terms of this is such an exciting proposal and the ambitions are just at the highest level. Really, really excited about this. I don't want to rehash. I agree with everything that's been said. I also support the massing, and I really encourage you to keep on looking at the massing of the lower building to make sure that you actually get that sunlight down into the space beyond. So if that means that you have to have these tall towers, which I actually think iconographically are pretty fantastic and powerful in this part of the city as well. So what I'd also suggest is, as you're thinking about the towers as these, which I love the way you describe them, Michael, as these huge trunks and these huge trees that are going up, to think about, if that's the overstory, that the forest itself is actually the understory, and that you should be thinking about that scale. And to the points that were made about the longevity of the different types of trees and plants that you would be thinking about on the internal space with the community forest, to actually maybe not go high, but go low, to create a lower canopy, to create a more kind of immersive quality that all of your images are portraying. So I think that I know that you'll be able to calibrate all of this, but just consider that rather than the big trees. Maybe it's the small trees that are actually going to get you where you need to go. I do want to say that the way you're talking about craft for the whole project, to really think about that with the technical aspects of the planting and how it's integrated, as David, you were saying, this piece of infrastructure that the landscape is being integrated into. Like, you just have to be able to make those decisions and commitments to the amount of soil depth within this, because basically you're on structure everywhere. And to make this actually viable, you have to make some really hard choices about pro forma potential, those types of things to make this work. But I'm super excited. Can't wait to see this develop.
Janet?
Thank you. And I'll just echo all my colleagues' comments. I'm extremely excited to see where this goes, and it's the aspirations, I think, are really important. I just want to pick up on what Emily said, and another way to look at the buildings as opposed to being trees is also that they're an armature for a vertical pollination support system to get pollinators up onto the roof. And so with that comes two things. One is an extremely detailed understanding of what that vertical pollination river needs to be in terms of the built form, but then following that, a very buttoned down maintenance plan that is baked into the purchasing of every apartment that allows for that pollinator support system to continue over time, because without that, I think it won't last. I think the other thing is, I think from the next presentation on, we need to see representational projects of urban agriculture at 38 meters in this climate. Because from my understanding, I couldn't think of one, frankly, that has lasted. I also, from what I understand, they are intensely energy specific, and it requires a lot to make these successful. And I think that runs really counter to all of your really great aspirations. The other thing is, it takes a lot of very bespoke equipment to farm 8-10 stories up. The only project I could think of that is representative of that would be the Ginza Honey Project in downtown Tokyo, where they have developed a whole series of miniaturized equipment to farm and remove honey from bees, and have looked at all different ways to plant it to support those pollinators, and are grappling with the issue of when you introduce honeybees, that of course disrupts other kinds of bees that may be part of the pollination system. So I feel that from now on, I really want it to work, but I think we need to see the backup to make that work. And that is also, I know that from things like, for instance, compost teas that are required, everything that's required to make a manufactured landscape work in the way that you want it to work would be absolutely fantastic.
Betsy?
Thank you. I'm just unmuting. Generally, my recommendation would be to bring more information than you think you have to in terms of all the technical documentation. We have a really good group here that knows a lot about building in Toronto and a lot about building innovative projects. And so we will always be asking you for more material than you probably have on screen. That being said, one of the things that I think was not as discussed as much as it probably should be in this context is regarding the north-south connections from the city to the water. So your kind of development is kind of putting itself in a line in between the distillery district and the waterfront. We advocate as a group for these really strong north-south connections, and we advocate for eliminating things like bridges above these north-south connections. Sections through the streetscape that show the public realm across these connections, as Bridget has asked for previously, are really vital to understand what the path is from the city to the waterfront. That's one of our kind of main pieces that we just sort of circle back to all the time. And to be then very boring after this is we talk about loading and servicing, shadow studies. How is your project affecting this lovely landscape that we're all very excited about? How are all these beautiful towers with no backsides going to actually function once we have all the servicing pieces in place? It's just an early heads up to be able to answer those questions really early on in your next session so that they don't become long-standing items. And then to Rasmus, we'd love to see photos of your Oslo project, especially if it's been thriving for a number of years in a winter climate. Bring them, show us how you did it. Like I said, you have a great team here that's really supportive of this project. Please share all the technical considerations for how you're going to achieve all the pieces that to date we haven't been able to see achieved in Toronto, because it's and it's not for lack of trying. So let's put it that way. And I also wanted to thank your development team for actually introducing the project. It's really great to have you here, and it's great to have you set the stage for this team, and looking forward to seeing the next phase.
Great, thanks, Betsy. Kevin?
Thank you very much. You know, so hugely ambitious. I just want to focus on the carbon proposal for the project. And I guess I just want to, I mean, there's so much confidence, that we have in your team. But I want to encourage, and I'd be interested in following along, not to relegate some of the kind of important systems to later portions of the process, when it's my experience, and I fervently believe this, the earlier that we develop a fully integrated scheme, even at the concept level, the more successful it will become. It will be more affordable. This is a great example to show everybody that zero carbon projects are not just achievable and affordable, but are extremely beautiful. The spaces are ambitious, and the criticisms that are being tabled are at the highest level of architectural articulation. The urban spaces, we want them. You're talking about very, very structurally advanced structural timber buildings. I mean, I'm extremely excited about that. Having wrestled with timber construction myself, I know that it's going to be a challenge to do those super high-rise buildings, and I think it would just be disappointing to sort of later on say, well, it was a real huge challenge and we reverted back to concrete. So what systems are you putting in place that are going to inflect these very, very large buildings that might, and I don't want to say undermine, but they might interfere, or they might cause negative friction in your desires to inflect the shapes and really make beautiful buildings. So I think just starting with some of these systems early on, maybe they're hybrid systems, are very, very important, because that embodied carbon, the embodied carbon of this building will be the largest carbon commitment that this project makes to the atmosphere. So it's hugely important. On the operational side, there's if you want to go geothermal, which of course would be an amazing approach as far as I'm concerned, we have to analyze our our quote unquote real estate, our ground plane, our excavations. What is the infrastructure there? If we're designing an enclosure that, I'm not saying that this is going to be the case here, but it's very often the case, an enclosure that doesn't manage the heat flow very, very well, then we need very large geothermal wells to support a geothermal system. So, we have to integrate high performance enclosure. We have to look at our real estate and kind of balance out, maybe do some energy targeting and benchmarking to say, well, this is the size of the geothermal well that I can put on site, and then you reverse engineer the heat pump system, and then that might set targets for your enclosure. That has to be done very, very early on, and then it guides the team through, and then you get an affordable and an amazing project that results in a zero carbon solution. Finally, I want to say on-site renewables, I think, are a very, very important part of a zero carbon proposal. They're not necessary, but I think they're very, very important. So I think there's a huge impact on the architecture with on-site renewables. So having some strategy and proposal for that early on, I think, is important. So I'm, as everybody's saying, I'm equally excited, and those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Jeff.
Hi, yeah, thank you. It's listen, this is a great project. And so I'm going to focus on one thing, not to exclude a ton of really exciting things happening in a number of areas. The one thing I wanted to focus on is the Queen's Quay frontage and facade. And this may be a slightly contrarian opinion. One of my general comments often is that we actually don't do a great job building new consumer sort of high street environments, commercial high street environments in Toronto. We tend to break them up a lot, and you dilute the kind of energy that you see in historical neighborhoods, even within Toronto, a Kensington Market, a Yorkville, these intimate neighborhoods where people spend time and linger. And so I'm not saying you have to do this, but I do want to highlight that the permeability that you're creating and connecting people from Queens Quay into the urban forest does come at the expense of a really strong retail high street on Queens Quay. And I know we talk a lot about north-south view corridors in this committee. but I view this as very generous. There's really, I see about 17 retail locations along Queens Quay in an entire block. That's not a lot for a block this long if you compare it to comparable sort of human scale urban neighborhoods. You've got five access passages, which create a huge amount of frontage for retail. It could be good if you've got really good animated cafes and stuff like that. But also I see a lot in developments in Toronto where once you factor in all that servicing stuff we talk about, you've got the fire exits and, you end up with, glazing, which is covered by vinyl window wrap because the retailers need the wall area for shelf space. It's not really permeable as intended. So you end up with these dead sort of pass-throughs. Lots of examples of that we could show around the city. And so those can be risky. We are not lacking generous streets and right-of-ways along the waterfront. What we're lacking is intimate pedestrian scale walkthroughs, and there's a lot of really big like corner plazas. And I wonder, do we need that many? Are we putting in too many? Could we mix that up a little bit and provide some more intimacy and build a stronger street wall? And some of that is really about, I think, protecting the vision of a great community from all the stuff that will creep up when the practicality of servicing the building and the code requirements, which frankly, there's some really clumsy building code, fire code requirements that we deal with here, to chip away at that good design. I'd love to see some European innovation pushing us a little bit. I know the work that you're doing around single stairwell designs in sort of mid-rise residential buildings. Can we start to apply some of that and challenge some of our code assumptions here through a project like this? I think maybe there's some appetite around more innovative, planning and zoning to be more efficient in maximizing the productivity of these sites and not so throwing them away at extra stairwells and which end up just eating away at our ground floor facades. So those are sort of my thoughts. I think some of that will come. The retail plan, as it gets more fine-grained, really think about which frontage is actually going to be useful, is actually going to be active, is actually going to be valuable. When you factor in the shadow studies, are some of those sort of archways, interior spaces, are they actually going to be pretty dark and unpleasant? I know you're trying to bring daylight in there, but how much of the year is that really going to be feasible? And if maybe fewer, maybe focus on one and making that a really great sort of archway space and take the other ones, maybe enclose them, maybe make them narrower, more pedestrian positive. Now, that's just sort of my thought and comment. I really like to see this as being maybe the one place along Queens Quay where we can actually create that energy, where people head down and stroll down the street and can still access the urban forest and everything that's around that. But we really, really, really need somebody to take some leadership in building that main street, which is really lacking in this part of the city. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. I think I've got everyone now finally. If Derek is not here, I didn't miss him. Okay, I'm going to try and summarize, and I'll just remind you after I summarize, we have an hour left and we then have to get to the curvature. So we're going to have to really go hard in the next hour. I think what you've heard here is a lot of enthusiasm and I think some pretty strong support for the master plan and the concept. And several of us, I think, really like the fact that you started with 5 core principles. And as one of our members said, you better stick to them. But we're going to hold you to those core principles all the way through. They're a great reference point. And I'm a big believer in principles because that's what the whole central area plan was all about, core principles. So thank you for doing that. The second thing is, I think you made reference to living with nature, and who wouldn't agree with that? We like to say leading with landscape in terms of a strategy that's dear to our hearts in this panel. However, notwithstanding that, several, I think, comments that I think will help when we see this come back. In no particular order, I'm going to start with one of the last comments. Bring us more. You can never bring us too much. This is a lot of talented people here that have great experience and diversity in city building of all types, and we are looking for that detail to help you. So that's where I'd want to start. Related to that, I think we would certainly want to see north-south sections from the distillery down to the water, so we can understand that in various slices through this long site. Comments made about servicing, vehicular access, where are those points of access? How's it going to screw up your vision or not? You know, as opposed to a number of these access points, consolidation of them. Important strategy to think about. A lot of comments about detail in the food production. We would all support. We'd love to see this urban farm. But you know, will it work? And in particular, I think the reference that I would love to see examples of other projects that you're familiar with. Tall buildings up to the 38-meter height at 43 degrees north latitude with a huge fluctuation of winter, summer. I know, you know, Copenhagen, Scandinavia has winter, of course, but the fluctuation, I don't think is as much as here. Yeah, it's still snowing, so it's supposed to get a lot worse. And we all know our situation in Toronto. Related to that is the whole business of understanding. We love the idea of the flow, but considering the four-season aspirations. This in our four-season aspiration, what will work and not be an embarrassment and for various reasons look terrible after 5 years. So, you know, comments made about rain, sleet, snow, mud, lots of other things, dogs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We suggest that you explore the opportunities for a diverse mix of species that naturally flourish in Toronto and related to the vertical pollination comment that you heard on the balconies. It looks great. It does look like Singapore in a bit, but the reality is, you know, if all that dies and you've got dead stuff hanging from the balconies and the maintenance issues that are obvious, I think that would be a huge problem. In terms of general support, I think not a lot of comments, but general support for the massing that you've shown, and obviously lots of questions on details to come, I'm sure. One thing we didn't talk about that I would really like to see when you come back is what's your vision in detail for the Parliament Plaza? And also that one tower on the west side of Parliament is next to the other smaller building that is not part of your plan. How would that work? I'd like to understand that a bit better. The reference to the unique microclimate that exists on the waterfront in this site has been mentioned several times. In terms of the north-south connections, I think that's important. And I appreciated what Jeff was saying at the end. I think we need to do both. We need to maximize north-south connections through from the city to the lake. That's the core first principle of the Central Waterfront Plan. Remove barriers, make connections. And that shouldn't be omitted here and should be maximized. Notwithstanding that, we also, I think, want to see how the hell do you build a strong Queens Quay street wall and retail strategy and a street that works. My feeling is maybe personal. Most of Queens Quay doesn't work. You know, it doesn't feel like a neighborhood retail street at all. Because it has multiple functions. You know, it's tourism, it's, you know, seasonal, it's streetcar, but that shouldn't, you know, be a problem. This is a huge opportunity for a massive facade to really get it right. And so we'd love to see more detail. Look at options, look at different ways that this team obviously is capable of coming up with. So push the envelope, be creative, and come back to us with those. Don't forget about shadow studies. A lot of tall towers, shadows generally go towards the north. We realize that, but you know, all this great urban thought and its relationship to the urban forest and the green space, et cetera. You know, we want to see spring and fall for sure, what those conditions are like. And that may dictate, for example, where you put various things or where you put servicing or what have you. And I guess in general, you know, We're excited. Commend you. Great work. We're looking forward to this. It's a great opportunity for Toronto. And it'll live up to perhaps the trees standing in water of towers standing by the lake, which some people may or may not like. But nevertheless, you know, it's a great potential, has great future that we really are looking forward to seeing. So I hope those comments are helpful to you, and you've heard the specifics, and reach out at any time to Waterfront Toronto, and look forward to coming back. So I don't know who wants to respond to what you've heard, whether it's Tony or Michael, or who would be the logical person.
On now, or
Yeah.
just continue.
Yeah, we can maybe do it.
You want to do it at the end? Okay, all right. Now we move to the western curve Overstory timber house. Are people okay? Do you need 2 minutes for a break or something in between, or not? Otherwise, we'll just keep going.
Are you gonna do all three of them and then have the questions?
Yeah.
There's no,
Yeah.
like, that's better.
Yeah. All right, well, let's keep going then. Okay, so who was
There's no introduction for this. We're
Oh.
just jumping straight in.
jumping right in?
Allison Brooks.
I think I'll,
Michael.
Edison start.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'll be the fifth.
hello, everybody. I'm Alison Brooks, founder and principal of Alison Brooks Architects London. I'm really thrilled to be part of this team and to have the opportunity to work in Toronto after being away for 35 years, I think it is now. Really thrilled also to be working in the context of the waterfront after knowing the relationship of the city to the lake and how special it is, and after missing that condition living in London, I just think it's such an incredible opportunity and such an important sort of context and showcase for a new way of thinking about city building and the relationship of buildings and neighborhoods to their waterfront. So I'll go to the next slide. You've had a really great sort of context and philosophy outline from Brian and Michael and the wider team. So I will zoom in onto our site, which is Block 1A, the northwestern corner of the site, and give you a sense of how we dealt with the kind of specific conditions of this location, and also in relation to the broader objectives and kind of values of the team, and in relation to Toronto Waterfront's goals. So if we go to the next slide, just to remind everybody of the true orientation of the site, it's not really north, south, east, west. It's slightly angled, and we think this is actually fantastic because it opens up the north side of all of our buildings to the evening sun, you know, to the northwest. We sort of forget that northeast and northwest are also places to enjoy sunlight and daylight. And I really appreciate the comments that have been made about doing the shadow studies and really understanding what parts of our the sort of locale in this neighborhood we're creating will be the best places to capture the sun. But generally the condition, which we're all aware of, is the frontage in a way to Lakeshore Boulevard and the Gardner Expressway, which is sort of key. And I've tried to think about our project as being as having two fronts, a front to the north and a front also to the south, and creating really positive relationships with those thoroughfares, with Mond and Bonnycastle Street, framing the space that's been mentioned of the community forest, sheltering it from the wind, and also creating a positive relationship with Block 1B that we're going to hear about later. So next. So here are some very simple diagrams that we thought would be helpful, again, in just sort of understanding that the way we've responded to the constraints of the site. So clearly on the north side, we have Lakeshore Boulevard, which is very busy with traffic flows and the stoplights under the Gardner. There's the Gardner itself. There's vibration, obviously air quality and noise coming from that sort of double stacked thoroughfare. There's the train, the railway corridor farther to the north. So that was in a way key to our response in terms of raising or including 5 stories of education or other uses on the lower stories of the building. So it isn't direct residential frontage. There's the offset of 25 meters minimum from Mond, just making sure we're creating positive relationships and active frontages to Bonnycastle Street, responding to the urban woodland or forest and that passage, the POPs passage from Sherburne Common through Mond and into our new neighborhood. And we think this is just, it's a constraint, but it's also an amazing opportunity to create that kind of grain and sort of different scales of experience for people who come to visit this place from around the city, a sort of weaving of pedestrian routes and routes for nature. Next slide. And of course, the opportunities are, we've spoken about in terms of the broad principles in terms of landscape and the master plan. But zooming in, we felt that there was a great opportunity and challenge to restore the Lakeshore Boulevard character of Lakeshore Boulevard. If you don't know that there's it's a motorway, you think, oh, this is a wonderful tree-lined boulevard next to the lake. How do we make Lakeshore Boulevard into a friendly and green place? And so these sort of green blobs that indicate that sort of generous threshold space or forecourt space to the north side of our site are suggesting that potential. We also addressed the idea of servicing the site during the competition we looked at lots of other places around the master plan as a team, and we really felt that it was important not to have vehicles coming into the site. And so we had discussions with our transport and traffic team and think it could be possible to bring vehicles in via North Lakeshore Boulevard. Then there's obviously the very important corner at the intersection of Bonnycastle and Queens Quay East, highlighted in yellow, a kind of new civic plaza that's partially sheltered, that creates a threshold and kind of welcome space at the scale of the city, enticing visitors and the community to move through the urban forest and explore the site. Next. And in a way, we took on board the sort of typology, the familiar urban typology of the podium, from which a tower is placed on the podium, and often they're kind of disconnected as a form, as a kind of coherent form. And so in light of creating a sense of containment and embrace and kind of optimizing the site capacity, we created this curve, an L-shaped footprint that frames the community forest and suggests a kind of embrace and introduces a curvilinear language to Lakeshore Boulevard. And the next step, in a way, was sort of integrating that L-shaped podium form with the tower itself. So it becomes a more organic and softened form. And thinking of this building, which I'll speak about more later, as a device or as a kind of animate thing that helps restore the place of nature and ecology in the waterfront. And so the tower itself becomes an active enabler of nature, ecology, from insects and birds to plants and food growing for residents, so that it's an integrated whole, and this idea of giving back, of reciprocity, that urban form can give back to ecology and nature. Next slide. I was also sort of inspired by and very much remembering the particular character of the St. Lawrence neighborhood, the market, King Street, the distillery district as kind of precedents in terms of creating grain and texture and character in the architecture itself. And then introducing the bay window or the bow window as a way of bringing domestic character and a sense of home to a tower, you know, something that's super scaled. How can we bring a sense of intimacy and home and a kind of spatial diversity into the spaces offered, the homes offered in the tower, and also its effect on the urban realm as a kind of piece of city. Next slide. Of course, the other big influence in terms of the wider master plan strategies is the nature of Toronto's ravines, that like it's not just about the waterfront, but the ravines as places of a sort of intense, immersive character. And I think somebody mentioned earlier that we all know and love. The idea of urban forms or architectural forms as relating to the form of tree trunks, and the bark itself as creating a kind of ecosystem. And this idea of a skin as a rough element that enables sort of creatures and life to grow within it was a kind of ambition, is an ambition of ours, and evoking the character of Ontario forests and native trees from pines to maples and beech. All were part of the kind of inspiring forces. Next. And so this kind of early sketch was on the top left is this notion. It's a section through the site going from the St. Lawrence district and Front Street across the railway corridor, the Gardiner Expressway, and then the sort of tall buildings of our master plan as this kind of jumping off point or bridging devices for nature and ecology and species to reconnect to the waterfront, both through the air or also maybe even underground with sort of eco tunnels. And so in this way, it's about not only the buildings and pedestrian movement, but movement of species and ecological communities, and using the facade and the form and the kind of particular character of the tower to enable this kind of connective tissue. Next. And so this diagram is a little bit more technical, but explains the principle of the bottom 5 or 6 stories of our building as being education or other uses rather than retail or office. The idea of bringing in sort of communities of young people or third age learning, or really we all understand how great it is when you bring education uses into residential neighborhoods, because they really activate the community and they also support the retail and commercial offer. And then the upper stories, the principle of the swept form, the terraces that act as places for nature, and in dark green that we positioned a sort of amenity space at that transition level that relates to our neighbors, blocks 1B and beyond. Next slide. And here you can see our sort of approach to the ground floor that is very much about creating sort of major entrances, both facing south towards the Timber House and towards Queen's Quay, a kind of major entrance to the institution, residential entrance from Bonnycastle Street that sort of fits into the wider footprint of the building. And then moving around to the right, you can see the entrance of the car and servicing path from Lakeshore Boulevard, and the residential entrance to the tower under, again, a sort of porte cochere. And all of this, it relates very much to the what we've called the civic veranda, a kind of shaded space that creates a kind of sunshade to the ground floor of the building and a kind of balcony onto the community forest and the amphitheater, which could be a multi-purpose space for skating in winter or outdoor talks and performances in the summer. We realize that this is the way we've been speaking about access and servicing. This is going to be a very busy car park entrance at the moment, but that's one of the strategies we're aware of, is just how much the other buildings on the site can be serviced by the underground car park, and then eliminate the need for a lot of those unfortunate sort of facade and servicing places that you have around the ground floors. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned earlier, this idea of creating a kind of a new urban form that announces this new route to the waterfront with this great curve that sweeps up from Queen's Quay to the tower and creates a kind of generous and welcoming approach from Lakeshore Boulevard, and maybe relates to the future of these thoroughfares to the north that where they might not be there, and then this becomes a kind of wonderful new civic frontage. Next slide. And I just want to talk a bit about the principle of the facade. I think there's been super interesting comments coming from the panel about how we can sort of activate the architecture and explore in a really creative way the potential of facades to support nature and plants. And this idea that we've explored of creating not only a pattern of bay windows, but also a pattern of trellised balconies. So balconies are sheltered and will allow climbing plants and are sort of 2 stories high in their reading. So that's one of the reasons why many balconies don't work when they're sort of 1-story height and plants don't get enough sun. And when they're 2 stories high, it completely changes the nature of that space and creates a microclimate when they're sheltered with trellises. Next slide. And this shows the relationship, again, a kind of section through the Gardner and Lakeshore Boulevard, the kind of porte cochere under the low element of our proposal, the kind of valley or ravine condition of the community forest, and then the more urban quality of Queen's Quay, and then moving down to the lake and creating that sense of connection. Next. And so these here are just a variety of the conditions around the base. The principle of a kind of softened and welcoming frontage to Lakeshore Boulevard on the left, a sort of a different kind of threshold to the institution that's facing the timber house and Queen's Quay. So this is a very important kind of threshold and kind of gateway to the community forest. And then on the right, the kind of civic veranda and its role in creating different sheltered ways of moving throughout the site, obviously barrier-free and accessible. And the entrance, the ground floor entrance of the tower, sort of acting as an active and accessible space. And we like to think of those as being co-work spaces for the community of the tower. Next slide. And I think this idea that Brian mentioned earlier of craft, of bringing craft and pattern and ornament and detail into the language of the architecture, we've tried to express using ceramic, sort of green glazed ceramics as the facade, reducing the amount of glazed area so that it's basically a window, a pattern of windows and balconies and bay windows that create this textured surface, which also will help reduce wind downdraft, which is an issue we're all aware of in high density neighborhoods. Next slide. And again, the porte cochere, sort of trying to make a gracious entrance to the car park, sort of the opposite of many car park entrances for urban buildings, trying to make this a beautiful thing, also relating to some of Toronto's great civic buildings that are beautiful porte cocheres. Next slide. And then again, the idea of greening the skyline, creating accessible terraces for food growing, planting, nature, and species that are sort of supporting this idea of a new ecology, a kind of urban ecology that's informing this new neighborhood. Next slide. And then again, just starting to think about how this will work across the seasons. And this looks less like a forest and more like a park, it's true, but I think this is one of the most exciting things about this project is how to create this sense of a woodland, but also make spaces that are usable year round and creating that kind of adaptable quality. So it's a super interesting challenge, I think, that we're all really keen to take on and discuss with you and really all the stakeholders who will be using and sort of enjoying and bringing this neighborhood to life. I think that might be my last slide. Yes.
Okay, so then I'll quickly run through 1B, and Alison has kind of framed a lot of the conditions surrounding the site, so I can move quite quickly through our approach. As I mentioned earlier, our approach has been very much driven by the principles for the whole area. And so our approach for the building has really been trying to build on the notion of creating a vertical community that is reminiscent of maybe a tree trunk in the forest. So you see kind of the way we've lifted it up. Of course, from this site of any given building, there are great views, not just to the lake, but also back to the city. And then instead of similar to what Alison mentioned, we've taken the liberty of reforming the podium and letting that start to find its way up into the building, so that we minimize on the one hand the footprint, but also start to create something that is more like a living organism and resemblant of a tree in the woods. And this allows us then to create these shared terraces, green spaces at different heights throughout the building. So just looking here, we see an opportunity, and I think you touched a bit on this earlier, that there's definitely an opportunity on the buildings themselves to talk about different species, different variations of green spaces that are ultimately different from the community forest. So just on the diagram on the left, just identifying, what some of those could be, from the rocky highlands to smaller shrubs and woodlands on the roofs, and moving on to the urban farm and so on. Our footprint sits between the plan you just saw from Alison. This is the same drop-off that Alison just mentioned. From there, you would have access to the loading. Our footprint is defined very much by the community care center. So that is facing, you can see, towards the south, towards the forest, and then the access to a residential lobby facing the drop-off area to the northwest, and then around that a potential mobility hub, thinking about shared forms of transportation, electric bikes, and so on, making that a part of the development, and then the fitness studio, which then starts to blend with some of the activity in the wellness areas that I mentioned earlier in the master plan. So again, looking at this image that I showed earlier, here you are looking at that community center, which is front and center. It's about a 4-story the low building, and then the residential tower rises up beyond that. The community care hub is still in development and needs to find its exact programming, but the idea is very much in tune with the multi-generational aspect and an inclusive neighborhood, and seeing how we can bring this all together, from daycares to fitness studios for the elderly, to care facilities, the mobility hub, but really trying to create something that is reminiscent of almost a community center at the very heart of the development. but also recognizing that there's a potential underneath the Gardner to bringing that and giving that a future life and a different life. So, you know, on the one hand, yes, we have to respect servicing and so on, but we also see a huge potential in these small shifts that address moments where this could be giving a different life, a different vibrancy that is there than exists today, and brings this forward as an urban environment more than a response to an infrastructural environment. Our approach to the, and this is very early days still, to the skinning, I would say, of the building is very much inspired by the notion of a tree trunk. We are, you know, our aspiration is to give access to light and fresh air for everybody. But as the building, so, you know, the way that it responds in height, in the verticality, there's a nod in the darkness back to the historical references of the St. Lawrence, to a tree trunk, to the distillery district. But then at the building, at the lower levels, the tonality changes. It becomes light. The balcony frontages that are shown here are faced downwards so that we can bounce daylight from these facades back into the community forest. So in that way, the facades are doing a dual purpose. And here, just an image from the entrance to the community care hub. You see a very generous approach to an almost fragmented building form, where people have access to balconies, terraces, and really this three-dimensional green space that we mentioned earlier on in the master plan finds its way up into the building. That was a very quick.
Okay, keep going.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark McQuaid. I'm an associate principal at Adjay Associates New York, and I'll walk you through the timber house. And much of what we'll look at and talk about will touch on so much of the comments that you've already given, really thoughtful comments. And I realize it's been a very long meeting, so I'll do it as expeditiously as possible. So let's flip through. So as so many of you have mentioned, this building, or there's some real key drivers here. Obviously, we were extremely excited about this scale and the icon of that as a kind of placekeeping space and having that be mass timber. You know, the sustainability, the low carbon nature of that, but also, Jeffrey, as you were noting earlier, the importance of this to animate Queens Quay, to have this and be an amazing, and I think it could be really a new model of retail street wall, and finding that balance of exactly what you said, which is the porosity, but also holding that street wall and animating Queens Quay and giving that depth and having life along Queens Quay. So it's not only the inside of the forest in the project and that invitation, but also we see these very much as sort of welcome mats coming in. And we've studied them a lot, both from sun shading, that's certainly defined the form of the building, the section of the building, but also these apertures, as well as the north-south view corridors to the water. And I'm sure we'll continue to tweak, right? That's what schematic design and beyond is all about. So we're eager to do that with you and find the right balance. But I think this view gives you a great sense for us that, as so many have said earlier, it is not just about the plot of land that we're looking about, but the connection to the larger Toronto waterfront. And this is the kind of welcome area in timber and that warmth and opportunities here look very exciting for us. Next. And then here, part of this too is how it happens also east to west and what the opportunities are. So having moments for entry and dissolving of corners that allows it to kind of erode and come in and have more public moments, have covered moments for extension of the seasonality was really fantastic. And then here, you know, also holding then that kind of 38-meter waterfront datum. And if you were thinking about that kind of linear strip of retail and site, you know, grade level activation. But then also for us, it was, of course, as many have touched on earlier, a huge opportunity and potential to not think of the roof as a roof, but to think of this as a new green engine, a new green lung of the place. So it's not only the forest at grade and all of that that can happen from the amphitheater that Allison's talking about to the Culture Care Center, but also up top as a kind of production engine. And I think we certainly are excited about the technical challenges here and understand, and we'll dig in. I mean, Rasmus and I have been sort of combining brains and thinking through this, looking at examples, and we'll continue to do that with you all. But if you think that there as that kind of green engine and green lung up top of the whole project, that of course the towers are also looking down on, but provides a whole new overview of the district, of the area of the waterfront, would be fantastic. And making parts of that public and also literally producing some of the food there would be great. So this is really an invitation here at the corner to come in and come up. You're seeing some of initial gestures of how can we even bring people up to that scale. Next. And then some of this is, as Brian has talked about, the kind of longer history, but there's also the kind of more recent history here of certain building typologies and forms. And also for us, the project always begins very site specifically by looking at the site and walking along. And, you know, we of course studied what's already there on Queens Quay and how that's working and how the pedestrian scape is already. And then looking back in history about some of these kinds of, you know, industrial buildings, the, you know, dock architecture, the waterfront architecture, and how could we leverage that and use that? Obviously not for the same reasons that once were needed, but let's go to the next slide. But how could we take inspiration from that and do some of the new things that we're all talking about doing here to create this amazing kind of hub? So these were just some of the earlier inspirational images about these kinds of forms. Obviously, many of these forms sort of still exist on Queens Quay, a block away, but obviously trying to do that sort of in a mass timber way and seeing what the scale of the new programs that we're all talking about was very exciting for us. Next. And here an overview. And again, this is sort of trying to understand the apertures here. And also, as you can see, the right cadence of balconies so that the building, although long, does have cadence and rhythm and materiality and coloration and craft. And so that's happening at the program scale, it's happening at the aperture and porosity scale, the material scale, as you go along that area. Next. And here on plan, this is just trying to show you some of the alignments that we've already thought through north to south and how that relates, obviously for the buildings on the site, but also things like Small Street, you know, Bonnie Castle, how that's eroded there. And then, you know, as you look to the south there, obviously there are already apertures and thoughts about the existing buildings and waterfront views and how can we leverage that. But I think it's absolutely right that the right balance of that, how big are those, has been something we've really been studying and will continue to do. Next. Here, kind of elevation, showing some of that. And I think it also just starts to touch on some of the program mix that we've been looking at so that it is not only residential there, but being very specific about when we are having those apertures, what are people looking at as they look up? What are people looking down on? So things like great amenity spaces, gyms, play space, you know, inviting areas. And then of course, up top, all the way on the very rooftop would be fantastic. The bridge there over Small Street is a thought and idea and is really about supporting that extension of the farm and production that could be very, very exciting and creating a kind of new outpost as people in the public potentially can come up there, but cafes, restaurant, and look out over, say, Block 5 and that new kind of cultural hub that people have talked about before. An amazing space to be able to do that. Next. Here, a kind of close up, and this is obviously, you know, it's RFP competition zone. So these are quick and gives you a sense of one type of retail sort of focused on small scale coffee shops. But you'll see, and we can flip through. Some of these are double height. There's lots of optionality here. We also wanted to just show some kind of close-ups of the ideas of these balconies and that kind of scale at the pedestrian. But as we flip through, that's great. The Axos, the next one's perfect. Thank you. And you can see here the thought, sometimes we do go all the way through and we very much see the kind of north end there along the forest also as an animation area. So that Queens Quay feels an extension, not that they're disparate, and that, you know, at times that can be retail and the sightlines with glazing going all the way through. Other times it's small scale coffee shops. Other times, absolutely, it's restaurants and cafes filling out with outdoor seating. So just finding that balance, and, you know, what we'll do is obviously the study of that mix as we move forward and seeing what that can be. Next. Here in section, showing some of those different scales that we've been testing in terms of those openings, as well as a lot of the early work up front obviously was absolutely on the efficiencies of mass timber and being super realistic about that. And how do we get a module to work that's affordable, that can work with mass timber? We don't want this to be a symbolically wood building. We obviously, as everybody's been saying, want this to be true. And at that scale, it would be a very exciting project, I think, in Canada, and feature that. And you're also seeing here the section that we really calibrated to the sun studies. The very first thing we did was, of course, looking at those sun studies. And it's very intentional that we're starting to scallop and terrace the building here to maximize the kind of light that's coming through in the community foresight. Next. Here, another moment, you know, opportunities for other kinds of plaza moments, not just retail moments, and how can we maximize that? Things that we'd love to show you in the next round as we develop. Next one. And then, of course, looking to the water, you know, and having these kinds of moments where these are big enough. As somebody mentioned earlier, you know, it's all well and good to look at these in an architectural plan, but the scale of how they feel, even things like security and how they feel safe and welcoming, is something that we really take seriously and look at, and will continue to do so. So here, the kind of heroic view of the waterfront beyond, and then, of course, all the way to the garden. I think that might be the last one. Let's see. Oh, not quite. You've all seen this. We've talked a lot about the lushness of the landscape. I won't touch on it anymore. And then, of course, here, as Rasmus talked about, I mean, something that very early on we were excited about and will continue to work through all the technical issues. We're determined to work through that and have it really be the first functioning one in Toronto and in Canada that can work at this latitude. I'm confident we can do it with your help. And then, of course, over here from the kind of cultural side, what a fantastic view. You know, for us, this view is very much sort of what Queens Quay is not now, right? It's not just about the towers, and it's about finding that balance with all these different architects and master plans and thought makers coming together, but also a kind of still a unifying, amazing embrace of that new street wall, and then yet still coming through and having ferocity to come to from something like a landscape like this culture corridor to obviously the forest and amphitheaters beyond, and feeling like you can really walk through even if you don't live there. So as somebody very beautifully said earlier about this kind of place keeping space, so expanding and exaggerating the amazing qualities that exist today, but really giving it a new form. Thanks.
Use it in there.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much. So we are behind time, but we can probably eat into our lunch hour a bit if we want to. So let's just go around to questions, and then we'll go to comments. I'll start on this side. Jana, you want to?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. I just have three quick questions. First is the timber house. Is that, are you imagining, I know it's early days, but are you imagining that being a hybrid structure or just simply mass timber? Certainly the garage is going to be concrete. I'm wondering if the cores and so it'll be hybrid.
I mean, absolutely. Early days, we're going to obviously push as much timber as possible, you know, as code allows. So I'm sure there'll be some hybrid features, but we're going to find those efficiencies.
Okay. My next question is the community care hub. I'm not familiar with what that is. Is that a private institution, a public institution, or it's just a programming shorthand for now?
Tony could elaborate on the community.
So we have a number of different community partners that we're working with, and you know, I think it's the idea that there might be a center for the community that we're going to consult on, you know, as we're able to in a public manner and get feedback from stakeholders as to what it should be. I think some ideas that we've thought about, it could be medical center, there could be places for people to work if they're not able to feed the community. Like there might be a daycare component to it. There's a few different programs that we're studying with our partners.
Thanks.
Okay, Emily?
No questions.
No? Okay. David?
Yeah, just a quick kind of functional one. Is Timber House, from a servicing perspective, is that accessed through 1A somehow, or what's the garage and whatnot?
So those cores go all the way through, and I think as Adam mentioned earlier, there is parking underneath. So part of the thought there is that we've looked at how that servicing and those cores can come down and how that interacts with the parking, so the servicing can happen from below grade.
And then it'll be coming from like the vehicular access and whatnot would be coming through 1A?
Exactly, yeah, and we've looked at doing that not only for residential, but obviously for, for retail corridors and such as well, and having shortcuts to the purely retail.
So it's kind of servicing free in a sense, servicing access free in a sense from the surrounding streets. Like there are no ramps or garage entrances, that kind of thing.
The only entrance is through 1A.
Okay, good.
Okay. Needham?
Two quick questions. Thank you. The height of the roof garden in meters at across the top of Timber House is proposed at.
Yeah, we're holding the 38.1 meter kind of waterfront datum, and then obviously some of the greenery and trellis, extends a little above that, like the guardrail height.
So it is the 38 meter line.
Indeed, yeah, that was very important to maintain that. Yep.
And then the next question, it's a speculative question, and I realize it's early days and these are competition drawings, but just to help me, I'm a landscape person, help me understand a little bit about these aspirational cladding skin, bark-like on the curve. Maybe Allison, could you tell me a little bit about these, are they trellises that are intended for plant material? Like tell me a little bit more about what the balcony-like structures that look sort of like gilded bird cages. Sorry, that's probably not what you wanted me to say, but I don't think that's what you meant, but it's just how they meant to me.
Yes, I mean, they're pretty straightforward. They're semicircular balconies with and because they're staggered in a staggered pattern, they can be, it's 2 stories till the next one above. And so we've connected the balconies with rods, just metal rods, and those will act as sort of a trellis or a framework for climbing plants.
I heard the 2 stories and I was making sure I read them. So they are intended to read that way. Thank you. And then for the overstory, the concept of the material at public realm being lighter. So just a change in materiality in the building cladding from the higher elevations to the lower. So we are seeing that reading as a lighter structure for more light in the public realm. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't know if it's a change in materiality. They will have to look at that. But the tonality changes.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure my reading is not totally off. Thank you.
Okay, Betty.
Just a quick question for Timber House. I saw that you've got a few greenhouses on the roof. Have you considered having larger sections of that roof be all season sort of covered green roofs, or are those kind of like little follies on the roof? Is there a way to, if you've been thinking about the green roofs the greenhouses in relation to the growing?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, early days, but that's absolutely something we've been looking at with Rasmus and Tony and team, of finding that balance up there to extend the seasonality and also have the potential for things like cafes, restaurants where, even public could come out. So nothing determined yet, but absolutely something we're looking at.
Thanks. Okay.
No questions.
No. Bridget.
2 questions. One, in terms of the Western Front, I guess the issue of the institutional program, maybe this is a question for Tony. I guess it's a bit like the community hub. It's in process. Is that you'll need a partner to actually be a tenant there so you can develop it more specifically, or is that the?
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. We have a number of different partners that we're working with, and obviously the project has its own timeline. Institutions have their timelines and what they're looking to do. It's a complicated project because we also have the affordable housing component. So there's a lot of pieces that need to fall to make it work.
But the intention is that it's not just retail, but actually a different kind of program in that area as an anchor for that portion of the site.
That is the intention.
Great. And then I guess I just wanted maybe a question about timing. We've seen, what we've seen is a very early version from the competition of the 3 towers on the western two towers on the western side of the site. When do you think we'll be seeing the other towers, or are those, way too early to even consider, or just in terms of like, because in a way our comments related to these are also part of, it's only one piece of a bigger site plan. So I'm just trying to, in my mind, understand the kind of.
So I can maybe start to speak to that. I mean, I think, the three architects that we have here today, that's part of our, early phase, or might be sub phases, or might be a larger phase, depending on, what we work out with the city and from a market perspective. Block 2, so that third tower, the design competition. Block 4 will be a design competition. That's part of our commitment. So,
in the public space is that, and this, like what we're seeing in the foreground, is that Waterfront Toronto then? I'm just trying to.
Public spaces, including Parliament Plaza and Parliament Activation, which is what you're seeing in the foreground here, would be led by us, but of course done collaboratively with the SLAPMA team of Quayside Impact.
Just appreciate understanding that big picture. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. Betsy, are you there?
Hi, Paul.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Just about the question of the timber on the outside of the building. Do you have an idea now about whether we're seeing that timber weather and go gray over time, or are you working on a program to keep it bright and wood colored? I mean, I know it's early days, but it jumps out as being a major kind of piece.
Yeah, no, I think great question, Betsy. It's early days. I think too early to say specifically. I will just say that we have experience kind of doing both, and have, working with, like, for example, Nordic Glulam right now, where we are looking, and we have some where they have UV coatings on it that are pretty imperceptible to extend it, but also have done some weather. So I don't think we have the answer today, but certainly have the technology to try to do both as the discussion continues.
Other questions, Betsy, or you okay? So, Jeff?
Yeah, just one question about programming for 1B floor plan, the fitness studio. Is that meant to be a shared amenity for the towers, or are you envisioning that as like a retail fitness center, open to the public type space?
I think, Jeff, at this stage, we are very much envisioning it as open to the public and not as an amenity for the tower.
Good, thanks.
Okay. Kevin?
Thank you. No questions.
Questions, great. Okay. So let's go to comments. Janet?
Thanks. And again, thank you for a really great presentation. I know it's early days and we've talked a lot about many aspects of this. I'm very excited about the potential for a kind of multivalent sensory experience in that interstitial space that you're calling the forest. And, I've come to realize that this is almost like a 5 elevation proposal. It's everything on the sides, but it's also on the top. And it's made me think a lot about these buildings as performative objects. And so I'm really looking forward in the later presentations to seeing how that comes about technically from the ways that we've already talked about, because more and more I feel that if that isn't scrubbed, what you're proposing, even in terms of mixing the public and the private on the rooftops, is innovative for this city. You're proposing a maintenance regime, which will be innovative for this city. There is so much innovation here that I think if you don't start bringing that forward, it will be difficult to assess the validity of your ability to actually realize it, and it'll just remain aspirational. And that will be not only a shame, but a failure. So I'm all there, but I think we really need the metrics, the backup, and the technical aspects. And there are people, Scott McIver, for instance, who's a local expert in pollinators. There are people here who can assist to make it successful, and I think we need to start seeing that.
Okay, Emma?
You as well for the presentation. It's really helpful to see how each of these buildings contribute to the whole, but then they have their own identity and their own aspirations as well. I really appreciate, and I'm gonna maybe contradict Jeff on this one. I really appreciate the porosity on the ground plane, and basically that all these buildings are buildings in the round in a sense, and that you can in a sense have the wall of the street come in to the center of the space and just extend that kind of activity and program into the heart of the community garden. I do think that there are ways to be able to, as you're developing things and having to maybe negotiate that, allow for the landscape actually to become part of that and bring people in. I see it as a destination. I don't see it as just a couple of trees that bring people in. I do think that there's ways to program the exterior spaces to also support the programming within the building, and there's a lot of ways to do that. And I see that this is maybe actually a new prototype for Toronto to think about how this can really be achieved. There's been aspirations in the past that maybe not have succeeded, but I do think that there's a lot of really great thinkers on this team that can pull it off. I would also say to each one of the architects' buildings that I think it'd be very interesting to add to Jenna, what you were saying about there's like this 5 location kind of aspect of it, that there's a lot more analogs out there in terms of natural community or natural communities that you could be looking to bring onto the buildings, and each one of these buildings is interacting with the landscape in a very, very different way. And I think that there's a lot more there to be thinking about. Allison's building, it being this kind of cliff, maybe thinking about what that means, that cliff ecology on that building that's consistent all the way through, that there's actually a lot more grain that could happen with that. Michael's building already starting to talk about certain kind of analogs, but I'd encourage you to keep on pushing that to see what's happening in the Ontario area. And then the urban farming, I just wonder if there's something out there within the Ontario agricultural typologies to really be thinking about as well, bringing in. So I'll leave it at that.
David?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. And again, 3 amazing proposals here. So it's really exciting to see and to begin to hear about them as well. And I too really am enjoying the different personalities of these buildings by the 3 architects. I love some of the gestures, the civic veranda, for example. I love the idea of somehow having these buildings illuminate the public space that I think, or the forest that I think might be dark at different times of the year, depending on what the shadow studies show here and how much porosity you can bring through the timber house building. So I think that's also a really intriguing idea. In terms of the towers, especially, I am interested in a kind of earlier discussion we had in the previous conversation about what these buildings look like from afar. So I'm kind of interested in seeing these proposals set, from the actually seeing what they look like from the St. Lawrence housing neighborhood, or St. Lawrence neighborhood, I should say, and from, maybe from others, the distillery or whatever that might be. I'd like to see the fronts and the backs and this kind of building and around from a distance. As we're beginning to understand Timber House here and its relationship to the adjacent public spaces, I think there is a lot of potential in the larger terraces of these buildings, like there is on 1A as the building steps up around that corner, on 1B, those larger terraces, and obviously on Timber House for kind of bigger ecological moves that I'm a little bit skeptical of, or I'm not convinced about on the vertical surfaces yet, as we get high up on these very, very tall buildings. maybe easier on the lower story. So I'd like to understand more about the technology of all of that. And I guess finally, I think that there's a great opportunity here with the development of these buildings and I didn't say it in the last session, but to begin to think about how this forest informs the design of Lakeshore, as you've begun to illustrate in the plans, and how it begins to maybe inflect and change the design of Queens Quay as it's implemented to the east, so that there's a change in the character of Queens Quay as you move towards the Parliament Street slip and this neighborhood that might be different from the western end. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for synergies there too. I realize it's a separate project, but I think this project could inform that. Thank you.
Yes, continuing with kudos and thanks is a very inspirational as well as aspirational, let's say, blended family of these distinct personalities that are really working together or have the capacity to. I'm also supportive of the massing, the porosity, the engaged program, these gestures like the veranda to the water with a shelter belt to the north and referencing the valley. Many of my comments were already made, so just trying to summarize really quickly to go back to what I think are some of the points for elaboration and diving deeper. I love Emily's notion of the understory to the overstory. If you're sticking with a forest, which I'm not really bought into yet, I think there's so many other local ecologies that actually might work better for the building. Jana's mentioned one of them, the idea of vertical pollinator pathways. You've got a crisis in insect pollination on our looming, and it would be such a gift to be able to realize that architecturally as well as green infrastructurally. Everyone understands forest very hard to replicate in a city unless you're doing something that's an understory style. Also, the idea of an open meadow at times particularly is going to keep you focused on the need for light in this public realm. If you're using the bridge to give you this farm, do so with caution, right? Lots of caution there because there's a trade-off unless we can really be focused on public access and light. I think that's the challenge here. The final thing just I'll add is we have models around us. The Leslie Street Spit is an entirely created landscape that has a combination of ecotones and types that use both native ecology and, surprise, wind-borne pollinated novel ecologies that are emerging daily, hourly. There's some really interesting examples, the Scarborough Bluffs, to the point of cliff ecology. They're around us and they have seed beds and host plants that are also part of placekeeping. So I really look forward to the examples next time. Very last point, this is a huge opportunity for innovation, as others have said, particularly when you're interweaving the public realm with this private residential realm, and we desperately need a model for that. This team is so well equipped to make that model and to let us really see what that's going to look like, because that's the only way this will be realized. And I'd really like to push your aspirations and help realize them.
Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, thank you. 3 really wonderful buildings and overall really wonderful project. Really evocative too, how each of them has a separate architectural identity, but they're coming together in a really wonderful way. Especially again, just to echo that I'm excited to see how these things meet the public realm in various ways. And I think taking this idea of an intergenerational / aging in place component seriously would also push on you to think of this ground plane, ground level in a slightly different way. So I would really, really push that. What it means to have seniors and kids and everyone in between using these spaces. So one thing to put on the agenda. I'm also wondering if there's an opportunity, again, I don't know if this is possible or not, but maybe toward testing, to couple on the roof of the timber house, things like the HVAC systems and mechanical systems with the waste cycling, heat moisture capture from the building itself to then use inside greenhouses, so that you might be able to extend the growing season, but also just be really efficient, right? So if you need to light, if you need to heat, if you need the moisture from the mechanicals of the building, there's a way to help, vegetables grow inside there. So that's maybe another level of innovation that can come in and be tested here. And in all honesty, the reality is it's going to come down to the details, how high quality is the material, those beautiful gilded balconies, gold gilded, so again, early stages, but just quality of the material, quality of the finishes, the kind of programming, all of this will seriously, take this project from being really beautifully rendered and have a lot of ambition and execute it to the level that is truly reflective of what is being said. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree with all my colleagues, particularly Jana, I think really called it that there are so many innovations that you really need to kind of work them through to see if they're actually achievable. I mean, just a couple comment, I think Bridget, you mentioned the servicing before, but servicing underground for, I'm going to guess over 1,000 units on one parking ramp. The kind of robustness of reality when it's overlaid on this project, it'll be like you just have to hang on and kind of push back and really make it work. But it's going to be super challenging. My experience with mass timber is that wood does not like to cantilever unless you know a different structural engineer than I do. So that westerly facade is probably, that cantilever is probably not possible. Even I'm going to go with the balconies, which are fantastic because they give a look to the timber house with that very deep cantilever. I'm going to go 3 meters in some instances, unless it's held back, sort of cabled back seriously. And then just the sort of diagonal truss, super notional because it's disconnected. So there's just things that, once you take it through, I mean, I'm not being a downer. I just think that there's a lot to kind of unpack here and actually maybe prioritize what you really hang on to and what you kind of let go, because it's very rich, it's very full, and it's pretty challenging.
I appreciate that. I'm going to give just 2-second response, which is, believe it or not, but we have an amazing structural engineer whose specialty is timber. And I know it's early days, but these actually have been engineered with these cantilevers in mind. So the challenges are absolutely real as you're bringing up, but we are committed to, there has been some thought here and we are committed to really try and see if we can do it. And so far the early engineering is showing that it can, but yes, there will certainly be costs and challenges with it. Appreciate your comments.
Thanks for that. We're short of time, so we got to keep going here. Bridget.
Great. First of all, it is really aspirational, wonderful. For me, I appreciated Michael's discussion about what makes a neighborhood. 3 buildings don't make a neighborhood. And so its connectivity west and east and north and south is really essential. I actually think for me, the kind of mid-block connection through Le Monde is actually, it's an emerging public realm that we have to nurture. So the west curve kind of ends in that facade. Is there a way to jog or do something to really bring that mid-block connection into the middle of your site in a way where the building isn't an obstacle, but is actually drawing you in? You guys will figure that out. But I think for me, we have this, one of your diagrams showed west and east, but the reality isn't there right now in the renderings I saw. The elevation on the Gardner, at the Gardner level, is so important. Thousands of cars, people sit there like day in and day out, bumper to bumper traffic. You have to treat it as a real elevation in your project. And we've approved other projects where when I sit there, I go crazy because it's so bad, okay? And you guys can do so much better. The north-south section between your 1A and the timber house, it's so key, the shadowing. And so I would love to see really important shadow studies and sections that are big enough to really understand. For me, the forest is still fuzzy and fairly ephemeral. I keep re-seeing it as different things. So again, competition to reality is a huge leap, and you guys are so capable of dealing with that. The comment that Jeff made about retail is so key. We end up with these huge floor plates and only an LCBO and a Shoppers Drug Mart go in. And you don't get the mix and the fine grain because they're way too deep, and you don't get smaller people that can actually, the rent's too high. So there has to be a different way of subdividing to create the level of flexibility that will support the kind of activity that we want. So it's a kind of chicken and egg, but if you're thinking about it from the very beginning, you can actually propose something that will be the alternate to what we actually have now, which would be really great. The timber house, I just feel like the apertures are too big. It needs to be like more continuous. So on one hand, like there are some amazing buildings in Singapore where the rooftop is a public realm. You take an elevator to the roof when there are fireworks, because that's actually the public realm. So if you saw your urban farm as a public realm and you wanted the continuity all the way from one end to the other, so you have this floor plate that's amazing, it changes everything. And this question of having more greenhouses than open, like we're, our climatic zone will force you there, and you probably need a partner right from the beginning. In the same way you need your institutional partner, you need your community hub partner, and you need your urban farm partner, so you can really work together to not deal with it hypothetically, but actually with real people that are going to run it and operate it and have really specific requirements, and that'll help you to make it a kind of viable option. But if I could, I would love, if there are fireworks, I would want to be there, to kind of experience it. And the fact that it could be accessed publicly and not have to go through any lobby of a kind of residential to do that, the length is what is so strong about it and so powerful. And if the openings are too big, you lose the linearity and you lose tons of units that you could have in there. And I feel like even a three-story opening aperture is a lot. Like even when you see all of our mid-block connections, there's an analysis of whether they work or don't work, width to height ratio that you can really use to help you to kind of determine the appropriate scale of openings there that are not too big, but also not too small. So we want them to have civic qualities, but if they're too big, you're just going to they become wind tunnels and they don't really perform the way you want to. So there's a really kind of more specifically what we would like to see in the next iteration, because they become really key in the success of the project and making sure that, all these aspirations can actually be realized. Thank you.
Great. Betsy?
Hi, because I'm going later, I had a chance to write a ton of notes, so I'll try to go fast. The question posed at the beginning was that does Toronto have a cohesive skyline that needs to be designed to? I don't think we necessarily do. It's kind of is what it is at this point. So it's much more important that the development hangs together as a district and then starts to inform its neighbors, much like how the distillery district has informed the adjacent developments of the West Donlands. So I think this project could really be an incubator and kind of set the tone for kind of more development as it will inevitably start to spread across this area. So right now, Timber House is drawing the most attention. It seems to be dealing with the most complex issues from both a building and planning perspective. I've seen some really great research into the longevity of timber on the exterior of larger structures. Sometimes things like the balconies are sacrificial and conceived of as being replaced over time. So you don't design a timber balcony on the outside of a timber building thinking it's going to last 100 years. You put much shorter timelines on it and you design kind of flexibility into the system so you still get like really great performance of the building behind, with the pieces on the outside somehow being kind of removable and replaceable over time. So there's a lot of creative ways to think about civic buildings that are not as impervious as, say, a brick, a glass, or a terracotta building. For me, the crux of the design of that timber house is that you're always going to be working against the thickness of that bar. So when you have a large break, I'm going to be the opposite. I'm going to say I would rather see it have access to the sky. As the openings get smaller and smaller, maybe they don't go all the way through, but become niches in the facade, and you kind of develop a more plastic experience on the Queen's Quay side. I was kind of measuring as you were all talking, and the bar building is similar in length to Tank House Lane in the Distillery District. Tank House Lane has that large restaurant patio on the south side, and I think two mews, or on the north side and two mews on the south side that are open air spaces. And then otherwise it's a mixture of relatively small retail spaces and civic spaces. So question to Bridget's point is, could a company like Soma, a small chocolate shop, have a presence on Queen's Quay relative to both size and affordability? it's also about the same dimension as the block from Queen to Humbert on Ossington. So this is spurred by Jeff's question about how do you create a high street. So I would say that Distillery District and Ossington are probably the two best examples in the city of what we would call a pedestrian-oriented high street. So there's over 20 storefronts on the west side, which is a continuous facade on Ossington, all with residential on top. So maybe there's another 10 to 15 residential doors on the street. So could you design a facade that has 30 to 40 ways to permeate it off of Queen's Quay into both residences and storefronts that could really activate that street? Both of these examples, however, have street widths that are much more narrow and pedestrian forward than what you've got on Queen's Quay. I don't know how you kind of reconcile those two, because I think the density of the other side is something that has a huge impact on how the pedestrian comfort in both of those spaces. Is it possible to maybe bring some of that landscape piece forward onto Queen's Quay so that you artificially create a much tighter pedestrian experience than what is rendered right now? So you've got that kind of forest behind, but you've got the front of your building, which kind of shears down to the ground, and you've got this big expanse crossing Queen. I think you may need to create some density there relative to the landscape plan. And given what your approach is on that level, I think that would potentially be really interesting, but that's really for the team to, look at. So I get the really big idea of this continuous bar. I feel like the spaces underneath all the cantilevers, especially on the east and west facade, are going to be really dark. And so again, I'm a less of a bridge over, more distinct buildings kind of attitude. And then especially when you get to the overhang on the Parliament Plaza section, I would look at trying to pull that back to make the plaza really open air and light filled. And you've got lots of vertical space to add density. And then I guess my last point is I can't wait to see a section of that building that has a slab, a timber, and plant material all within this much space. So I'm very excited to see the next stage of this. Is going to be a really fabulous project.
Okay, thanks, Betsy. Jeff?
Right. Yeah, thank you. No, listen, I don't have a lot to add on this, and I think it issues ID. I don't want to say this is working or not working, but I do appreciate Mark responding to some of my earlier comments, showing some more detailed renderings. I think, I have more optimism about the execution through some of those views of the scale of the facades, preserving the narrow, deep spaces instead of what we typically do, lots of frontage but no depth, so you end up with fewer spaces because we eat it all through back of house. Now that being said, it's about protecting that intention as all these compromises creep in through the project. But I think that the team is really well positioned to solve that, and bringing in some of the experience from New York and from Europe about how it's being done and challenging. I think a lot of this is frankly it's problems with our planning policy, and so if we can challenge that and push that as much as is feasible, I think we'll get a better result. Yeah, Betsy, those examples of Ossington, we need more of those. Challenging with this height. These aren't 3-story buildings like Ossington, and it's the lobbies, it's the residential lobbies, the elevator shafts, that kind of requirements that really kind of, we stick them in there, and they're not really good public spaces. They tend to be oversized and flashy and underutilized. And then with the back buildings, I really like on their own the design of them all. I think when the final two buildings come into play, we'll have a real sense of what that cohesive district looks like. And it's going to be a fine line that you're going to have to walk between the differentiation of the buildings and the cohesiveness of them together. This whole project has a biophilic inspiration to it, and so thinking about what is a stand of trees, 4 trees and sort of a shrub underneath it, how does it all tie together and look beautiful and cohesive when the trees are different? And so that's kind of the end result. If they're too similar but not the same. They might look a bit off. If they're too radically different, it may not tie together. So it's just going to be being mindful of that, that design when the whole thing's finished. But yeah, I mean, at this stage, I really like a lot of the elements. I like the mix of public access, the things like the fitness studios, the rooftop decks. We don't need a lot of private amenities. We need great public spaces that are accessible to the people who live in these neighborhoods. Like I said, we didn't even really get into the sustainability innovation all that much. I know this team's doing a lot of work there, and I just think it's great to see this is going to be a real leadership project in the city.
Great, thanks, Jeff. And very last, Kevin, still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I mean, the commentary, here has been already fulsome and comprehensive, so I don't really have anything to add except to say I really, really want to see the structural wood stay. That would be really, really wonderful. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to do a quick summary. And some of these comments have been repeated from our earlier presentation. And I think there's two overall themes that grab me. Number one, innovation. We all applaud it. You're pushing the innovative model, and what we want to see is more work on the innovation concepts so that they translated into innovation reality. Let's get it as opposed to keep dreaming about it. And the second thing I think, which is really interesting related to that, is how this project has the potential to integrate the public and private realm from A to Z almost, in terms of the opportunities that it presents for the urban forest, for the individual personalities of buildings that you're beginning to express, to the street wall, the retail strategy, whether you have big gaps, no gaps, little gaps, whatever. But the one thing that's really important, and this brings to mind, I think it was Bridget made this comment, but the importance of building in small, fine-grained little retail spaces for obvious reasons, because you want, literally, a 500 square foot space maybe, or 1,000 square foot retail space or what have you. So you create that opportunity there. So we want to see a lot more work on that. In terms of other comments, obviously quality of the material and finishes is paramount. We'll be looking at that in detail. Again, more about the servicing reality when you're trying to service potential of up to 1,000 units, pros and cons of all the different options there. We appreciate how the buildings interact with the street, with the forest, etc. All of that integrative strategy. We're going to be looking for more detail on all that. Other comment made about illumination of and the prosody of the urban forest at night, in particular with respect to safety. And it also relates to Betsy's last comment about the cantilevers, whether that's the right approach or what kind of space does that create underneath. I guess a final two comments I'd make about emphasize the natural native windborne ecology that we're all talking about here throughout the morning. And the Leslie Spit was used as an example. We all know how that was achieved. And the very last one I can't resist, maybe because I'm the oldest person on the panel, is the intergenerational model of aging in place. And I think that's delightful, obviously. I think when you first mentioned the community core hub, what I had in mind was a place for the design panel to gather. So, make those the sort of thoughts reality. And I don't know who the partners might be, etc., but explore all of those. There's many more things I could say, but I think I'll leave it at that. Combined with all the comments this morning, we appreciate the presentation and look forward to the design. So now, is there anything that anyone from the team wants to say in response? Before we're all starving.
Starving, I'll keep it brief on behalf of the team. I mean, I think, Waterfront Toronto set some incredibly ambitious targets through the RFP that really culminates all the experience in terms of the stewardship and the leadership that they've shown on the waterfront. Our job is really to put together this, talented and thoughtful team to work with us to be able to come up with vision that we didn't realize, like Dreaming Great Golf are not here to do a paper project. So we're going to leverage our experience in making sure that we can bring some of these, many of these ideas to bear in our city and our market, and leveraging experience both from our local team and our international team. So we're quite excited about that. I think I'll also say that a lot of the designs that all the designs that you saw today are really result of a few short weeks of working intensely together during the middle of COVID. We didn't actually get a chance to actually meet in person while we were putting it all together. We were on Zoom calls where I think there was like 12 or 13 cities that people were calling from Ghana, Dubai, London, San Diego, Chicago, New York, Toronto, Vancouver, Copenhagen. It was quite incredible that we were able to actually get ourselves coordinated to be able to come up with what we think is a great bones of a master plan and some really exciting designs. So, I mean, we're just at the start of the design process. The design process, it's going to evolve in terms of what you see in the designs. We're not always going to get it right, but it won't be a lack of trying. I think we need to set ourselves ambitious targets, and we'll see how far we can get them. And considering that, some of the comments today in terms of how practical some of those ideas might be, and we might get it wrong, but I think we'll try to figure out how we can meet the overall objective, even if it looks a little bit different than what we've shown today. And I think also the comment that was made that we have to make sure that we're working with our partners lockstep in day one to make sure that we're developing things that are realizable. I think we might need to organize a bit of a site tour to the Ryerson rooftop farm. I think you're on the 6th or 7th floor at Team U. Yeah,
Not 38 meters, but pretty
not
extensive.
38 meters, but pretty tall, different microclimate. But we spoke to Joe Nassar at the Center of Studies for Food Security there, and he's provided us some intel in terms of what's worked and what's not worked in the city. And there's lots of international examples that you've heard about today. So yeah, absolutely, we got to make sure that we come up with a sustainable model that is going to be able to sustain itself over a long term, and again, an amenity. So anyways, we're quite excited, and thank you so much for all your time. And we'll get you the details you guys are looking for. It won't be for a lack of ideas or details, given our depth of our team here. So we're quite excited. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks a lot, Tony.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have a short lunch. I think try 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. Welcome. Sorry, we're a little bit late, but we're getting underway here. And we're here for Schematic Design, Basin Meeting and Hub, and I believe Josh produced this.
Yep, I'm here. Can everyone see my screen for the introduction slides?
Good.
Great. So I'll kick it off. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josh Hilbert, development planner with Waterfront Toronto, and welcome to what I think is the third item on today's DRP agenda. It's for the Basin Media Hub site, highlighted here in pink, which is located on the north side of the shipping channel in the Media City District in the Portlands. This is the project's second presentation to this panel, having been here in June of last year for issues ID, so it's now here for schematic design. The proponent team consists of Hackman Capital and the MBS group. The design team is SOM with landscape architects Melk. And could we now have the proponent and design team members please introduce themselves to the panel?
Good morning, everyone. Brian Gladney here with Hackman Capital. It's nice to see you all again. It's been many months at this point since we saw you last summer, but we are here and we're really excited to show you the updates on the project here. I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Carol.
Hi, everybody. Carol Camp. I'm a VP of Development and Construction here at Hackman Capital and excited to share our project with you.
James.
James Dewald, design architect at SOM and leading the design for the architecture of the Basin Media Hub.
Ifan.
Ifan with Melk Urban Design. We are the landscape architect on this project.
Michael.
Michael Lomax, project manager for Cresser, representing Hackman here in Toronto.
Rob.
Rob Cameron, Epilogue, just a local guy with some experience in the area trying to help the client through the process.
And it looks like we also have our Create TO partners here, but I believe that's everyone from our project team.
Great, thanks very much. And I believe we also have some city staff joining us for today's presentation. Anthony Kittle, he's a community planning project manager, and planner Chris Hilbrecht. So the site is seen here, outlined in pink. It's a rather large site with over 400 meters of frontage onto the north side of the shipping channel. Basin Street runs east-west and forms the northern boundary of the site, with Commissioner Street located further to the north. We can see the shipping channel here located to the south and the turning basin off of the eastern edge of the site. For existing transit connections, TTC bus routes 72B and C are shown here in red, which run along Commissioners and Carlaw. However, the future vision for transit in the Portlands includes an east-west dedicated LRT line along Commissioner Street, which will then run northward along the future Broadview extension, which is planned to run approximately where Bouchette Street is currently shown on this map, and will eventually connect with the future East Harbor Transit Hub. This 3D map highlights the existing context and industrial nature of both the site and the surrounding Portlands district. To the south, across the shipping channel, we can see the Hearn Generating Station and Chimney Stack. To the west is the Basin Transformer Station, Pinewood Studios, and their expansion lands, as well as the future Don River Extension and River Valley, currently under construction as part of the Portlands Flood Protection Project. To the north is the FedEx Shipping Center, the Commissioner Street Transfer Station and Stack, and the McCleary Park just north of that. For some site and project background, the site has most recently been used for soil and aggregate storage and as a construction works yard for the Gardner Reconstruction Project, as well as the location of the offices of Create TO. Also located on the site is the Sun Oil Building fronting onto Basin Street, which is listed on the city's heritage inventory. And for some brief policy context, the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan and applicable Portlands area-specific policies were brought into force at the Ontario Land Tribunal in May of 2021, and some further policies brought into force in July of 2022. The Portlands Planning Framework designates the lands for production, interactive, and creative, or PIC core uses, as well as a public promenade along the edges of the shipping channel and the turning basin. Some of the major programs associated with this site include the PIC Core Urban Design Guidelines Project. Draft guidelines were presented to this panel back in January of last year. An Indigenous engagement program for these guidelines is currently under development, and further refinements are ongoing and anticipated to be completed in early 2023. Another major study is the continuation of the Broadview Avenue Extension Municipal Class Environmental Assessment, as well as detailed design of the future Water's Edge Promenade along the shipping channel and turning basin. For land use permissions, the Portlands Planning Framework Vision and the OLT approved official plan modification policies provide specific direction on land use, built form, movement and access, sustainability and biodiversity, cultural heritage, and public art. A site-specific zoning bylaw was approved for the site in July of 2022, which rezoned the lands from heavy industrial zone under former zoning bylaw 43886 to employment industrial uses under the updated zoning bylaw 569/2013. This new employment industrial zoning permits studio and studio-oriented uses, open space natural zone permissions for the future Water's Edge Promenade, and commercial activation uses, which will activate the open space natural zones along the promenade and the street frontages. It also sets out basic development standards for built form, height, density, and on-street parking. As mentioned, work continues on the PIC Core Urban Design Guidelines. Once completed and formally adopted by Council, they will provide additional design direction for the PIC Core District in which this site is located, while also allowing for flexibility in their application on specific sites and projects. And this slide just illustrates where the proposal is in the review and approvals process, currently in the early stages of review, and a site plan application is anticipated in the near future. For a quick recap of June 2022 Issues ID panel consensus comments, the panel appreciated the detailed presentation and design concepts. Turning Basin is a popular destination now and will become even more popular once the Water's Edge Promenade is constructed, so please ensure that the public realm is well designed. Consider the Indigenous history of the site and explore placemaking and storytelling opportunities. It's important to preserve the north-south view corridors to the water in the long term, so consider reconfiguring the Carlog Gate to maintain views to the shipping channel along the basin. The perimeter gates are opportunities for placemaking, so consider different treatments and scales for the designs. Explore other colors on the building facades that better represent the character of the Portlands and its local palette of materials. Provide a full elevation of Basin Street in this review. And with regard to the public realm, please provide a comprehensive landscape strategy, refine the building designs, including the facades, the interface with the public realm in conjunction with the landscape concept, and finally, consider seasonality in the design of the public realm. And these are some of the areas we'd like to highlight for the panel to consider from both staff from the City of Toronto and Waterfront Toronto. With regard to the Water's Edge Promenade and landscape design, comments on the revised landscape and public realm plan would be appreciated. Consider Indigenous placemaking opportunities in the public realm and considerations for year-round activation, providing access for public and studio workers. Regarding alignment with the Portland's planning policies and emerging urban design guidelines, the preservation of key view corridors, and the design of security gates and their integration within the public realm plan. For sustainability strategies, does this proposal meet Waterfront Toronto and city objectives regarding the Toronto Green Standard performances and climate emergency declaration? And are there additional opportunities? And finally, with regard to architecture, please comment on the building elevations and perimeter conditions, materiality, color, and integration with the landscape, and address the treatment of the revised above-grade parking structure. So that concludes the introductory slides. I can now hand off to the proponent team in their presentation.
Great, thank you, Josh. Once again, Brian Gladney with Hackman Capital. Nice to see everybody again. Appreciate all of the time for the esteemed panel here to take the time to review the project with us today. James, are you going to be pulling up the presentation?
I'm not able to screen share at the moment. Is that something that someone could enable for me?
Yeah, let me give you permission, James. Sorry, 1 second.
Sure thing.
And while that's occurring, you'll see a robust presentation here giving an overview of the project as an update to where we were back in June to where we are today. And it's worth clarifying early on in this presentation, it'll be largely focused on the studio property and project itself. We will highlight the way that the promenade interacts with the studio. However, the studio will be a separate submission through a separate process at a later time. But for the sake that they are so integrated and entwined with one another, we wanted to share the intent and highlight that the way that the studio would interact with the promenade itself, with much of the detailed focus being more so on the public realm on the other edges of the project. But with that, again, thank you everyone for being here today. We'll give you an introduction briefly about, again, for those that don't remember who we are as Hackman Capital and what we do. The project itself, James and Ifan will run through it. And then between myself, Carol, and team, we will be questions like we did last time. I believe we ran through the presentation so we could get through it quickly and save time for questions and answers. If there are questions as we go, I think we're all happy to be interrupted and answer what may come as we go through it. So with that, a little bit of reminders, a background of who Hackman Capital is. We are a global studio owner and operator. We are the largest independent owner in the world at this point in time. We have studios across North America, the UK, mainland Europe, and expanding through some new opportunities as we continue to grow. But what you can see here is a very large platform of stages. And what we have, which differentiates us from others, is we are not just the owner and developer, we are also the long-term operator. And so we have a deep connection to tenants and clients in the production industry that are consistently giving us feedback on trends and dynamics as they unfold on a daily basis, and also as they plan 6 months, a year, multiple years out in terms of where trends, technology, and the industry is headed overall. And so these studio platforms for us are meant to be developed to meet today's demand, but also be adaptable and interchangeable over the years to come to adapt to the media industry. And so with that, this project fits right into our wheelhouse from a studio project. we started this whole process originally with Creatio in pursuing the intent of building a world-class studio. And that's where we are today and what we believe we have in front of you to share. With that, this all comes back down to supporting the media and production and creative industries in Toronto. This will continue what Pinewood has established originally. This will make it only more robust, and we're particularly excited to be doing that as a neighbor within the Picor and the Portland's greater vision. We have world-class design partners with us, SOM and Melk in particular from an architecture and landscape standpoint, but a bevy of best-in-class design and technical partners with us pursuing this project. And this last point here is we're really excited about this. The sustainability aspects, not only of the vision and the requirements of Toronto more broadly, but this will become our first fully electric studio project in our portfolio. So it's not only pushing the boundaries for ourselves in terms of the platform, but we're really excited to be participating in the overall sustainability goals of Toronto. And so with that, this project, taking feedback over time and understanding where we are in the greater context, is realizing the vision of the Portlands and how much energy and thought was put into that. And this is a cog in that and a catalyst to start realizing some of that change. Clearly an industrial site that we're revitalizing and providing a higher intensity and activation to, particularly along the promenade, as we'll share, is looking at the urban realm and the public realm enhancements. And again, coming back to this core of being a great, sustainable, and resilient project. And with that, to help us meet these goals and these aspirations, as I said, we are based here in Los Angeles, but we are a global company. We have our main design partners here, but what you see in this list is a team predominantly built by local talent, local experience, local reputation. And so they are the ones leading the charge and making sure that we are meeting all of the expectations at a minimum and exceeding them as possible. And we're really lucky to have such a great team along with us in this project. Along with this, that's not necessarily shown are our partners in the city. Creatio has been a tremendous partner with us, but so has the Department of Planning. Councillor Fletcher herself has been tremendous. And so we've been really lucky to have such a great partnership and relationship across all the city departments and the WDRP amongst them as well. And so this is a highlight of our schedule, which Josh showed earlier, so I won't spend time on it, but here we are again and looking forward to presenting to you. And with that, there is a highlight a little bit of the elements that we were asked to look further into on the next page in terms of what the project could further explore. Josh did a great job in giving those overviews, so I won't spend too much time here, but I do want to say we took the feedback very seriously. We sat down and we considered all of the different feedback. There may be things that you see that weren't necessarily carried forward in terms of commentary, but I don't want anyone to take away that we didn't heavily consider, think through, and evaluate the feedback and how those could portray themselves, change, or evolve within the project. And James and Ethan will help explain that further as we get into it. Thank you very much and look forward to questions at the end here.
So Brian, I'll take it from there. Thanks for that introduction, and thanks everybody for your time and dedication to making Toronto and the Portlands a better place in the future. So you all are familiar with this project site. Our project is sited within the Portlands, less than 5 kilometers from downtown Toronto. We're really excited about the site for a number of reasons, not least of which being the ecological and Indigenous history of the site. Ecologically, the mouth of the Don River and the Ashbridges Marsh, which kind of characterized the early development of Toronto. And also we acknowledge that this land has been home to many Indigenous peoples and continues to be home today to many of them. In the early 1900s, the site was radically transformed from that Ashbridges Marsh into industrial parcels, supporting energy and oil among other uses, and including the Sun Oil building, which is on our project site. A few of the key landmarks of the project site today include the Hearn Generating Station, the Commissioner's Street Transfer Station, and several of the other industrial uses, Toronto Hydro, Pinewood Studios, FedEx, that exist around our project site. Media production in the Portlands today speaks very much to the industrial past of this project site, And I think something that we really wanted to do was imagine a more urban future for the Portlands and kind of in accordance with the production, interactive, and creative core, which is established by the planning group in the PIC core guidelines. Our site today, as mentioned, is largely for material storage. And one notable element here is the Sun Oil building, which you'll see is retained as part of our project plan and will be reutilized as production office space in the production studio. And we're excited to be part of this transformation, this long-standing project to reimagine the Portlands as a more ecological, more culturally sensitive, and offering higher level of uses from an urban perspective for the city of Toronto. And that transformation is already underway, and you can see that happening around you today, notably with the naturalization of the Don River mouth and several of the projects extending from the Toronto waterfront into or towards our project site. So we'll get started with a few of the planning considerations that have been central to our understanding of the project. As mentioned, our project sits within the Portlands planning framework and the production, interactive, and creative core land use area within that plan. The existing conditions present a number of challenges, and I think the design team and the development team has been conscientious of trying to imagine the future of the project site along with the conditions that we're working with today. Notably, the proposed extensions of Logan and Carlaw do not exist today, and we do see as important for the future urban integration of the project site in the future. You'll also notice that the Toronto Hydro substation on the west side of our project site does preclude access to our project from the west side of the site today. Another piece that's been really critical for us to be thinking through is how urban infill production studios engage the public realm. Very often, the privacy that's required of these production studios preclude the possibility of those having more authentic relationships to urban spaces, and we feel like the design that we've put together today really takes some strong steps to rectifying or creating a more activated public realm, and in line with the vision of the PIC core and the Portlands planning framework. So just a few principles that have really defined the development of this project. The first and foremost is creating that public promenade along the water's edge, dividing the project into a series of more walkable urban blocks, creating a film-friendly campus that acknowledges some of the requirements of production, but also creates specific moments and interfaces with the public, creates architectural variety and human scale frontages, which are activated wherever possible along the perimeter of the project site, looking for opportunities and
Did anyone else lose James?
Yeah, we all did, yeah.
Lost in the snow.
Okay, I'll text him real quick.
Give him a minute.
Join. I don't think it's the weather in LA.
Explain the good morning.
Might be the weather here.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
We're experiencing a snowstorm here.
We have heard, I saw pictures this morning. It's very novel for us Angelinos. I was like, it's beautiful. Our consultants, maybe not so much.
There he is. Hello, James.
Okay, I am back. Apologies for that.
All right.
Hi.
Can you all see and hear me again?
Yeah.
Yeah, let
All
me
right.
just make sure you still have permission to share. Okay.
Okay, can you see my screen again?
We're looking at your Teams window.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
yeah, now the presentation.
Excellent. Where did I lose you?
Just on that previous slide, I think, with the diagrams.
Okay, perfect. Do you recall in any particular order which one I might have missed you on?
Like number 5.
Okay.
Yeah,
Placemaking.
I think.
Got it. Excellent. So the project incorporates a series of outdoor rooms that create interfaces between the public promenade along the water's edge and the project, and also along the public frontages along Basin Street on the north side of the project site. The expression of the sound stages was critical to the architecture. These elements have graphic and signs that make it so you can clearly identify each one, and they really participate in the placemaking potential of the production studio. All of this comes together to form an architectural identity informed by several distinct typologies that promote variety and unique architectural character that speaks to the industrial heritage of the Portlands. And lastly, this project really seeks to build off of the Toronto Green Standards and to contribute to the health and wellness of people and the environment through design. And you'll see throughout this presentation a number of the initiatives that we've used to start to accomplish that. It helps, we hope, to get a base understanding of some of the organizational requirements of the studio and some of the unique program types. So this is not necessarily something that we're all seeing every day. The uses and spaces that happen on a production studio lot are diverse. They go from sound stages to base camp areas to backlot production facilities to a series of storage, technical, and office spaces that support the production that happens primarily on the sound stages. Our project site as a whole comprises about 52,000 square meters of site area and about 59,000 square meters of total project development area. That sets us firmly within and below the maximum development density of 2.5, and we're at about 1.1 FSI. And you can see the division of this program across the project site. The sound stages being the primary component of the program, which is supported by production support spaces, production office, back of house, parking, and then base camp and backlot. The project includes 374 parking spaces, 25% of which are EV charging spaces. And it also includes bike parking facilities with 104 long-term bike parking spaces and 12 short-term bike parking spaces. The fundamental organization of the project site is really about the extension of the existing streets and the possibility of those becoming a part of the urban character of the Portlands in the future, namely Logan Avenue and Carlaw Avenue. Today, those extensions do not exist, but those start to divide our project site into 4 distinct quadrants, 2 of which exist entirely on leased land on the left side here, or the west side, and the remainder of the project site is combined with privately acquired land, 75 Basin there that you see on the east. Our project maintains an 18-meter promenade on both the south and the east edges of the project site along the ship channel and the turning basin, and keeps opportunities open for connections to the Broadview extension proposed in the future, should it be possible to relocate the existing Toronto Hydro facilities that are there today. Critical for production environments is maintaining a controllable and secure perimeter. So while we do have these right-of-ways that are established through the project that extend these streets, everything that exists within this blue line does need to be fully private, controllable, and secure to support media production on site. You'll notice that there are 4 primary gates for the project: the Heritage Gate on the northwest side of the project site, the Logan Gate at the center, which is really our main gate, the Carlaw Gate on the east side of the project site that's production focused, and a pedestrian only gate facing the waterfront on Logan on the south side. The landscape strategy and open space strategy for the site builds off of the opportunity to connect to the broader open space network within the Portlands along the water's edge on the water's edge promenade, and uses each of these gate moments into the project to establish open spaces as publicly owned or privately owned public open spaces with a unique character for each that starts to create stronger relationships to the public realm along Basin Street on the north side of the project site and along the promenade to the west and to the east and to the south of the project site, with 5 primary open spaces and outdoor rooms, punctuated by several others along the length of the promenade. As Brian noted earlier, the promenade is not a specific focus for this presentation, but you'll see a good amount of material regarding where we're going in terms of the design and the possibility of creating strong linkages between the project site and the promenade design moving forward. So the sound stages are a single-story high bay spaces, all serviced from this private driveway along New Basin on the interior of the project site, and these really represent the primary program driver for the studio lot. We have a series of production support spaces at the ground level that include things like the east and the west mills. They include set storage spaces, makeup, wardrobe, and production office spaces. Wherever possible, we've tried to include active uses facing public frontages. So you'll notice, especially along Basin Street and along the Waterfront Promenade, there's a number of areas where these production office spaces are articulated to provide more active uses along those frontages. On the upper two levels of the production support spaces, we have general production office, which will adapt and change depending on the needs of each individual production and support those as needed. And lastly, and a really critical aspect of production environments is that each production has unique requirements that require augmentation of the facilities that are provided on site. This often occurs in the form of trailers or other kinds of facilities that are delivered specifically for individual productions. And the New Basin Street private driveway that you see running east to west provides that directly adjacent to each stage, while the base camp and backlot provides larger areas for that, along with the possibility of doing outdoor shooting on constructed sets and things like that on the northeast side of the project site. So in total, you can see these 4 quadrants, 12 sound stages, a above grade parking facility here on the northeast quadrant, and then the extent of that base camp space on the northeast side of the project site, really trying to find a way of balancing out the needs of a production environment while creating these active urban edges that make the project more in line with the vision of the urban future of the Pitt Core and the Portlands. Returning just to sustainability for a moment, the approaches that are taken on this project are really cutting edge, are driven by our work to comply with the standards of version 4 tier 1 of the Toronto Green Standards. There's a few that we just wanted to highlight that we thought are particularly interesting and are not necessarily explicit to those requirements, but we see as unique opportunities for production studio environments. As Brian mentioned, this is Hackman Capital's first all-electric project, which operates on a central plant that can use waste heat from the sound stages to heat offices during the winter and achieves 0 greenhouse gas emissions for operations. As a design team, we did early phase carbon modeling and construction cost coordination to select a metal panel facade system and enclosure system for the sound stages over a tilt-up concrete system, which reduced embodied carbon in these systems by about 80%. We utilized a grading strategy with our civil engineering team that slightly raises the internal project grade of the site to minimize the amount of material that we have to export and also minimizes the amount of contaminated material that needs to be removed from the ground before being hard capped. And finally, there's really a lot of roof spaces here on this project site. And we saw this really as an opportunity for capturing stormwater that can be brought into cisterns, as you can see in this diagram, reutilized for landscape irrigation, and then site water in general is also captured and filtered before discharge into the ship channel or into the turning basin. In addition, there's a number of other strategies that are more directly related to compliance, and we're very excited about the ambitious qualities of the Toronto Green Standard and how those are applied in the project site. So things like bird-friendly glazing, highly efficient facade, maximum energy based on area, and reusing the heritage building as just a few other elements that are critical to the sustainability strategies of the project. In terms of height, the bylaw for the site allows for heights up to 46 meters. We're well within that, with the maximum stage height being around 21 meters. For the keen-eyed among you, you'll notice that our parking garage is now 3 levels lower than it was last time we came to you. And that's in part driven by some of the planning that you'll see in these slides coming up. Also to address kind of the visual impacts, the project is really within the industrial grain of many of the buildings that exist on the project site. With that maximum 21 meters high, we're staying within a datum that really keeps within the character of the Portlands. And by dividing the project into these 4 quadrants, we're largely maintaining these views through the project site, as you'll see in some of our renderings as well. And with that, we'll go into character and placemaking. So we got a few comments last time about the industrial character of the Portlands and how our project was relating to that. We took a closer look at some of the architecture around the Portlands, the Hearn Generating Station, the Commissioner's Street Incinerator, and some of projects that are outside of the project site, like the Distillery District. And also took those into consideration with the Sun Oil building that we have on site. Architecturally, we started to look at the emphasis on verticality, the use of masonry, the articulation of buried volumes that are clustered to create larger architectures, the articulation of a working waterfront, and then some issues around color and signage that you'll see articulated in the project. So taking a few of those out and applying them more directly, we're looking at the use of green in particular as a color, both in the existing building on the project site. So you can see the filigree of the windows that are part of the Sun Oil Company building have that green color. We're seeing that in the Distillery District, and we're using that or applying that more directly to a color palette that informs any of the painted metal that's part of the architectural elevations. We're also looking for a strategy that would allow us to differentiate between the heritage building on site and some of the new architecture. And in particularly, we took inspiration from the tone of the brick on site and from the color tone of Ontario limestone that you see in the Distillery District and in many of the building bases around the historic center of Toronto. We're not using limestone in particular for this project, but we are referencing the coloration of that limestone and the pairing of that with the red masonry in new masonry construction, which is part of the production office and production support facilities that you'll see around the project site. So this is an elevation at our main gate at the Logan extension. A few things to notice here, and a key, this smaller elevation down here shows the full elevation along Basin Street, and this enlargement is really looking more particularly at that Logan gate. You can see the parking facility, 3 levels over a mill and central plant with rooftop parking there. You can see the articulation of signage that references the industrial character of the Portlands and also some of that coloration and signage at the Distillery District. Discrete, secure perimeter elements like this galvanized metal fencing that you're seeing here that's really bound primarily by the architectural volumes and opens up and frames open spaces at each of those entry points. We're also in the process of looking at where we can have advertisements and signage for the productions that are occurring on site, looking for ways of articulating the stages so that we have a common datum that you see where there's corrugated metal below and panelized metal above. And then you can also see here some of the development of the brickwork, the lighting, and the enclosure system that really provides something that speaks back to that verticality and that composition of multiple volumes that speaks to that Portland's architecture. I'll go through each of these elevations just to show a couple of points, and we can come back to them in questions as needed. This is the elevation along the promenade, and in particular, we're looking at an enlargement where there is a kind of lobby and support space that allows for direct access between the promenade and the production office spaces that are adjacent to it. You can see the masonry production office spaces that operate as a liner that activates some of that space, and how the landscape becomes a screening element, which enables a certain level of privacy while still allowing for views into and out of the building. At the intersection of the ship channel and the turning basin, we're now looking west. You can see again those activated spaces for the production office and production supports facilities, the stages beyond, and something of note that you'll see further in the landscape design are some setbacks that we have in the architecture at some key corners that allow for outdoor patio spaces as a transition between the fully public space of the promenade and the more private spaces of the environment, of the production environment. So really trying to make connections between public realm and the project in outdoor space. And lastly, here's the west elevation. Initially, none of this will really be visible to the public because it directly fronts that Toronto hydro facility to the west of our project site. But the heritage building, the Sun Oil building there on the northwest corner is something that'll be highly visible. You can see some of a mill facade here that includes clerestory lights to bring daylight into that space. And then a mixture of soundstage and production support areas where those frontages start to meet up with the promenade and future connections to the rest of the Portlands. So that I'll hand off to Ifan to describe a little bit of the landscape character of the project.
Thank you, James. As we know, the Portlands region used to be the Ashbridges Marsh, which was the result of the glacial retreat that took place thousands of years ago. However, with the urban development, the notion of marshland started to fade out. The landscape design takes cue from the glacial movements. The retreat of the ice sheet carves into the terrain and forms uplift and depression over time, which as a result creates a spectrum of ecozone that spans from upland forest to riparian zone to marshland. We try to interpret these movements in a way to echo the site's ecological history. As spring and summertime, the experience will be primarily lush and verdant, with speckling of the flowers at the understory level and at the marsh. At fall, the palette would turn into an immersive fall foliage that ranges from bright red to bright yellow. At winter time, although most of the trees will shed their leaves, the shrubs on the ground level could still provide user comfort against winter wind. The planting palette uses species that are native to Ontario region. Trees like oak, maple, and aspen will provide habitat for migratory birds. The flowering species in the riparian zone and marshland could actively attract pollinators. Altogether, these species will help to strengthen biodiversity, increase habitat connections, and create more resilient ecosystems. The landscape design utilizes a refined industrial material template that echoes the site's industrial history. At the main plaza's design uses combination of wood deck and unit paver to create a sense of arrival. At driveway and base camp backlot area, design uses asphalt with demarcation to support the film operations. At the promenade again, the design here you see only shows our aspirations, as materiality could extend the refined industrial palette from the studio and have a combination of wood and concrete to emphasize the destination and potential rooms for gathering.
So with that, we'll just take you on a walk around the project and speak to some of the architectural and landscape gestures that provide character and placekeeping and making opportunities across the project site. So we're here now at the main gate at Logan. You can see the stack of the Hearn generating station and that view that's open there. Anticipating the future extension of Logan north of our project site back to Commissioners. You can see the parking garage there on the left with the mill and central plant spaces on the ground level there. And you can see the open space that's formed by the collection of those buildings that opens up a plaza space, each of which kind of speaks to the unique characters of moments in the project.
The Logan Plaza design has a formal and symmetrical character that promotes the alignment with the adjacent industrial stack. On the west side of the driveway features a wood deck with timber seating for gathering, whereas the east side of the deck will be used for bike parking for the campus workers.
We also wanted to imagine how these spaces might transform seasonally and in particularly in winter. So just thinking about how the color palette and lighting is something that works not only in these summer months, but something that really takes the winter character of the city in mind in its generation and its thinking. Moving to the opposite side of Logan, now on the waterfront gate looking north, you can see the Commissioner Street transfer stack here at McCleary Park in the background. And this is really imagined as the primary outdoor room that provides engagement between the project and the promenade. So things that you see here are the patio spaces that extend the spaces of the offices adjacent to the outdoor areas and make for stronger connections to the promenade, all framing and centering around the pedestrian gate that provides secure access into the project site, and also sets up spaces for outdoor events like the temporary screen that we have here that could allow for screening. And Yvonne will speak more to some of the specific elements that are included there.
As an extension of the Logan Gate, we think this plaza remains a strong symmetrical character. It features a central open space south of the fence and the private gathering space and north of the fence. Both of them gets bounded by 2 rows of columnar trees on each side and the wooden bleacher at the southern end in case of any outdoor events. At this location, workers could also have access to the outdoor patio located at the setback of the building, which would allow for some flexible arrangements, such as the outdoor furnitures for a quick breakout or outdoor working.
Moving on to the Heritage Gate on the northwest side of the project site, you can see the Sun Oil building here, retained as production office space, a plaza really acknowledging and separating that building from some of the sound stages to allow appreciation from it from all sides, and a landscape space that provides a foreground to the production environment beyond. You can also notice the inclusion of some production signage elements, which could also potentially be used to highlight film industry events like the Toronto Film Festival or like TIFF in other times of year.
Heritage Plaza, compared to the other location, we think it offers a more intimate and tranquil experience because it gets protected by the pitch planter. It features a consistent wood deck with 2 planters and timber furniture for small group gatherings.
And the last vehicular access gate on the northeast side of the project site, the Carlaw Gate, is one which extends, you can see the promenade on the left side, the extension of Carlaw Street in the center, and the inclusion of landscape elements that provide a certain level of screening and activation along the edge of Basin Street on the north side of the project site. The gate elements are concealed where possible or at least screened by landscape elements, and you can see the area of the base camp and backlot here where there may be the construction of outdoor sets, lighting elements and such that allow for that to really be highly usable as a production space.
Because of its adjacency with the promenade, we think it has a very lush and verdant character. This plaza is well shaded by the tree canopies. It also features wood deck and timber furniture for the adjacent base camp workers to use.
And now moving into the project site, we're now on that new Basin Street edge. This is a space that's really dedicated to supporting production environments. So flexibility is critical here. The possibility of moving around, vehicles, setting up a temporary tent for lunch or coffee, and having production spaces that can be utilized for shooting inside and outside of the sound stages. The roll-up doors here provide access into the mill space where sets can be constructed. And you can see the 3 levels of covered parking and 1 level of roof parking here on the project site. And that transitions as well into winter, subtly, but providing for larger scale openings to be covered as well by a heavy visqueen layer, which allows for those to maintain some level of conditioning despite the winter environment. And lighting and other kinds of project elements are really also here to support production. So the larger graphics signage for each of the stages and wayfinding and graphics that help people navigate or understand the use of the project site. Worth noting that this is a private driveway.
The Bouchard Gate Plaza is also a private space for the campus users only. It features a breakout space for the adjacent mill workers, as well as a movable planter against the western fence for potential future connections.
And lastly, we wanted to really highlight how the promenade space here is designed in accordance with materials that we have been working with Anthony and his team at the with the PIC Core Urban Guidelines, and how to really apply that to this project site in a unique way and tie it into the architecture of the production environment. The goals here are to create something which provides connectivity and activation across the Portlands, introduces key ecological elements in that green space, which also provides for screening against areas where we don't have active uses and great views where we do have active uses. This also highlights an area that we were looking at in the elevations that provides direct points of connection between the production environment and the promenade itself. We're also looking at how that transforms in the winter and becomes something that provides 4 seasons of utility and also kind of transforms its character. So to conclude, we're really looking at offering Toronto a first-class production facility that provides advancement and leadership in sustainability of production environments and really reimagines what's often seen as kind of blank urban edges as something that's much more active and is much more integrated into an urban idea of how this becomes part of an urban environment in the future. We have the anchor of the promenade that provides direct connectivity between future public realm improvements throughout the Portland's planning framework, and we hope kind of greater connectivity to the north side of the project site along Carlaw and along Logan when those improvements are made. So we're very appreciative of the time of the design review panel today. And with that, we can open the floor to any comments that any of you might have or questions that you might have that we can clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to questions from the panel. Want to start?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for a very clear and thorough presentation. It's all really appreciated. I have a couple questions. Who maintains the landscape that is on the kind of water promenade and I mean coming, let's say, from Carlaw down and then along the shipping channel? Who builds it? Who maintains it?
Are you specifically referencing the land that would be within the promenade zone or the land relative and internal to the studio?
Maybe both.
So the promenade is a public-private partnership with Creatio and the City of Toronto and would be maintained by the city ultimately. We're going through, as we said, the process of validating design considerations, implementation, and budgets for that component, which is why it's not necessarily ready for showtime in this venue. But as it relates to the studio itself, the pops, the edges, that would be our operation that would be installing, paying for, maintaining those areas.
And then I noticed on the sort of aerial, the one that is in the summer of this specific view that is in front of us, there were green roofs on the corner buildings, but the other production facilities did not have green roofs. Is that something that you will do in the future, or it's more just you pick certain green roofs to certain buildings to have green roofs and others not to have?
That's right. So we have 60% of the office uses have green roofs, and you're seeing those in all of those production office spaces. There's some sensitivities about the structural loading of the long span spaces for the stages themselves that really preclude that as a strong or viable option for the stages themselves. Those do have low albedo roofing. And the rainwater that falls on those is also captured and collected for use in the landscaping irrigation.
Then there was one image where you were showing glazing at the street level of the waterfront promenade. It was maybe this one, yeah. So can you explain what happened? So behind the glazing that we're seeing with the graphics, those are sound stages on the other side. Is that correct?
So this is a pass-through in the plan. There are a series of spaces that connect these offices back to the sound stages on the new Basin right-of-way. This is really imagined as a transitional space, a lobby, and an amenity space for the production offices that are really critical for the productions themselves. And then the areas that you see left and right of that have the masonry articulation, those are production office and production support spaces. Each production will use those in slightly different ways, but those are all highly active zones that support the operation of each individual production.
So they will benefit from the glazing on this promenade, like to have a light coming into those spaces because people are working in them. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. So each of these spaces are really benefiting from daylight and views that come along from those. And the spaces of the sound stages that are more black box and don't have or that have fully controlled light and kind of high acoustic requirements wherever possible, those are inset and lined with these active uses so that we're presenting more active and more transparent edges to the public realm.
And then you had one plan that showed the waterfront gate where you're seeing the gate and then the adjacent spaces on either side. I'm not sure which this one. So can you explain to me the core that's on the right-hand side? Are those like washrooms or on the right-hand side of that built? Is that what's the use of that space? And
Yep. So this is nominally called production support space, and that can be used in a variety of ways. It can be used for a commissary. There's no commercial kitchen on site, so it would all be kind of catered and things like that. But this becomes one of those those spaces that has strong connections to the outdoor space of both the Logan Plaza and these patios that we mentioned. The use ultimately will be based on the operations team on MBS and what is going to best support productions. But there's a wide range of elements that could be used in each of these locations. Brian, is there anything that you'd want to add to that?
No, James, that's great.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, I may have asked this question last time. The planting along the promenade or the water's edge is tight to the building and set away from the water's edge. Is there a reason for that?
So this is really planned around the materials that we had available to us in the PITCOR urban design guidelines, which establishes a primary walking space against the waterfront, which can also be used for the active uses of the port on Lake Ontario. And then the planting forms a buffer for kind of privacy and for the more blank sections of the stages, but also provides a series of opportunities to open up in outdoor rooms, like in the area that you're seeing here, where that wood decking is something that extends up to the face of the building and opens up that space for other kinds of public uses and gathering.
And I would just reiterate the point that it's a working ship channel, and there's likely operations and elements that would be utilizing these edges. So we're trying to respect the future operational needs of the ship channel itself.
But the operational users are not using your shoreline because there's no industry there for them to move equipment back and forth or anything like that, right? I mean, I get the principle of it. I'm just the reality, but I'm wondering. Okay.
I wish I could say that was under our control in terms of directing the intent of the ship channel itself, but regulations that we're adhering to.
Okay, Fadi?
I have two quick questions. One is about the water table. Is there any information in regards to the water table vis-a-vis the new planting and the edge of the promenade? Is there any kind of issue? Are there any pre-highlighted or issues that you might be foreseeing in terms of the water table change? And are those like raised beds along the edges, or how are you reconciling that new edge in relation to the water table? Are there no
from an irrigation standpoint? Is that?
I'm just wondering, are these plants, for example, like are they in a pit? The new trees that are being planted that have access to like direct contact with the water table, are they in a raised bed? I just know because the water table here is extremely variable, so you might not want all your tree roots to be submerged in water and then die, or the complete opposite, that they might be so far away from the water table that or water at all, that they might actually need extra irrigation. So just a question about if there's anything in the subsurface that you might know that might pose an issue as you move forward.
Yeah, we've been looking closely at the water table actually, and the planting strategy for these plants are all within the concrete tub. And then, we've been looking at, just setting the drainage elevation above the water table. And we also take into consideration of the 2-year flood events, and 50-year flood events. We've been trying to look out to not have any water kind of inundate our plantings.
And I think there's a great diagram, James, on page 46 that just generally talks about building up earth form in some areas and hubs in the others as a general diagram.
Yep.
Just one other really quick question. Are there any outdoor filming that happens here, or is it all inside?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the critical need of that base camp zone. As James was outlining, that it's not just a flexible area for the production vehicles and the ancillary equipment that we need for additional heating, additional cooling, additional power, but also you can kind of see on the right margin there, facades and temporary facades and sets that might be built outside. And so this is one of those areas. Productions are incredibly creative and they will look for every square inch to film something. And so given the variety of the architectural elements within the plan itself, but also this flexible space here for them to create these filmed environments, really helpful and really useful to provide that flexibility to the productions on lot.
Thank you.
Great.
I had the same question Pat did, but I've just asked for a tiny bit further clarification so as to frame my comments. The pit core guidelines that require you to keep the public realm or promenade separate from the dock wall, separate from your treed space, show one thing in section, but your rendering suggests you have quite a bit more room to move those trees back from being pasted against the building wall. And I don't know if that's just an error in the rendering or if actually the guidelines are much tighter than you're showing in the rendering. If you can just maybe help us understand that. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the page number. It was the one we were hanging on when the question was asked about the trees being close to the build. That one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I mean? The pit core guidelines suggest one thing, but the rendering suggests that oblique view suggests you have maybe 3-4 meters even to move those trees away from the building. Am I not reading the pit core guideline correctly then? Or which one, I guess, is the right one?
So I think that it's worth noting that the guidelines are still in a draft format, and we're doing our best to fulfill the visions and the objectives of the guidelines, and we're working closely with Anthony and his team to do that. So this design is evolving. I think the piece that we wanted to establish really in creating this active edge on the promenade and the landscape area was really to recognize the opportunity of the ecological zone that can be created along the promenade here, and also to acknowledge that there are some areas of our program for the project site that require higher levels of privacy or are otherwise a little bit less active, like for example some of the soundstage frontages, where the landscape provides a visual buffer between those elements and the more public space of the promenade.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a helpful detail. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
David?
Yeah, just on this, these ecological ambitions, or I should say identity, I guess you call it ecological identity. I'm just wondering if you have any broader ideas about how this ecology is going to contribute to this waterfront kind of park, larger park idea in the Portlands. Like, what is this about pollinators, or is this about migrating birds? Maybe it's about everything. But what's your thinking beyond the identity of what this is going to contribute to the ecology of the Portlands?
Yvonne, maybe I'll take one quick pass and you can add in. I think fundamentally we're interested in having something which can reference the ecological history of the project site as a marsh and as marshland. So there's elements of the planting palette and the low points of those landscape planters that start to speak to that history. And we're also really cognizant of the fact that this is a major migratory path for birds, and there's extensive trees and planting, particularly along the perimeter of the project site, and an opportunity to provide not just landscape at the ground, but also in biodiverse green roofs that support pollinator species, et cetera. So I think there's a number of different ways of getting into ecology, and it's a little bit of everything, but it's also really specifically targeted at pollinator species, referencing the history of the marshland, and looking at the possibility of engaging in the bird migratory paths and doing things that aren't just about landscape, but also about the enclosure, like providing bird-friendly glazing in all of these areas that are below 10 meters here.
Yeah, James, you captured all of it. Thanks.
Okay, great. And just one last question on the kind of a similar note. Are these extensive or intensive green roofs?
It's a mix of both. It's 50% of it will be extensive and 50% of it will be biodiverse intensive.
Thank you.
Just a note before we just finish your questions. Bridget has to leave us at 3:30, and I wonder if we just quickly get the questions out, let her make her comment, or she has to.
Sure. So one quick question. You had said that you're raising the grade by, is it 2 feet or 3 feet? At the within the studio, what kind of relationship does that put with the promenade in relationship to that? I didn't really see a section.
Sure.
Are you raising the dock wall as well, so that it's, because this implies that it's fairly flat across?
No, the dock wall maintains its existing elevation. There are subtle landscape transitions that occur between the edge of the walking surface of the promenade and the face of the building. Some of those were still under coordination, but those transitions vary and are typically around 50 centimeters. Over the course of those elevations, in many cases, we can handle that with simple 5% slopes, which don't require handrails or guardrails. And in other cases, we have a series of either steps or ramps to provide access at different locations.
And then in terms of the plan along the promenade, there are outdoor rooms, and I'm just trying to understand the logic of the rooms and the placement of them, other than by which I get the main areas like the Logan Gate and then the corner plaza, but can you just talk about the distribution and how those ended up where they are?
I think as mentioned, this is a long site. It's 4 city blocks, and we were looking for ways of punctuating the experience of moving along the promenade with spaces that could be occupied or could start to speak to some of these opportunities for Indigenous engagement that came up in our last set of meetings. So, in particular, we see these rooms as sometimes relating really directly to access points in the studio, as you can see at some of the gates or at the corner, or at that lobby area that was highlighted in the last rendering that we were looking at. But others providing smaller, more intimate spaces for gathering, for contemplating art, or for signage and narrative content that can start to tie together what's happening all across the Portlands, and is currently kind of being investigated by Anthony and his team in terms of strategies for Indigenous involvement.
Yeah.
Okay. Bridget, do you want to make your comment now? It's a little bit of exception, but I want to get your comment in before you have to go.
Okay. So first of all, thank you guys so much. I thought that was a really great presentation, and I appreciated the fact that you're using the sound stages as the kind of, as opposed to having a building and then a fence and the promenade, you're actually using the built form of the soundstage to become, in effect, your perimeter. I just think that's super smart. And I really like the extension of Logan and Carlaw being part of your armature, linking it to the city. And also, I really like the fact that your gates also have public spaces. So you're using those thresholds to become, in effect, hangout spaces and opening those up. And so I see all of those as really positive aspects of your project. I actually think for me, there's a I would love to see you look at your garage and make sure that you're future proofing it in terms of floor to ceiling heights, to make sure that when we no longer need a garage, you can actually recycle it for something else. And just to be super smart about that, because you're way below your floor, your height limit, but it could actually be a kind of building that you could recycle in a really different way, you know, 50 years from now. Your event space, which is right near the waterfront gate, gate. I was wondering if there was a way that the washrooms and the facilities could actually be closer to the edge, so that if you had, let's say, a film festival, there would actually be public washrooms that could be open only when there was that kind of public event. And you wouldn't, because if you had an event like this and there are no washrooms, it's a really long way. Like, where do you go? I have no idea. You probably go to Pat's Park to get to those washrooms.
The ship channel.
So there's kind of a way where it's a private building, but for once in a while, when you have like a public kind of interface, there's a way that the placement of certain elements in your private building can support a public event. And I just think that kind of combination, I just think could be really great. And I just think maybe you can only access it from one side, that you can lock it, but I just feel like it becomes, I would say, a really great amenity for those times when you actually make it part of a film festival or something that goes beyond just what's happening internally in your facility. And then I also feel like this whole waterfront promenade could also be a place for public art. So when you look at the plan, you see that whole east of this space, most of it is sound stages right up against the building. Then there's some trees, and then there's the walkway. What if that was actually an opportunity, especially with those blank facades, for public art, and a way to kind of imagine it being a kind of there would be an arts organization. It would run it. It would actually be a kind of way to really animate what is in effect a blank wall, and it may be a different approach than just shoving trees right up against the kind of edge of the building, to really make that a kind of really great public space, but also accepting the limitations and the challenges. I think you've done a great job of taking, what could be sort of very negative and really turning them all into great opportunities and really working with the program. So I just think it'd be great to see it happen in this neighborhood. I live nearby. So. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. So sorry for that diversion, but I wanted to get her comment.
Thank you very much for.
Janet, we're still on questions. No questions? I actually have two questions. So it's, might as well do it before we go to yes, outside. One is on that slide right there, that building on the corner of the basin and the turning basin and the promenade. It's at the foot of Harlem. I'm wondering if you consideration to offset a corner of that building so you can get a view down Carlaw right to the water. Right now, of course, you'll see the water if you're on the promenade, but not if you're coming down Carlaw. And it makes me think of the Loblaws building at the base of Jarvis Street. And I remember when that was being considered ages ago, we deliberately offset the building so you could see the ship at Red Pass Sugar. And so that would be one question I have. One other one related in a way to Bridget's comment is the opportunity, in addition for public washrooms at the waterfront gate, thought about the possibility of just a small little coffee facility there. So I think you're going to have film festivals there and public events there along this promenade. It's a fabulous space. So those would be two questions that I just wanted to get a response from.
I think those are both really great points. One note on Carlaw, the alignment of the existing Carlaw Street, the center line is approximately the same as the 18-meter setback for the promenade. So the two lanes that are going northbound now would otherwise have kind of free visual access down the promenade to the ship channel. The two southbound lanes do kind of terminate in the north facade of this building that you're seeing here, that you're referencing. And the thought there is that we wanted to have some kind of an architectural anchor to mark that corner. and also that there's a really strong premium on ground level space for the production environment. The possibility of moving things on carts and things like that directly between the sound stages and those office spaces is really important. So it's difficult to find moments of setting back everywhere. So we kind of had to curate where those moments were occurring to relate more directly to public spaces.
And the idea of the little coffee facility near the public washrooms,
Brian, do you want to take that one? Sure, of course. If maybe James, if you go to page 54, we've held for the opportunity for there to be a small F&B retail, as James was talking about. We don't have a purpose-built commissary as part of the project, but we've contemplated, let's say, a flex zone that could potentially be an amenity, primarily serving the campus on a kind of average day. And then reference in terms of the special event, and so that the space was still behind the secure perimeter, giving, you know, that the security is paramount in a production facility like this. But you can see the interface of the plaza, which is kind of in gray with the cafe tables, the space within the building that could flex to be a use like that. So it's not purpose built into our program. We're not food and beverage operators ourselves. So it would be something beyond the spectrum of a production operation, but in terms of space and relative to, you know, the potential idea of linking cores or other facilities for special events, this was that area that we were contemplating having the flexibility to potentially meet those goals.
okay, thanks. Betsy?
No questions.
No questions? Okay, Jeff, any questions?
Yeah, Paul, a couple quick questions. I was going to actually ask a similar question to you. I was thinking more about just accessibility for things like food trucks along the promenade. If it's, you know, a seasonal or festival event, you know, maybe not a permanent kiosk, but could you throw a little, you know, food truck back there? Or maybe you've got craft trucks that you could repurpose and put them at the public space if they can get down there. And then I got some more building performance questions here. Lots of good sustainability stuff. I know you guys made a lot of progress there. It's not seeing anything on renewable energy, rooftop solar in particular. Wondering what, you know, what's the thinking there right now? Is there a financial hang up, or is it, you know, there are other reasons why that maybe isn't on there right now? I see, you know, lots of you know, low carbon all electric systems. I'm also curious about on that electric, sort of all electric building side, does that include, you know, generators, potentially backup power, you know, battery systems that you might be using for various purposes, you know, anything to avoid keeping trucks running or keeping, you know, gas powered generators running, and, you know, connecting that into the overall system, maybe taking advantage of some of the new utility programs like the ultra low overnight electricity rate that's being piloted in Ontario, and having that ability to shift some loads using, you know, battery backup or different, you know, potentially even vehicles, electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging system to build a really good energy management you know, system and strategy for the whole site.
A lot of really exciting opportunities there. I think there is a cost burden to providing solar day one. It's something that's still under consideration, but it's not something that we can really commit to directly at this point. There are aspects of the central plant specifically that are really interesting. I think, you know, we touched on this briefly, but as an all electric system that has heat recovery, it has the possibility of using waste heat that's generated from the stages. So the stages have tons of light and different things going on in them that all generate a lot of waste heat, and that waste heat can be recaptured in the winter and used to heat the office spaces during those seasons. And we think that that'll actually have a pretty significant energy benefit across the site. We also are providing electrical connections all along New Basin Street and in the base camp and production backlot area, so that where there are electric vehicles or where there's the need for hookups for those trailers or other kinds of production vehicles, that those can have direct access to those charging areas throughout the project site, or to electricity for lighting and heating and air conditioning for the vehicles where they occur. The last point is that all of our backup energy generation right now is being provided by one generator that does run on fossil fuels per quad, only per quadrant. But those are only needing to be used for emergency and backup power and are not anticipated for any general operations.
Thanks.
Clarify then, your rooftop solar, it's not a structural issue at this point. It's a bigger financial, business model issue, right? In the future,
That's right.
It could be an option. Okay, great.
It could be an option in the future. Frankly, it is something that is used on a lot of production facilities, especially in California. It's just something that we need to, continue to investigate or keep the door open on where we can.
Okay, great. Kevin? Oh, Kevin, are you there?
I think you might.
Maybe you had the, okay, so those are all the questions. So let's move to comments and we'll go around again. Pat, you want to start?
Yeah, I don't have many comments. I really appreciated the presentation. And my colleague and I were admiring your diagrams, all very clear. So thank you. It's really, really great. I'm sure I said it the last time, and I hate to repeat myself, and notwithstanding regulations, which I feel mostly like they're there to be challenged. I can only emphasize how nasty it is to be on Toronto's waterfront in the winter. And actually, I'm going to go with 8 months of the year. And I can't stress that enough. And so the kind of being able to kind of create microclimates that make it more hospitable. And one of the ways of doing that is using vegetation. There's an incredibly good example of waterfront planting on East Bayfront, the LA of trees, I think are dying. But it is amazing. The trees are at the edge. You feel sheltered, protected, shaded. And I just think it's really something that if there's any chance for you to reconsider it, because when I look at this image, I see vegetation crowded up against the building, notwithstanding the green boxes might be boring. But then that goes to my next point. I actually think the green boxes facades are pretty great. Like, it's one big monolithic material. It speaks to the sort of energy and creativity of what's going on in these buildings. And I find the buildings, notwithstanding that you have connected them back to the sort of history of industrial architecture in this area, I find them to be a bit generic. So other than that, I think it's a great project, but those two things, if you could sort of give it another go, that would be greatly appreciated on my part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, as we were mentioning, this kind of presentation deck is exemplary in so many ways. All the drawings, diagrams, maps, illustrations, and the presentation were super clear and very, very helpful. Like all the years of reviewing DRP projects, this was probably one of the standouts in the sense that everything was really, really clear. So thank you for all that effort you put into make this presentation so comprehensive. Again, also super commendable strategies. I really do think the buildings look very elegant. Structures, the overall plan, materials, and I almost don't want to shy away and try to hide them from being what they are. So there's a way to celebrate it, especially if the material quality is excellent. So there's something to be said about that. As for the Water's Edge Promenade, again, it's kind of very important for the continuity of the kind of public realm in this landscape. Even though it is a working landscape, this is a kind of critical piece that brings people in and around the site. So, just thinking again about comfort, thinking about the placement of trees, thinking about the placement of benches that seem a little under-resolved, I think. It's still kind of like random scattering. There is a little bit of the material. My personal preference is to kind of keep a continuous material palette and then accentuate those meeting rooms or the gathering spaces with a different material, rather than have the different material sort of intersect the promenades. So just a kind of quick suggestion. And then lastly, one thing about future-proofing, not just the building, but future-proofing the site for fluctuating water levels. I learned earlier this year that the Great Lakes have water fluctuations that are something like 100 times the average of what a ocean coastline is. So this water levels could go from 10 feet below to 15 feet higher in 3 years. Whereas if you track sea level rise, let's say in California, in New York, California, the 10-foot rise average is something that is, predicted for 80 years from now, but we could have 10 feet of fluctuation in the Great Lakes within 5 years. So it's just something to keep in mind as a kind of important resilience strategy, not just for the investment in these studios, but for the overall investment in public realm around it. So just to keep that in mind as a kind of general, a super important element to work in, especially in a context like this that is surrounded by water through almost 3 sides. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Murray?
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo some of these comments without repeating them. I appreciate how much improvement is shown here in this work, and it's really thoughtful, which I appreciate. It suggests a very respectful dialogue and a desire to engage with the place, and that's very much appreciated from my part. The renders are really lovely in some cases. They give a real sense of authenticity. I especially appreciate that you took to heart the winter renderings, or let's call them all season renderings. The slushy lane in image 60 is particularly lovely. It's gritty and we believe it. And that's an honest rendering, irrespective of what you're trying to convey there. I think that the last image as well for me is very important. It helps us think about what this place will be like beyond that the lush vegetation shown in some of the other images. I especially appreciate the stormwater strategy with rain as a resource. We asked you to do that and you really thought through it carefully. More to the point, when you've lifted these planting basins to protect, presumably not to have to disturb some of the contaminant material, but also to allow them to drain, to really build your strategy. It's quite subtle, the wet and dry strategy, and some of the renders honestly are a little bit confusing where you've mixed wet and dry species for those of us who read things that way. So they might need more attention if they're going public, but I appreciate the intent. The strategy is there. A couple of hot tips, I would say, from a landscape point of view, or cool tips maybe. The trees really do need to breathe. I appreciate that you want them as landscape structure. That's really important, but they're also great for people around those buildings, not just as screening. And if you can push gently, sometimes vociferously, depending on where your public realm can gain, there's no reason that they can't be pulled back, allow the building to breathe, allow the tree to breathe. Not that they're interfering with the mobility network. I don't suggest that at all, but actually they're an asset, a really valuable an asset on a hot day or a cold day, for the same reasons that you're wanting them for visual shelter. And I know that your landscape architects can provide you with, to use that word again, an understory or, a shrubscape that doesn't look like a nature band-aid plastered right against the building. That might just be the render, but I think the intention could really be amplified for better evaluation of the public realm that you're trying to achieve while still giving you the privacy screening where you want it. The second item that I wanted to highlight quickly is to really pay attention to the cultivars you're choosing. I don't doubt that this ecological strategy, while it's quite subtle and nuanced, it really could match the intention, the design intention of the architecture here. It can be gritty. It can be a lot tougher, in my view. You've got lots of tough love species here that can survive on this waterfront, and really suggest you can use them to your advantage here, because this is an industrial landscape. Even though it's very artful and public, it can still really give that quality. Some of the cultivars chosen have the kind of legacy of a golf course, maybe more than they do of what you're going for here. And I know that with some refinement, you'll be able to choose them. It'll also help you amplify a really functional biophilic strategy for pollination, as has been mentioned by others. Really look at the species that are using your plants for pollination are native species. So this is not your typical streetscape planting, and particularly because you're doing something around bioswales, you can really use a tougher, more native palette that will also help your native pollinators and really give some performance amplification to what you're trying to achieve. Overall, this is really thoughtful and it's clear. I really appreciated the clarity. It's also a place that I would go, and I'll go in the winter. I'm just saying I'll go, but you got to give me some more gritty plant material.
Great. I'll go too if there's hot chocolate.
And some art, some public art.
Yeah, public art. David.
Yeah, just to echo to the, it was really a strong presentation and great diagramming. I did want to support Pat's issue with climate down here on the waterfront, because you're so far out, hundreds of meters out from the original shoreline, and the lake itself is still really here in terms of its climate. So we're really out there. I think the ecological layer of the plan is really, really critical, because it's so limited here, and it's so important in this area of the city, from as you talked about migrating birds and all the support that the natural systems down here. So I think you really need to drill down on that even further, as was mentioned, in terms of creating almost kind of grittier palette of material that really builds on the natural systems already in place here across on the other side of the shipping channel, along the lake edge, and some of the work that's being done with the Don River revitalization. I also think that the social spaces, as was mentioned earlier, around the site that you're developing are really a great addition to the project. And I think that they could also do some heavy lifting from an ecological perspective. So I think you should be thinking of them as little powerhouses from a habitat perspective. So I think, yeah, I think I'll leave it. I think I'll leave it with that. Okay, Emily, thanks.
So I'm going to just build on the comments that have been said, picking up on the ecology piece and your comment about the grittiness and thinking about the palette, because right now I really appreciate the idea of bringing the ecology in here, but at this point it feels a little bit more like a palette rather than an actual typology or a community or an ecological community that you're trying to tap into. And so, I mean, I appreciate all the subtlety. I actually would push you to be much more bold, much more robust with the planting, thinking about these as garden spaces rather than just an extension of kind of like a bit like street tree planting. So I'll just throw out, like, thinking about hedgerows and how those are layered the way that Nina Marie, you're talking about, that you can get canopy, you can get shrub layer, and all of that kind of diversity really plugs into the ecology that David, you're talking about. And so I would support also what Pat is saying. If you were to pull this off of the building and put it in the full extent of the promenade and start to think about how you can really thicken that landscape so that it creates protection and shelter for both migratory birds and humans as you're moving through the space. I think that's really critical to make this really successful. And then within that, you can carve out those rooms. The room locations, it feels like they are just placeholders right now, and I understand where you are within the development of that, and that more feedback needs to happen. But I encourage you to go to the site and see if there are certain relationships that can already be thought of that's there, because I think that is really important to kind of ground it in the site itself, rather than like a pattern making approach in a sense. And then I also, in terms of the material palette for the landscape, I know that there's this larger discussion happening about the pick, but I also would encourage you to maybe think about, I'm very impressed with the kind of investigation that happened with the buildings going out into all the different districts, understanding really what the character of Toronto is. And I feel like that also needs to happen with just the overall material palette for the landscape as well. And thinking about just, what those materials, whether it really should be wood in certain areas or pavers or concrete. I think that there's another layer of investigation that could happen to really take those materials and assign them in ways that feel more grounded in the Toronto palette itself.
Okay. Done.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I think it's a really great presentation, very clear. The diagrams really just tell so much. In the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about two issues briefly. The first is I agree with Pat. I don't find the buildings boring. I like the green palette. And in fact, I would reduce your material palette even more, get rid of the buff brick and just restrict it to the red brick and the greens. And I think that would be a lot more straightforward in the nature of the industrial site. The other thing I think that needs some work are the niches or gate elements or outdoor rooms. They don't feel like rooms to me yet. And in fact, I don't think you're doing yourself a favor by just naming them as, you know, the waterfront gate, this kind of gate. They seem, I think, to be sending mixed messages in terms of public realm and public experience. How far in are you supposed to go? In each of those gates, the actual gatehouse, which I assume has a security guard in it, is in a different relationship to the gate. It's in a different relationship to how far back from the sidewalk it is. In some cases, there is no security little kiosk within the gate. And it seems to me that there's more promise in having perhaps the waterfront gate, you know, recess that further or create a way that you can have a gate that moves back and forth a bit so that you can actually hold a public event on the waterfront side. That's appropriate. And maybe on the Basin Street side, you don't have to have a public room, or there is a public room there and you design the architecture and the landscape to indicate that, and also to indicate some sense of how that space can be activated. I think your idea about going out to the community, particularly the Indigenous community, and perhaps understanding what their history is on the site and quoting that, I don't know, but I feel that they need more character if they're going to remain recess spaces. Otherwise, design a nice gate, and then you don't have to have the worry of all the security issues about a recess space at night, weekends, that create, you know, some really challenging, you know, social conditions in that area of the city. Thanks.
Betsy?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to echo a really fabulous presentation, and I'm really happy with the development of this project. It looks wonderful. I'm going to kind of focus on what Paul brought up earlier, which is the Logan Avenue, the Carlaw Avenue view. And so if you could bring up the kind of the Carlaw gate, really what you're looking at driving down Carlaw is going to be essentially the fence with a driveway, and then that kind of what you have there in the green, that Basin Studios kind of signage, which will change presumably depending on what you've got going on. I would really try to get that building back so that you can have a waterfront view down Carlaw, or if the Carlaw view really wants to be, like you said, a iconic corner building anchor view, I don't think that's not it right there. You know, it's I love the palette. I kind of like the scale of everything. If you could potentially add a little height onto a few areas to distribute that piece, and then kind of figure out either with the fence kind of turning the corner or something to get but just like a slightly better end of the road there. Like, it'd just be a real shame to have one of like the major roads in the city. Like I'm just off Carlaw, but like way north of you right now. Carlaw could just like shoot down the city. You don't want it ending in like a security gate and a fence. It could be a great fence, but it's still a fence. So that for me is kind of the main issue. I like the color scheme, and I like even the insinuation of the stage in the water. outside of the Basin area, like the public area. I don't know if that's really what you meant there, but this is just a fabulous piece of public that lets that space be used in a way that's really sympathetic to what you're doing at the studio. So I think this is a really fabulous idea. I agree with all the other comments on Waterfront Promenade, the Waterfront Promenade, and I'm sure we'll see that again in the future and be able to really do a deep dive there. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Great, thanks, Betsy. Jeff?
Yeah, not a whole lot to add. I'm gonna just maybe go back on my to my question on the energy side. I think you guys are doing great stuff with the energy recovery. A couple opportunities maybe to think about. The one thing I will say, and this is more a general challenge for all properties in Ontario that are looking at all electric buildings, is that there's some choices about our electricity mix in Ontario that are being made right now at higher levels, which are going to increase particularly greenhouse gas emissions from electricity, which is, we've had the benefit of a really low emissions grid. And so keep an eye on that, because over time, the economics of that system are going to change. And it could be from regulation that's not yet determined, but has been outlined by the city in particular, particularly regulating greenhouse gas emissions from commercial buildings. And if you're regulating scope 2 emissions, you could potentially have both a federal carbon tax and a municipal carbon penalty that's much higher on those electricity emissions than you might be forecasting now, because we may see 300% higher emissions from electricity. That's kind of geeky stuff. Along with that, we know there's big capacity issues in this whole part of the city because of the growing demand for electric heating and electric vehicles. And so peak shaving in particular, managing your peak demand, is going to be a really important economic piece. So, I'll sort of go back. You've got the electric systems in place. Really focus on, keeping an eye on when it might make good financial sense to put in renewable generation, because that's going to address those electricity emissions from the grid. And then really think about storage and really smart controls that connect your energy storage to your building operations, whether it's for peak shaving, generators, whatever. There's going to be a really strong economic case for managing that electricity, even like bidirectional charging between your electric vehicles to your facility when needed, and vice versa. As we're seeing a lot of potential just on that piece without the renewable energy alone, just on really good storage and energy management. So I'd keep an eye on that. And then otherwise, generally speaking, I know you talk about embodied carbon through design. Just be conscious when you go into specifying the specific materials. There's a lot of concrete on this site. So there's a lot of work that can be done around lower carbon content concrete, cement, aggregates. And so that'll be a big piece. And then even, I don't know how much flexibility you anticipate over the life of this, but thinking about design for disassembly, there's a lot of panelized systems here. There's a lot of stuff that probably could be designed that allow you that flexibility to take stuff down, reuse it, adapt it in future, that will, have a big impact in the long run. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I'm going to do a quick summary and then we'll move on to our last item. First of all, thank you very much for a great presentation. You've heard all the kudos, clarity, and positive, respectful dialogue, and I totally agree with that. I think you've done a lot of good work on this. I think there's many, many specific comments, but I'm just going to focus on 3 themes, and then I'll try and group them in no particular order. One is the Waterfront Promenade. I think we like what we see. I think it can be made better. With a number of suggestions. You've heard them related to consider perhaps moving the waterfront gate back a bit more, the ability to accommodate public washrooms and or some sort of ability to, have events in that space. It'll be pretty unique. And I think it'll be a fabulous place. I also just want to say in passing, I think this is going to be a new destination for a lot of Torontonians. So we love to discover new parts of the city. And when this thing is done, one of the things I love, and I'm biased because I love boats, is when the bridge lifts and the ships go back and forth there. What a hell of a place to watch that activity. It's pretty powerful to see these huge ships go right in front of you, right up close. So it's going to be a special gathering place, and hence the suggestions of make it as attractive as possible related to the microclimate, consider moving the trees back a bit to allow them to breathe, explore all kinds of tough love native landscape species, given the industrial nature of the area. So whole bunch of comments related to the importance of that promenade. The other comment related to that was the consideration for public art. I think you've got a lot of wall space there, and I think that's kind of a no-brainer. A second, I guess, consideration is what Betsy and I talked about, and I think I would really appreciate if you would think about this more in terms of the terminus of Carlaw Avenue. I think a slight offset of the building, a la my example of Loblaws at the foot of Jarvis Street, could achieve that, and you could have a higher building. You could add another floor on top, whatever, to compensate for that. But I think it's really a very important point that needs to be explored. You only got to do this once, so I don't want to blow that opportunity. With respect to the ability to allow maybe, I don't know, food trucks for events. I think you will have film festivals and all kinds of things there. So think about all these people that would come down there, going to want to have a coffee. They might want something to eat, and then, obviously in the washroom, et cetera, et cetera. So the public event side of this. I guess one other area which you've just heard about is the whole consideration with energy, renewable energy. And I think you should discount that. What Jeff says is very true. Who knows where we're going to end up with electricity prices in this province, the way things are going. And plan ahead, think ahead, because now's the time to build in those opportunities for renewable energy, and it may pay off in spades in the future, because we just simply don't know what we're going to be faced with. So those are some of the key comments, I think, that were made. There's many other specific ones that you've heard. And we want to thank you again for the presentation. So to give you an opportunity to respond to what you've heard today, and then we're going to take a vote. I'm not sure who would be the best person.
I will start if the team doesn't mind, and I welcome others to join in. But I do want to start with the point of what a tremendous dialogue and process this has been with the panel and our team here. It's just been it's been refreshing, in let's say, in the experiences that we've had in other places and other jurisdictions, just in terms of the ability to talk through challenging items, come eye to eye and understand where the balance is in terms of feasible development, a unique product type in a studio, and obviously this jewel of a promenade and waterfront opportunity within the Greater Dawnlands improvement for the City of Toronto. And so I'm very pleased to hear where the dialogue is at this point. I think most of this, if not all of it, is very resolvable and achievable. And like we've done, I think you'll see with the talent of this team, SOM and Melk just continue to impress us. These are things that I think you'll be pleasantly surprised to see as they get refined and further investigated. But I just want to say on behalf of our company, this has been a really great process and a pleasure to work with the whole team here.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments. So we'll take a vote. I would put on the table a motion of support for this. Obviously, they're on the right track, and when it comes back, I'm sure we'll see many of our suggestions also incorporated. So it's unanimous?
Yeah, good.
Okay, unanimous vote of support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks. This is a great milestone for us. Thank you all. Really appreciate the time and the effort here.
Yeah, thanks for all the thoughtful comments. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so this is obviously a couple of minutes for a washroom break. We have one last item. Our last item, Waterfront East LRT, Villiers Island, Schematic design.
And, oh, here we are. Patrick, I'm sorry, right behind me. Go ahead.
Thanks everyone for joining. I'm Patrick Meredith Karam. I'm the project manager for the Waterfront East LRT with Waterfront Toronto. And I think we're joined online today by our partners on the project at the city, as well as the TDC, and by our design team with Public Work and Stantec. So today we'll be going through the schematic design for the portion of the Waterfront East LRT on Villiers Island between Commissioners and including the Villiers Loop. And we've been to the panel a couple times before with other parts of this project. So to put it in context with the line overall, you can see here the line spanning from Union to Villiers Island. And as I mentioned today, we're focusing on that piece on Villiers Island, particularly in attention to some design changes that have been made since the last time we came to the panel. For a bit of background on the project, and where this fits into it overall, we're working on our 30% preliminary design and engineering, as well as our costing in support of our report to council. It's expected for this year. And we're also proceeding with the transit project assessment process, which is a transit-specific form of environmental assessment. And the project is divided into 3 major scopes of work. First, a segment underground that connects Union Station to the at-grade portions along Queens Quay, the parts along Queens Quay that would include a redeveloped street and extension to Cherry. And then third, a segment going from Cherry Street north of the Distillery Loop to the future Villiers Island. And today, as I mentioned, we're focusing on that piece on Villiers Island, particularly Commissioner Street and the future transit terminus. So in terms of our next steps, we're going forward to report to council in 2023, and in today's session, we're reviewing some modifications that were made to segment 3 through the design process. So with that, this slide highlights the current loop alignment. So since we last presented to the panel, the loop location at the eastern end of the line was modified from where it was previously shown on Polson to Villiers Island. And this is due to optimizations of the project and to improve access to the park and also mitigate construction impacts associated with constructing across the new riverbed. So in the process of choosing an alignment on Villiers, we identified several different options that are shown here and had a thorough evaluation of the different ones to select one. We identified 2 preferred options, which are B and W2 shown here. And we assessed them based on some preliminary functional design drawings, as well as sample street cross sections, in order to see both how they fit in terms of operations and technical considerations, as well as their impact to the development on Villiers Island. We found that both were feasible from an operational point of view, both had benefits and drawbacks from that perspective. However, option B occupied a development parcel, and that seemed like a significant impact that favored W2 as the preferred option for a preliminary design. So that's the alignment shown here. It goes north along New Munition Street, east along Future Center Street, and then south on Villiers Park Street, and then back west on Commissioner Street to rejoin the line. So establishing some design criteria that we've used several times throughout this project. And there's 3 main pieces here, and this is to ensure continuity across the whole Waterfront East LRT. The 3 pieces that we really want to highlight are first with the urban ecology in terms of the landscaping and green infrastructure pieces. Secondly, moving people, particularly considering safety for all different road users, including pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and automobiles. And third, building a destination, particularly around the character and the experience on the waterfront, and how the Waterfront East LRT and our design of the road and public realm through this project can contribute to that. So I'll give a quick overview of the different parts of the line and give some sort of context and background for the part that we're talking about today. First, we have the segment that's underground, including Union Station, loop reconstruction, and the Queens Quay portals. So this is the underground works and the portals that are used to move the streetcars from underground to the surface along Queens Quay. Secondly, we have the redesign of Queens Quay East. So in a similar fashion to Queens Quay West, enhancing the public realm, giving a dedicated transit right-of-way, and also improving the landscape. Here's another rendering from that portion of the design. And moving into the third segment, we have the Cherry Street North, including a portal under the rail corridor that would connect to the current distillery loop. Then as we move south from Queens Quay, there's the current Cherry Street Bridge over the Keating Channel, which is being constructed through Portland's flood protection project. And once we get to Villiers Island, there's been existing work done around how Villiers will look, what the housing will be like, and here's a rendering of the current sort of public realm design. And as part of this precinct planning work that's been done for Villiers Island, we have some sort of baseline ideas of what the relevant streets will look like. So we have these cross sections, for example, from the Villiers Island precinct plan for New Munitions Center and Villiers Park Street that we're building off of in the process of trying to integrate the LRT. There's also, as part of PLFP on the Villiers Island portion, Cherry Street and Commissioner Street are being constructed with a right-of-way allocated for the future LRT. And so as part of this project, we would be building on this existing design and construction from PLFP to include an LRT right-of-way and public realm. Similarly, for Commissioner Street, there's the same allocation of space for the LRT that this project would then fill. One point that I also want to highlight is the Green Track pilot project. So in this presentation, we'll show a fair bit of a green track concept, and I just want to highlight that this is still an ongoing conversation of whether or not the green track will be feasible from an operational perspective for the TTC and the city. And so we have an ongoing pilot project that was hopefully going to examine ways that potentially a hybrid green track or other approaches could meet those operational needs and still give the benefits that we'll talk about for with green track. And so with that, a bit of context on what we've heard from the panel previously and the previous steps here. So in June 2021, we went to the DRP for issues identification for this part of the transit line. And then we've been a couple times for schematic design already. In October 2021, we covered Queens Quay East and Cherry Street south to the Polson Loop. And so that's the portion that has been updated for today's presentation. And in February 2022, we covered the Cherry Street North portion, including the underpass under the rail corridor. And just highlighting a couple comments that we heard from the last time we spoke about this section. In terms of general comments, we heard support for the landscaping on the project, as well as for the green track concept and the overall use of landscaping in the LRT and public realm design. As far as landscape comments goes, we heard support for stormwater capture concepts, as well as feeling that the proposed planting to circulation ratio strikes a good balance, as well as a suggestion to consider the overall project emissions in terms of potential construction materials that could support that, such as the low carbon concrete mix. And so for today, we're hoping to hear on a couple key points, particularly for this smaller segment of the line. First, whether the LRT loop concept is successfully integrated with the public realm and the adjacent land uses such as the streetscape, the future development, and the parks. And also whether the potential green track concept contributes to this integration. And then secondly, looking at the line holistically, does this Villiers segment express kind of continuity with the rest of the line and reinforce the design language that we've seen from other parts of the Waterfront East LRT in the previous schematic design reviews. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Adam Nicklin from Public Work for the presentation.
Hey everyone. I was hoping to be there today until the snow happened. So good for you guys who made it in there. Okay, I'm just going to try and share. Can you see? Do you see the screen?
Yep.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Patrick. That was a really comprehensive introduction, and this is the presentation. It will actually be pretty short. We'll get you guys out of there quite quickly. It's maybe a little bit more right brain than the previous times we've been to you, but nonetheless important. So you're looking now at the view down Cherry towards Cherry Beach, and that's what exists now in terms of transit in red and essentially the Cherry King eventually line coming down to the distillery loop, looping back out from south back to north because of course the rail berm is in the way. Now what we've been to you with recently has been striving for this ultimate goal. The project is it's a transit project. Our part of it is to contribute to that transit, but also do it in a way that really meaningfully contributes to the public realm. The eventual picture is, of course, that the Cherry line is going to move through the rail berm with a new portal that we showed you last time, and Queen's Quay is going to extend from Union all the way over, and it will tee into the Cherry line. The Cherry line will go south. It will meet Commissioners. It will then head eastwards all the way along Commissioners and all the way to, in the future, the Leslie Barnes extension. There will also, as you'll know from the Portlands, eventually be a future Broadview extension. So transit, which is coming essentially all the way from the Broadview subway station, is going to come down Broadview and extend all the way down to Commissioners, kind of on axis with the Hearn. That line, of course, would also pick up the Ontario line eventually at the East Harbour. So that's where this is all heading. And when we'd seen you the last few times, it was in the context of this project. So the solid of the elements that we've been producing. So the Cherry line going through the rail berm at what you saw last time as the Cherry Marsh, and you know, the extension of Queen's Quay, which Patrick showed earlier, teeing into it. Then, of course, the Commissioner's line is a future works and would require a rail bridge as well, or a transit bridge over the Don. So too is the Broadview line. So in the meantime, there still needs to be a loop. Now, the last time we were with you, we probably didn't explicitly show it, but the assumption has been to loop at Paulson. Okay, so you would hop the bridge that's already there over the Keating. There would be a new bridge here, which would get you to Paulson, and then the loop would have been around the southeasternmost block adjacent to Cherry. That's where we were at. Okay, and you know, here's some quick images. I won't go into detail, but that was what we showed you in 2021 on the left for the Queen's Quay East project, and on the right that was Cherry Street, and there's Cherry Marsh, which we were here for you in 2022, around about this time. Where we're now working with the TTC and the city and Waterfront in terms of transit prioritization looks more like this, very similar, but in order to not have to construct this bridge right now for transit to extend to a loop on Paulson here, which where we were last time, and also to get a head start or a leg up on doing this work on the Commissioner's line now, which is a good investment for the future. We're now looking at the opportunity, as Patrick had explained, for looping actually on Villiers. So at the far end of Villiers, of course, this bridge still wouldn't be here yet. It would be there to extend the Commissioner's line further towards the Leslie Barnes, but it doesn't need to be in place for this loop. So Cherry line pretty much as it was, but now heading east on Commissioners, looping on Villiers and back north, and then still the plan is to get better east-west connectivity on Queen's Quay. This was the precinct plan. So it had already identified the street locations and grid, and also the street width for all of the blocks on Villiers. So part of this work is testing well, of course, Commission is already designed for LRT, but then New Munitions Centre and Villiers Park, where the loop will be, weren't. So what does it mean to put transit onto them? Patrick did a good job of explaining this. It seems kind of like a no-brainer, but very briefly, of course, we looked at kind of off-street, on-block options, A1 and B, of looping around, but then you get these kind of a plaza, kind of a loop spaces, which also certainly aren't a building. So we were able to kind of preclude those on that basis as maybe not being the smartest thing to do. We looked at 3 kind of bigger loop options. The 1W here is okay functionally, but kind of eviscerates the really important frontage to the park and the bridge on Commissioners. Y is a viable loop on street, but you see here, there wouldn't be additional platforms on that extension of where it says Y in that color. The last platform would here. So there's really no point sending the streetcar around a longer block with just a driver. It's just less efficient. So W2 seems like a really good candidate that meets the operational requirements of TTC, the working requirements of city, and we think we can make also pretty great streets still for New Munitions Centre and Villiers Park. Okay, so that would be the preferred option. The last stop on the line at this point would be here, right on the park, which is really nice. And then basically just at between New and Old Munitions Street. Eventually, of course, you see here in orange the dash line. It will keep going all the way into the Portlands. It doesn't preclude in the future putting in that loop on Polson. So again, that's something that we're going to design for that could happen in the future. The 4 street frontages are actually quite different, and maybe that's what's intriguing about them. But here, New Munition, it's really a kind of a movement street. It's a neighborhood street. It moves people, obviously walking, but also via bike, dedicated bike lanes, vehicles. It connects to the bridge at New Munitions over to the East Bayfront. And now it could also carry the streetcar loop. Center is a slow shared street, so the precinct plan identifies this as a shared street. It's only for access vehicular-wise, and it's only for westbound traffic, 1 lane, but in a shared environment where the car is the guest, so the language of the street needs to reinforce that. Villiers is this kind of street frontage onto the park. So again, that's something I think we can play up in the design. And Commissioners is this grand riverfront boulevard. It's been allocated as a very wide street, so bringing some character into that, which really talks to this park opportunity, is super important. So, it's not a one-size-fits-all. They're all quite different. There's the plan. We can come back to this if anyone needs to use it for reference. This is, I guess I'd call somewhere around about like a schematic, but there's still a lot of things to figure out. And again, the project that we're doing is to deliver the transit. It's not necessarily to deliver the streets, but in delivering the transit onto streets that didn't previously have transit on, you have to really think about the street as a whole. So we will be showing design work for the street, at least at a conceptual stage. We'll start with New Munition. Okay, so this is, for a neighborhood street on Villiers, it's quite wide. It's 30 meters. There are additional setbacks on it as well. So in theory, there's plenty of room for one more use on this, being the streetcar loop. This is what the precinct plan showed. It was 2 lanes of traffic plus a turning lane, so 3 lanes, a lane of pickup and drop off or short-term parking on either side, row of trees, a generous sidewalk, and then actually a considerable setback, 4 and 3 meters for like patio zones. That's what it looked like in cross section, symmetrical. You'll notice one thing about New Munition from the precinct plan. It has bike lanes on either side of a street, still protected, but unidirectional. And here's what we're thinking of in terms of integrating transit. So the bigger change would be that we think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're looking north now, but we consolidate the bike trail on the west side. And of course, we do that on this block, but also the next block north over to the bridge. It doesn't make sense to kind of switch it at center halfway up new munition. So that's the section. This is how it looks in 3D. So again, we can retain the same kind of functionality. We're just then biasing the transit on the east side and then the bikeway on the west side. Not a drastic change, we'd say here. It would look something like this. We think, given the width of the street, we can maybe pull back a bit on some of the short-term parking and introduce some greenery, which would frame then the protected bidirectional bike lane. This is on the west side. We're looking at the viability of green track here as well on the loop, because, you know, it would be a strong message, we think, and we talked about this before, I won't go on, but it would also give some clarity as to use as well. So the legibility of the street would also be maybe a little clearer. Yeah, new munition, there it is. There's a view looking north along the Green Transit Way, pick up and drop off or short-term parking, greenery on either side of the bikeway. And this is from a mid-block crossing, so you're looking eastwards over to the last block on Villiers Island on the south side. Okay, Centre Street. So now you're east-west. This is the shared street again. Very sporadic access for vehicles, not a logical cut through either, so vehicle count will be really low. Predominantly, this is a walking, biking, hanging out kind of street. This is what was in the precinct plan. So, you know, generous areas of planting and trees, a subtle wiggle to the street as well. That's to slow down traffic. The 6 meters here, which is indicated, we'll show you on the section, is so that you can get a fire truck up and down it. They require the 6 meters. I know you guys know that. So the shared space with the tactile paving plus the 5 meters, 6 meters, which is fire accessible. Pedestrian clearway on either side, and actually also setbacks. Here's what we're thinking of for taking the transit way along center. You'll see we still have the six meters here for the mixed-use shared street. We're wondering about treating it subtly differently so that it sends a really strong message about vehicles going slowly and this being predominantly a pedestrian and cycleway. So a bit of a trick from the kind of Woonoff playbook to introduce a bit more of a pronounced wiggle, but still accessible to fire vehicle. So, you know, looks something like this, 20 meters plus setback. So, you know, this isn't a super tight condition. Like, you know, if you're in a European street, you might see these kind of shared streets in the 10 to 14 meter range. So probably plenty of room to accommodate the transit here. We're thinking something like this conceptually, that we have these planters kind of alternating on each side of the kind of shared space and also kind of access way. It is 6 meters clear, but this kind of accentuated roll curb gives you this appearance of it maybe swinging back and forth. But again, it's to slow people down. This isn't a throughway, it's not a drag strip. 6 meters is wide, so we want to use visual clues to really tame it. Probably a different kind of paving on this street, something more textured again to send a message that it's predominantly a pedestrian environment. We're also looking at the green track option on this street as well. And, you know that there's plenty of options here or potential for us to start to explore street runoff and capture from these kind of larger kind of planted areas, which could also be bioswales as a view, which kind of shows how the street becomes a little bit more diverse with the alignment. And there's a view across it. We imagine this is a really vibrant and busy and active street. Villiers Park Street, so this is east facing onto Villiers Park. That's how it is in the Villiers Island Precinct plan. It's a 20-meter street plus setback on the west side. I mean, of course, on the east side, this strip here actually continues on. That's the park. That's Villiers Park. That's how it looked like in the Villiers Precinct plan. It's a lane each way. It has on-street parking, mostly biased towards the park side, but still important. You know, will be programmed which people will need to reach by vehicle, so we're keeping some of that. And road trees either side, sidewalks. So we're looking at biasing the transit way here on the west side, so it can make a clean loop without crossing any of the vehicle ways and adding additional complications or conflicts. 2 lanes of traffic still. Same kind of generous sidewalks, and then we're alternating a planting or lay-by on this side. So, you know, we can still get the presence of trees, but really the bigger trees are going to be in the park where they can get more root space and room to grow. That's what it would look like. You're looking south now, and again here, this is the park. It's a subtle change from the precinct plan. You're looking over the park back towards the frontage onto Villiers Park Street. And here's the transit way. Again, there's lots of opportunities for a greener street here as we get into more design. The parking or short-term drop-off and parking is here and could again be embedded into a logic of planting and water capture. There's a view. Okay, last one. Commissioners. Commissioners has already been designed. It's being constructed right now. It's being constructed like this. This is a details plan, and space has been allocated within the cross section, which is going to be built out initially as temporary planting, or it could be dovetailed with this project to deliver transit day one, because of course the speculation now is that we loop on Villiers, so this becomes fast-tracked. So I guess suffice to say, this is something we don't touch. And then this is what this project is now bringing in terms of integration of transit. Okay. So we're looking at an alignment, something like this. We're noting that it's a big street. It's 40 meters. It's got additional setbacks as well. So we want to make sure it has spatial containment and kind of character within it, so that it doesn't feel too exhaustively asphalt and concrete. So we're looking at framing it within a generous planted area. And then the bikeway would again be kind of embedded within a kind of greener zone here. And of course, when there's a platform, that would subtly change. The bike would still be off street at this point on the eastbound, on the south side. So this project adds LRT adjacent to the park. Might look something like this. So again, this is the part that's already under construction. This would be the temporary planted zone, which may day one become the transit zone. We think one of the clues as to how we develop this design is that there's really 2 quite distinct sides to this street, or there could be. There's a north side, which is a very vibrant street environment. It's a high street, it's a park frontage, and it's the one that's being delivered now. But then to the south, once you get past the curb line and into the zone of transit and bikeway, and it's great, I'll come down in a minute. And the walkway here, but it could be really more of an immersive park-like environment. So I guess what we're saying is, and you're seeing we're purposely showing green track here, is that this could feel like you're in a park. So as you're traveling along on a bike or walking on the south side or on the transit way, yeah, you're on Commissioners, but you're also in the Lower Don Park. We think that could be powerful. This is a view then of that north side, the vibrant kind of street environment, looking across to the south. And then the south, when you're walking along by transit, it's a park experience. And when you're on transit moving through a park. There's some beautiful examples that we maybe could have included, which I'm sure you're familiar of, is when transit moves through a park. You see these kind of things in Europe, and it feels like you're really embedded in that park experience. And that is it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Adam. Let's go to questions. And since I see our friend Eric has joined us again, I'm going to start with you, Eric. Do you have any questions?
Yes, two questions. One is your Center Street. Has there been have you talked to the operation folks and all that, just to have it vetted in terms of the jugs and everything? Is that something that is it aspirational at some point, or is it something that currently has support?
No, we haven't. That's next. But for what it needs to do, it meets code. I mean, there are more dramatic examples of getting a fire truck through different environments. This is 6 meters clear with, oh, sorry, you want to slide there. It's actually a pretty lazy curve. It's just that perspective works in our favor here to make it seem a little bit more diverse. And it's one lane in for access to the block itself. So yeah, we're pretty confident we're showing you something that, with of course some tweaks as we speak to operations, that we can pull off.
And my other question is, maybe if you go on slide 11. Which is the one where you have the tracks diagram. Maybe a little bit further. Yeah, one more. Yeah, that one is good. How many? So I'm just curious in terms of the streetcar or the LRT may actually come. They have the opportunity to either do the crossover, because you could come in and then a driver can sometimes goes to the other end. How do you? I guess my question is are the tracks that are there at any time potentially going to be used for storage, or it is? That's one question. And another one, how many times would they take to see the loop versus just using the reverse track? The switch over.
Yeah, Adam, do you want me to take that question?
Thanks, Ken. Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So right now, what we have shown here is a lay-by that is on the the tracks are clockwise direction. So the lay-by allows for any operator at the end of the loop to be able to take a lay-by to have their bio brakes and washing brakes without stopping the lanes and kind of service. It's a 30-meter lay-by that's on the on the south. The southernmost track is the lay-by. What you'll kind of see is we're using the eastbound tracks as the lay-by for now, so that but the tracks would not actually be running eastbound until in the future, where that lay-by would be no longer used when the future going across to the east would be constructed.
Okay. And it's not intended to be used as temporary store, or it's vehicle storage or anything like the eastbound segment. Okay.
No, this is purely to build it so that we don't have to come back and rip up or have any construction disruption in the future.
Okay, very good. That's very useful. Thank you.
Okay, Betsy, you want to go next?
Sure. It's really lovely to see the plant material kind of hugging the transit lines, and you kind of notice in the renderings that the power line above is going kind of through the tree canopy in the renderings. In Toronto, you notice also that they cut big chunks of trees away for the power lines. Are you secure that the trees won't be affected or that people won't come in to trim them away to keep the power lines clear of them?
Yeah, there will be some clearing, but they won't top them. It'd be similar to how you have on Queen's Quay in terms of the distance of the tree to the power lines. So they would undercut the branches and they'll allow them to arch over. But yeah, you're right. They would be some initial trimming to clear.
Okay, but they won't be just like chunked away.
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's my only question.
Cool.
Okay, while we're there, Jeff, are you still there?
Yeah, Paul. I guess just wondering, was there any thought around another stop there for the loop on the east end at all, accessing that new park? And that's sort of my only, or whether that's just too close to the last stop that's currently laid out.
Yep.
Yeah, I can answer that one also. So the plan is that loop is not for passengers. The passengers would get off at on the south side of Commissioners. That it's kind of like a end of line stop. All passengers get off, and then this the TDC loop where the vehicle can kind of wrap around, and then anyone that needs to get back on the line would get on a north side platform. So the intent here in discussion with TDC is not to add any additional platforms to this loop.
Okay, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay, let's go to the panel here. Jenna, you want to start this time?
No questions.
No questions. Okay, great. Emily?
No questions.
Beautiful.
No questions.
No questions. Peter Marie has a question.
My question was already asked. No
Oh,
questions.
my God.
Just a quick question. I don't
I
know
knew
if
it.
this is
I
in the
knew it.
scope of the project or something else, but what's to become of street furniture, street lights, hydro poles, garbage cans, things like that? And how is it being integrated with where these medians are? Planting. All that stuff that makes our streets, well, either really beautiful, but also could be really, really ugly.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to that is it will be considered. We will, okay, so Commissioners has already been designed, so you guys have reviewed it and all the street furniture palette and everything. I don't know when it came, but it's being built now. So we'd be adding the transit line to it. We also, I think, hinted at how there could be possibilities to integrate seating in a kind of park-like environment. And I stopped sharing, but I could pop that up again. But anyway, if you look at the renderings of Commissioners, you get a sense of that. On the other streets, we're not necessarily, we're really just designing the integration of a transitway. And then I think that Waterfront would bring these streets back when the designs evolve more in terms of all the things that you had mentioned as a whole street design.
Yeah, this actually, Pina, you might answer this more. I thought at one point that Center Street was pedestrian completely. Was there a moment in time when it was?
Never. I think it's been Wooner.
It's always been a Wooner.
Yeah, it was never pedestrian only. However, recent thinking has been to maybe eventually have it transition to pedestrian, but probably not on opening. Okay, yeah, but that it can evolve to it.
Yeah, thanks. I just, that my recollection of it was, and I actually didn't really think it was such a good thing necessarily, but my recollection, so I was surprised to see the streetcar on that, because that was the history of it.
And if you see the Villiers cross section, it just shows the fire truck and bus, because it was really never, it's never intended to be for all cars. It's really meant to be local accessible.
Yeah, got it.
So.
Okay, I believe it or not, I have one question. And that is related to, I think it was Jeff's comment, is I think everybody knows we're with the city going to be looking at increased densities at Villiers Island. Magnitude, don't know yet, but clearly there's opportunity to accommodate a lot more there. If that's the case, thinking of the future, it might make sense. And would the TDC consider a stop at the park? You know, and so think ahead now to building another platform, because I'm just making this up. If the densities were increased by 30%, by 50%, by whatever it is, there'll be more people there. And I would think the park would be one of those potential nice places to get on and off.
You mean the Portland flood protection part? Because there is a stop on.
At the loop, He said earlier there was no stop
There's no
planned there.
stops on. the
Yeah,
loop, it's just
yeah.
a turnaround. The
Just a
stop is
turnaround.
on Commissioners in front of the Portland flood protection.
All right,
part.
so that would still remain as is.
The fire hall.
Yeah.
Stop.
All right, I guess you answered my question.
Sorry.
All right, let's go to comments.
I can start.
Start.
I'm all good. That was a good presentation. Thank you for giving it to us. I'm a big fan of the green track. Big fan of taking out some parking and putting in some additional planting. I've always thought that these right of ways were enormously wide. And that the more that you can do to make it feel intimate, the better. And then I guess the sort of planting and the passage strategy on center, big fan of that too. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patty.
Just double, triple reiterate what Pat said. I agree with everything. I think it's really great. My only comment about the street furniture and other accessories that come to the street in terms of its infrastructure, because it might one way or another begin compromising the vegetation. The placement of these electrical block boxes, you know, where all those other things that might start to come in and chip away at the lushness and greenness of the trees and other elements is just something to begin to consider just for next steps, so that the infrastructure associated both with the TTC, but also all the other things that come with streets, just is also rendered and drawn up front the same way you're drawing all the other incredible elements, but highly supportive of everything you've shown. And I think it's gonna be really great. Thanks.
I feel like it's end of day and we've heard you guys present so well so many times that we're just skipping over that part really quickly. So I'll just be the one to say such a super focused, clear presentation. We're used to them from you. Maybe it would be shocking if we didn't have that, but it is really great to hear and thank you for that. This is, to me, once again, this project, it bears repeating. This is a kind of a new bar. When a transit plan is a green infrastructure plan, is a public realm plan, that's very special, right? That's coordinated, that's integrated, and is not at all what we typically see in most municipalities or even most regions across North America. So I love the integration. I know that's a lot of Waterfront Toronto's direction, but it's also the way in which this consultant team thinks. And it's not a light touch to say that. I think also the value add here, I love the wiggle, just gonna say, love the wiggle, but I think it does a lot more than just signal slow. And I know you know this, but I would like our minutes to reflect this, that the wiggle slows down traffic, yes, but it also has this incredible value add for the street ecology that you're creating, in that you're creating a kind of series of, let's call them pockets and puddles for wildlife, for pollinators, for plant material. Plant is life, of course, and birds. They don't necessarily move in straight lines. In fact, they rarely do. So this wiggle has this value add that's going totally unrecognized, that captures a set of values, I think, that are part of leading with landscape. And I just want to put a pin in that. I'm a big fan of the green track too. And I think it's a huge opportunity. At least I'm sitting aside from this project looking in. What might be a liability for you guys is a massive opportunity for North American cities that don't have green tracks by and large. This is such a great opportunity to prototype just the way Waterfront Toronto, by the way, has been, pilot testing stormwater and bioswales. The green track maintenance operations, all that stuff that you guys are creating, just seems to me to be an opportunity to pilot test and really show best and next practices for North American green tracks, right? We all know they're in Amsterdam, but this is different here. And I really am excited to see that this project will allow that to happen. And in the same way, to Fadi's point, if leading with landscape allows us to really rethink not only the way you guys render and project the street as green infrastructure, as public realm around a transit project, then we need new operations models for those. And for however this can happen, this project really has to build in a kind of monitoring, maintenance, let's call them manuals maybe, but they're operations procedures that mean that hydro doesn't get to butcher the tree, that, you know, the same old garbage receptacles or street furniture or whatever don't suddenly displace this incredible realm that you're making. So whatever that takes in advance, I think you'll want it, we'll want it, and I'm just suggesting that this integrated planning then also requires integrated maintenance and operations. Maybe that's saying the obvious, but I can't wait for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. I agree that the green track is obviously something new for Toronto, but I was thinking that it brings a kind of clarity to the track zone from a kind of typology perspective that is confusing often with the transit systems in Toronto, like the example of Cherry Street, where cars are driving up the streetcar tracks and pedestrians on Queens Quay are meandering across them, because there's a kind of continuity, I think, of materials. But here, I think the track obviously is differentiated. Cars aren't going to drive up it. Pedestrians aren't necessarily going to walk across it. So I think in this more urban environment, it actually may prove to be really good direction. And I love the just saying, I love the that park idea of the streetcar running through the park the way that you've envisioned it. That's it for me. Thanks.
I agree with all the comments of presentation. Thank you so much. It's very clear. And I'm a full supporter of moving this loop to commissioners. I think this is going to be fantastic for the park to be able to have instant access here for the park from almost day one, which I think is going to be really important. And then what that does to set it up for Villiers Island is really exciting. I would think about maybe continuing the idea that's already along commissioners about the planting, how it's a combination of canopy trees and columnar trees to address the issue of the overhead. And so that I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of commissioners. As you loop around, you know, it might change the diagram because of it trying to create an identity for commissioners to just use the columnar trees. So that's something to think about as it moves into Villiers Island precinct. I also think that, I mean, everything that David just said about the experience of moving through the green track would be fantastic. I do wonder if at the platforms that might be the one moment where you have to think about what that is and whether it's a continuation of green just at the platforms, or if just in terms of thinking about maintenance. But that's something that's like, you know, detail and much further along. But yeah, in general, I think this is really fantastic, and I'm so excited to see that the city's considering this.
Yeah, I think I agree with my colleagues' remarks, and I think the observation Nina Marie said about this being setting a new bar for the design of a street in the city of Toronto is really true and really, really exciting. And I just want to thank you for walking us through your future proofing of transit as that precinct gets fleshed out, because it, for me anyway, it answered my questions about, well, what is the implication if we move the loop here now? It was really great to see that you've thought through the implications down the road. It made it a really easy, you know, transition for me from the previous location to this one. So thank you.
Great. Hey, Eric.
Thank you very much. I think it's what I like is I'll concur with my colleague's comment. I think that moving the loop in that location provide better access to Villiers compared to if it was at the Polson Quay down. So it actually provide access where it should be, on the island and in early years, which I think is quite good. That option is also good because we've seen those loop in the past, and they tend to be standalone and making very inefficient, single uses, inefficient way to use the land. So the fact that it's integrated in the public realm on the street, to me is shows that it's integrated. It's not affecting negatively a building block or a park or a development parcel. It's keeping everything whole and continuous. It's a much nicer and I guess the next stage of evolution in what we have at Charlotte Street, close to Spadina in King Street. So looking at it, it's well integrated, preserve the integrity of the block. And I like also the way the track are separated from how the tracks are separated from on a horizontal plane. As David mentioned, it's quite simple. It's clear. It has a very nice language. And from how it complements the rest of the public realm in the Villiers Island, I think it complements it quite nicely. It's sensitive, and the way the planting works, as that's always been one of my concern, as that Pat has as well, which is the scale of these streets. And I think that the way the planting works helps to break down and bring down a more humane scale to these corridors. So it's quite great. So, and as per my comments, you're making sure that the trees are not compromised by overhead wires, like being very, very surgical about where and how trees are planted and how they are maintained is going to be a critical thing going forward.
Great. That's it.
And one little thing, and I don't know if it's possible, but because our streetcar is if as the loop occurs, if there was ever if there was, even if it's a loop, and I know it's something to just turn around, but if there was ever a possibility to put a stop potentially on center, just to because to help to facilitate better access to transit, I think that it's something that should be considered.
All right, thank you. That's
no additional comments. You've had great comments. It's a great presentation. Thank you.
All right, Jeff.
Yeah, I will, I'm totally supportive of all the design decisions. I sort of think though, it's a lot of track just to turn a streetcar around. You're actually covering a lot of real estate. And so that platform on, Center and, Villiers Park Road, just sort of seems like it would be useful for some people. And actually the scenario where I think it may be most useful is if this turnaround is going to be used for queuing at all for streetcars to sort of, if there's trying to meet headways and they got to wait somewhere, are they going to be waiting on Villiers Park Road? And I'm picturing in the middle of wintertime, you can see the streetcar sitting there. It's not ready to go yet. And you're waiting on this platform outside, half a block away. That's a pretty frustrating user experience when you kind of want to be able to hop on the streetcar where it's queuing, get out of the cold and jump on there. So, as a rider, there's been a few instances, that's never a fun time where you're sitting outside waiting. When's it going to go? When's it going to move? It's right there. I can see it. I just can't get on it. And so if there's a queuing area for streetcars on the loop, there should be a platform. That's sort of my sense. Otherwise, I'm fine with everything else.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to do a very quick summary. Obviously, there's strong support for the work that's been done. Great example of leading with landscape. This potentially is going to be a new model for integrated planning and maintenance that all participants need to adhere to, especially hydro, TTC, et cetera, et cetera. Strong support for the green track opportunity, not only here, but to make sure this thing is drop dead gorgeous, works, is well maintained, so it can become a precedent for other streetcar lines in the city.
Do have another one, right? Eglinton, we already have a good track on it.
Oh, is it? Oh, well,
It's much nicer, but we already have one on Eglinton, just to let you know.
Great. Building on success. So I think that's really important. Also, any future presentation perhaps include the accommodation and show street furniture to be shown in the drawings, support for the wiggle, as Anna Marie says, in the street. I think, you know, there's strong support for the loop concept, especially, and I go back to what I said earlier, in light of the most probable reality that there'll be increased density and a lot more housing on Villiers Island. And this loop has the potential to obviously serve that population better. The last comment was, I think, still worthwhile keeping in the loop, so to speak, is the possibility of one additional stop on Center Street and or at the park, especially in light of what may come out of the exercise to increase density and intensification of Villiers Island. So it's something to keep in mind. Other than that, we really appreciate the presentation, very clear and great, and give you an opportunity, Adam, to respond, and then we'll take a vote.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, it's great to hear the support for the things we're excited about, and yeah, we would have had so much fun coming, and we wanted to come, and then the weather had other ideas for my bike ride. But next time, I promise. Thanks on behalf of the rest of the team.
Thanks very much. We'll look forward to seeing you again. So propose a vote of support, unanimous. Great. I think we are done. And it's not even 5:15. Wow, it was a long day. That was a long day. Thank you for hanging in, everyone, your patience, and I hope you all get home safe.